Here at Westcon Comstor, we help partners realize their business and financial potential. We're passionate about delivering their financial success and growth. This drives what we do day in, day out. Our value to partners centers on our deep-rooted vendor relationships. This means we can help partners capture business opportunities with established and emerging technology providers. Importantly, we are equally close to partners, global and local, with custom-made business support. Based on our exclusive Edge model, we're a seamless extension to partner operations. We share the same focus on delivering what the end customer needs. We take responsibility when the going gets tough, and we're in it for the long term. Should things get complex, we can deploy our extensive service capabilities. If a customer RFP stretches resources, we can help to flex and scale with access to our wide range of technical experts. We understand what it is to be truly end-to-end. We also pave the way for our partners' future growth. The technology marketplace is changing, and we can help partners meet their customers' digital transformation needs. Our know-how includes consumption and subscription-based models, as well as integrated supply chain. We aim to simplify the channel and to make doing business easy. So, partners present and future, at Westcon Comstor, we're right by your side.
We understand that partners need more than just solutions to succeed. They need to adapt to changes in the market. They must stay agile and on top of new trends, technologies and products. Only with the right support, insight and innovation can they expect to grow and thrive. Introducing Edge, our unique, tailored approach to every opportunity and our commitment to every partner. More than just a word, Edge is how we translate our difference into real value. Value our competitors can't match. Edge provides the framework to ensure partners engage and onboard with our vendor portfolio and core services. We develop their business with pre-sales consultancy and support, including certification, training and mentoring. We help them grow with financial and capital support, alongside marketing and access to new vendors and technologies. Plus, we extend their reach by unlocking more profitable international opportunities and expanding into new markets. We work with each partner to understand their individual needs and tailor these materials and tools so they're a perfect fit wherever they are in the market or sales cycle. Find out how we can accelerate your business and get a competitive edge. Talk to the Westcon Comstor team today.
Values matter. Our values define what we do and how we do it. Here at Westcon Comstor, our values are part of our DNA, which is what makes us a world-class team. Our values should shape our future, because the values embraced by us determine how we relate to each other, our partners, and our customers. There are 5 values that will take us to the next level. First comes innovation. At Westcon Comstor, innovation means we encourage change and creativity to bring about the best outcomes. There's no blueprint for the way forward in our industry. We have to lead by innovating. We are problem solvers, and we don't shy away from a challenge. We are forward-thinking, agile, and we support new ideas in a progressive environment. Our second value is excellence. Excellence means that we exceed expectations, and we strive to be the best that we can be. So what behaviors drive excellence? We are passionate, and we inspire to be the industry benchmark. Performance-driven, focused, accountable, and purposeful in our actions. We recognize talent and strong performance. Our third value is integrity. This is what we believe integrity means to all of us. We champion an environment of honesty, fairness, and high moral standards. And how do we keep that alive? By doing the right thing by our people, our customers, and our vendors. We treat all people with dignity and respect, and we honor our promises. Our fourth value is partnership. Let's explain what we mean by that. We build strong relationships with each other to achieve long-term success. How do we embody that in our day-to-day actions? We work together to better serve our partners and our customers. We are all one team. Our people work to inspire, motivate, and coach each other. Our final value is empowerment. We love Inactivate and provide opportunity for our people. This is how we make sure that empowerment is not just a buzzword. Our people are appreciated, and we ensure they have the tools to succeed. We motivate, inspire, and train our people to be the best that they can be. Most of all, we trust you to make the right decisions. We have thousands of colleagues working around the globe, but all of us are connected through one set of shared values. And that is very powerful.
The channel is transforming. Technology consumption and procurement models are fundamentally changing in today's increasingly software-driven world. Consumers expect the same level of convenience, flexibility and choice with the technology they use, whether they're in or outside the workplace. Vendors are adapting to this world by offering different consumption and procurement models in order to support customer needs and stay at the forefront of the market. However, this can present a number of challenges throughout the supply chain. Transacting cloud and software can be a challenge. Vendors may not be able to support transactions with resellers directly or ensure solutions are resold only where the right certifications exist. Resellers may need to invest in costly integrated platforms to resell cloud and software solutions and receive the right discounts. Vendors and resellers need to offer flexible billing models but may not have the capability, especially when working in multiple currencies with the risk of exchange rate fluctuations. There can be administration challenges, especially for resellers maintaining product catalogs and breaking down billing and usage information to invoice their own customers accurately. They may also receive multiple invoices rather than one aggregated bill. Obtaining the right data and analytics needed to identify the opportunities that yield the maximum recurring revenue can be difficult as well. All these challenges ultimately impact the ability to adapt and respond quickly to customer needs, the scalability to meet business demands, and the speed to market for both vendors and resellers. Westcon Comstor is applying over 30 years of distribution experience delivering global logistics solutions to help partners adapt and succeed in this digital world. We have a way to easily manage these solutions, all from a single platform, Blue Sky.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Westcon Comstor IoT and 5G Summit. My name is Tushar Chawla, and I'm the Group Business Manager at Westcon Comstor. As digital distribution gains further momentum, 5G and IoT solutions are becoming more in demand than ever. Through today's summit, we will be exploring opportunities to further grow your business and learn about the best-in-class solutions in the IoT and 5G space from our vendors. Today's summit is a fully virtual and interactive experience where vendors and industry experts from across the globe will present an exciting and comprehensive agenda revolving around IoT and 5G. You will also be able to learn about the range of value-added services and digital distribution platforms offered by Westcon Comstor that revolve around our unique Edge framework. We will also be exploring how, along with our vendors, we as Westcon Comstor can help you with the right solutions and tools to take advantage of the opportunity that lies in the 5G and IoT space. During today's virtual conference, you will not only be able to hear from a great lineup of speakers from our vendor community, but you will also be hearing from world-renowned motivational speakers who will be sharing their insights on some very relevant topics. During the entire day, you can win exciting prizes by collecting medals for visiting virtual booths and participating in live interaction during the event, and by participating in the quiz competition that will be taking place after every presentation. You can also send us your queries throughout the event through the chat section in the auditorium. Like always, your feedback is extremely valuable to us. We will be conducting a short survey at the end of the event. Please share your feedback so that we can know how we did and continue to do things better. I would now like to welcome Steve Lockie, our Group Managing Director at Westcon Comstor Middle East, to do the welcome note. Hi, Steve, over to you.
Good morning, all. Happy New Year. Sabat al-Khair Jami'an. Guys, it's really great to host you in this first large-scale virtual event of 2022. I hope it finds you all well and good, and your families and friends also. It's an honour to headline these events. This, I believe, is the first in the region of 5G and IoT, and really these are, possibly the largest opportunity that we all face over the next few years is this whole piece of, especially in this region, of 5G and indeed the Internet of Things. Our role as a VAD remains. What we try to do at each part of the sales cycle is provide you with people, tools, programs, or indeed education, as in today, to really find what those opportunities are and how we can capitalize on them. COVID certainly has accelerated our journey and continues to disrupt our journey. These events in the past would have been out in the field. They were effective, but not as effective as these today, where we've got hundreds of partners calling in to really understand what the opportunities are. I mean, the benefits of 5G are broad. I mean, we look at the various things here around whether it's quality of service, extendability, coverage, latency, but there's so many. That means that the use cases are huge. And today, what we're going to try and do is our objective is to provide the awareness and education as to what that opportunity looks like. It is all about growth. IoT and 5G, we said earlier, is probably the biggest area overall. But how significant? If you look at this chart, it's second only to the cloud in its importance to that digital distribution journey. What does that mean? I think what you see is that there's just so many use cases. Some stats that we dug out. So, we expect not just this to be a telco opportunity, because many people think of 5G and think, well, it's just telco. Well, it's not. Especially in this part of the world, there are so many smart cities and smaller network opportunities that 50% of the opportunity will indeed be from telcos, but 50% will come from partners like you and I. And what's more exciting is 50% of those are services opportunities, which are service rich for all of us. It's an opportunity for all. We've seen Expo, we've seen smart cities, we've seen the various announcements over the last months, but it's not just around that. If you look at this chart here, we're looking at healthcare, media, retail, transportation, and these are all sectors that we all serve. So there truly are opportunities in every sector of the market. 5G is just the tip of the iceberg around the whole IoT space. And again, some stats: 8 billion globally connected devices by 2030. A $15 trillion opportunity by 2025, and 73 zettabytes of data generated by these devices. Why 73? Why not 75? I have no idea. These are just the stats that are given. But the key is that these clearly are huge numbers, and therefore this is of interest to us all. We've got some great speakers, we've got some great presentations, and we'll be looking and introducing you to some new tools today as to how you can better look for this opportunity and pay attention. Regular attendees will know that we have a quiz. During the day, there's opportunities to participate and there's points for prizes. So I'll look forward to that. Thanks again for giving up this most valuable asset, which is your time. We'll try to make the best use of it. And by the end of today, hopefully you've identified lots and lots of opportunities that we can then engage on in the future. Feedback, again, please, as we go through the session today, capture the bits that you really enjoy, but equally capture the bits where you think we missed something. And please give us that feedback so that the next event can be even better. With that, I'm going to hand back to Tushar. Thank you very much indeed for attending today. Let's hope for a great day.
Thank you, Steve. Such wonderful words. Let's now invite Cisco, our first presenting vendor during today's summit, to talk about their IoT strategy and solution available for various key sectors.
Hello and welcome to this event for Westcon Comstor. I'm David O'Hara from Cisco Systems. I'm the director for the IoT route to market in the EMEA region. And I've been invited to present to you today the Cisco strategy around IoT, what that means for Cisco, our partners, and also for our end users who we work on together. So it's a great pleasure to be here today. I'll be going through this session for about 20 minutes, and let's kick it off then with a big thank you from us to the Westcon Comstor team, who've really been an amazing job in 2021 last year. Where we've really driven great business. They're number one in IoT bookings as of FY21 Cisco fiscal year, with an achievement of 42% of overall IoT revenue, which is an amazing achievement. So thank you to the Comstor team for that great success. They're also the fastest growing distributor also for FY21 with over 174% year-on-year growth, which is an absolutely amazing achievement. Kudos to the team. They've also had the highest contribution in routing and wireless bookings for us as well, with over 70% in the Gulf region, which is absolutely fantastic. And also highest penetration in the oil and gas market as well, with over 90% distribution bookings as well across that region. Not only that, they're also the highest have the highest number of transacting partners as well in the Gulf region. So really delighted with the support for Comstor, and they do get IoT, which is amazing and really great and supportive for this wonderful emerging technology. But of course, it's not all about the here and now. The here and now and the success has been built on IoT and Cisco working together with our partners over many quarters. And Cisco has achieved now 17 quarters of linked growth within the IoT business unit, primarily focusing on industrial routing, switching, access points, and related software. And this is an amazing achievement. We've actually had our best Q3 last fiscal and Q4 last fiscal, and currently this fiscal is doing rather well from the perspective of bookings and revenue. So we're very, very happy with how things are going, and we've reached, I guess, an inflection point. And this was very prevalent when Chuck Robbins, our CEO, actually called out IoT as a billion-dollar industry for Cisco, or a billion-dollar business segment, which is fantastic for us. And we're expecting, of course, to grow this substantially over the next few quarters as well. However, a lot of our customers and end users are embarking on customer projects. We've actually had 74% of our end users are starting IoT projects for the first time. 75% of our CFOs at our end users say that due to the pandemic, this is accelerating their digitization efforts in reducing human risk and supply chain and so forth. There's a lot of different challenges that have been involved and impacted from COVID, as well as other factors. And this is all part of the digitization, is to reduce those risks and optimize processes. So we're in the right place at the right time for IoT. I know IoT means many things to many people, but we at Cisco focus on just the industrial IoT portfolio currently. With the industrial IoT portfolio and how we're working on that, Cisco's been involved in industrial elements for about the last 13 years. So we're not new. And in this case, we have been growing organically at around 1.5 to 2% in relation to winning market share. But this rate is increasing the more we go. And Cisco has a policy that we like to be number 1 or 2 vendor in any category that we're involved in globally. And I'm delighted to say that we're number 1 in relation to wireless access points with over 50% global market share in our space. And we're also ranked number 1 in relation to being the largest vendor for industrial routing, also for switching for layer 2 and layer 3, which is amazing. But of course, we want to have 50% market share or more in all categories, and we are achieving that year on year with that penetration as well. So we're delighted with the success thus far. Of course, Cisco's all about, turning billion-dollar industries into multi-billion-dollar industries as well, and our market share is growing rapidly. Of course, we're focusing on industrial, legacy industrial, wireless, and cybersecurity as key factors for us. And we want to, of course, have that 50% market share, which will be us pushing into other areas and other segments of the business, and really focusing on winning market share then from our competition. The key trends in IoT, primarily there's 4 that we've seen and noted. The first one is around everything is moving to IP and Ethernet. This is just a general market trend. It's not just Cisco, of course. This is a systemic issue that's affecting all sectors of the business. But we are seeing security is really becoming a prevalent force for merging IT with OT, so that these different buying centers or different decision centers at end users are actually now having to work together more and more as business decision makers, and primarily the people within line of business who are responsible for running them want to have information not only from IT and business intelligence and artificial intelligence and dashboarding and pressing a button and getting it refreshed immediately to see their latest information and business intelligence, but they also want this to be extended into production, into warehousing, and harsh environments to be able to get full visibility into production and other facilities. So that's really where we're seeing this coming together, and security is a core element of that whole process. Also, people are looking into higher value from connectivity, because connectivity produces data, also from the edge, and this would include 5G, Wi-Fi, lower WAN connectivity, and also other standard connectivities that are currently running today. So IoT is mainly an amalgamation of multiple bearing technologies to produce the data according to the use case or the business case as well, because different bearing technologies cost different in relation to moving data from one place to another. So it's a team effort in relation to all of those different bearing technologies. And of course, partnerships. So as I said, team effort, partnerships are critical in IoT to accelerate business growth. No one vendor or one partner can do everything on their own, from sensor to cloud, across all different verticals and all markets. And this is really where it's a team effort in supporting ecosystem partners as well, in bringing on value and helping us all to create value for the end users. The key growth drivers based on all of this is mainly around, of course, enterprise customers will need to modernize their infrastructure and move into environments that are autonomous now ever more thanks to COVID. We think COVID's actually accelerated digitization and autonomy in industrial environments by about 10 years forward, which is great for us. That means there's actually a real need now for this to actually happen. And the segments we see this happening are around transportation, smart cities, oil and gas and mining, of course, manufacturing and utilities. And the key dynamics in these markets would be around autonomous and remote operations, the advent, of course, of 5G. It's not the answer to everything, but it will definitely address certain use cases in certain segments of the market. And also critical infrastructure investments are becoming ever more prevalent across the board, as well as, of course, cybersecurity and visibility, because if you can't even see what's running on your environment and on your network, how can you secure it? And this is really a first stage in getting a robust security proposition together. So they're the key growth drivers in the market. But of course, with Cisco, it's not just about the growth drivers and what does that mean. We double click on really simplicity, security, and scalability. That's what Cisco's all about. And what we have, of course, here is mainly around manufacturing CVDs. So these are Cisco validated designs. Usually they take about 1.5 years to develop. And these are really focused on verticals. In this case, we've got verticals in manufacturing, in utilities. So this would be power, gas, generation, and so forth. Energy as well, primarily around oil and gas. Transportation, so this will be mass transit, rail, and roadways and intersections as well, as becoming a big part of smart cities. The next one, which is then looking into parking and security and connected community infrastructure. So they're the key areas that Cisco focuses on, where we would have domain experts in all of these areas who really know the business, not only on the IT side, but also primarily on the OT side as well, and the industrial space. And these validated designs help our partners to ingest and understand best practices in relation to these technologies and areas, and how they actually address these areas. These are based, of course, on established processes that we would have within Cisco generally, based on extended enterprise. So if you've already got Cisco well understood from an enterprise networking perspective, it's how you extend that into these industrial spaces is where we can really help you, because it's based on a lot of the existing technology and the certifications that you would already possess if you're a Cisco partner. We also have remote and mobile assets as another proposition as well then for edge intelligence and extending that out then to the edge. And of course, we work with proven partners as well across the board. As you can see here, there's a lot of brands I'm sure you work with as well, like Schneider Electric and others, and Rockwell, just to call out a couple whom we work with as well, to make sure that the OT side of the business is addressed correctly. And we would design these propositions as well with a lot of these partners also. To start your journey, so you've understood really, what the case is then, where we actually operate in the verticals, and what the key drivers are in the market. But then what does that mean for you as a partner, and how can you actually work on making a profitable journey into IoT? As I'm sure a lot of you have been looking into this as a proposition, but have really been wondering about how to approach this, or others of you as well have actually worked in IoT but need to grow the business. So we look at it really as a 3-stage process. The first one is around engaging with your IoT specialists at Cisco to help learn about what the portfolio of IoT is at Cisco, help you to really, streamline that proposition and get deal support. So we help you to identify, qualify, and close opportunities at your customers. The next stage is around expanding into simple solutions. So you look into your current proposition at Cisco and how you would expand that then into extended enterprise at IoT level, OT security, and then maybe industrial asset vision, and looking at your full stack proposition, maybe around ports, airports, roadways, and warehousing, and moving maybe beyond, in some cases, even your oil and gas proposition to cover that as well, which would be very interesting. And then the final stage we'd look into would be advanced use cases around industry-specific areas, around those CVDs. If you really want to double down into part of those CVDs or all of them, we're there to support you, and go into edge intelligence and optimization then of networking at the edge. We can help you to develop that then for utilities, manufacturing, transportation, and oil and gas as well. So there's a lot of great domain experts within Cisco that can help you to achieve one or all of these different desires. The Cisco route to market team. So I lead a team of experts in the EMEA region, and we support only the partners, so distributors and the partners of those distributors exclusively. And our role is mainly to help you for sales enablement, around training programs, getting you onboarded, helping you kickstart your business, but also to help you maybe decide on your go-to-market strategy and develop that with a go-to-market plan, maybe even develop an IoT business practice, culminating in use cases and competitive war rooming and so forth, so that would help you really define what your team is and what players you have in your organization that would be appropriate for addressing the great opportunity that is IoT. And then finally, we would help you to build your pipeline and help you to win deals with a great team, and I'll explain who they are in a minute, in your region as well. Within the Gulf region, Cisco's got an amazing team of experts in many different areas to support you to develop your business as well there. And that would be then around more the tactical engagement as well. Then once you've understood the portfolio, how can you actually develop your business? Do you need extra funding? Maybe for partner acceleration funds from your Cisco PAM were available, or VPAM, or if you don't have one, then we can maybe just look at your business and then get my team to support you in getting on the track to IoT certification so that you can actually benefit from all the incentives and advantages that you would have from Cisco. So really, Cisco and Comstor can provide you with the resources, the tools, and the programs to help you win. We have lots of resources on the Partner Success Guide, whether it's related to IoT training. There's a plethora of different opportunities in relation to Sales Connect around training videos, documentation, and so forth that you can get there. If you want to be a bit more ambitious and learn more about it, there's also IoT specializations where you can take black belt exams, which are remote on-demand trainings and certifications as well. So you can get access from those certifications to get incentives, where you get extra incentives, both monetary and also from a hardware perspective, to help you to set up labs and so forth as well, which is based on those specializations. So there's a whole program. As you know, at Cisco, we're graded with incentives and specializations, because that's how we help our partners succeed in the market. So we've also got a very robust proposition for IoT. And also we have lots of tools and resources as well, and I'll give you and share a link as well at the end of my presentation, which would be, I'd say, a good start for everyone to start the journey in looking into what those tools and resources actually are. We do have lots of benefits. Some of those I'd just like to highlight in this slide here is also we have really propositions around promotions. These are bundles that will cover off different tools, either hardware or software as well. Operations Dashboard will be launched very soon in your region with some of our hardware, and that'll be then given for free for a year. Also on some of our IE 3200s right up to the IE 5000, there'll be a 50% off for DNA software subscriptions as well. And also folks who want to look into security with CyberVision, we're also offering CyberVision for free with DNA Center as well on selected products. So there's more details on this on our link that we will share with you as well in this presentation, or you can just reach out then to the Cisco team to get further details on these and other special offers as well that are open to specific partners in the region. So with that, the team. So the IoT MEA team are really broken up into three groups. The first group in blue is the demand generation team. So they help our Cisco account managers identify, qualify, and close opportunities at end users as a demand generation. And then those folks look for partners to help implement, because as you know, around 90% of our revenue goes through the partner channel. It is critical for us. We have partners first policy in that sense. And they always look for talented partners in different areas to focus on different use cases in geographic regions. So they're very, very eager to reach out to and understand what you as partners can do to help them close deals or implement deals that they've actually discovered with the end users. That's one cohort as well that works in the region. And then the folks then in the yellow here, Maya, for example, Maya Mograbi is based in Dubai in my team, and she's only focused on the partner community and helping partners get onboarded and enabled. And she's dedicated then to supporting you in getting your IoT journey and helping you to start that as well. So I would highly recommend you reach out to Maya, who will actually be presenting after my session as well. So she'll explain to you a little bit more about that. And then also we've got another group as well in the Middle East Africa region who look after a specific product. This is Fluid Mesh Curb, which is a specific broadband technology that we've acquired recently at Cisco. And those folks also support particularly oil and gas in that region as well. So there's a good team of folks as well. It's not everybody, but at least it's the folks that I think would be very helpful for you to start your journey or go to the next stage within your IoT journey. So this is the Cisco IoT portal. So it's iotpartners.cisco.com. This is really a one-stop shop where you would have all of your data, because sometimes I have to say Sales Connect can be difficult to find information because there's so much there. It's really a huge library of data. But this is really just focused on IoT. It gives you the latest information on what's happening and what's top of mind, resources, trainings and specializations and so forth. So it's a really a one-stop shop for everything IoT. And I would urge you all to check out the link and see what's there as well. And then you'll see exactly what the propositions are in an easily consumable manner. So call to action really would be for us is to, I would urge you to engage with your Comstor AM and discuss with them how to leverage IoT with Cisco, and they will work directly with Maya and others as well then within the Middle East region as well, particularly in the Gulf states. Also, we've got great coverage. So there is a team there. They're ready to help you. Also visit the partner portal. As I said, it'll give you a good view over what you can do, maybe what others are doing as well. We do have also best practice sharing in that area. That would be something I think that would help you to understand what it means to you. And also to help you to leverage those promotions and demo kits as well to create opportunities with your customers. We're there to help you. We want you to succeed in IoT. Of course, we want you to sell Cisco as much as possible, but we do understand that there are other areas and other aspects of the business that you want to develop as well around partner profitability. We will look at everything to help you. We're not new. We've now got a very, very broad team to help you to achieve that. So just reach out to us. We'll be happy to discuss any opportunities that you have currently. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. It's really a pleasure. We're looking forward to exciting 2022 with you. And now I'd like to hand it over to Maya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for the introduction. And hello, everyone. My name is Maya Mughrabi, and I'm the IoT Channel Sales Lead covering Middle East and Africa region. So in the previous session, David talked to us about the key driver growth for IoT and how digitization is increasing across all vertical industries in the world. And of course, oil and gas is no different. The question is, where do we start? Well, we need to focus on what's relevant. And we can do that by first pinpointing the customer business objectives. So identifying where are they focusing more. Is it on security? Is it on operations, or is it mainly on the safety of their workers? Then we need to look at the technology trends. Where are the investments happening in the market, and that is helping that transition for these customers from the traditional business models to the more automated ones. And then we need to talk about how Cisco is helping that through its products and solutions. And that area in the middle is going to be the focus area for our sessions, because this is what's going to be relevant for the customers, and this is the solutions that is going to help that digital transformation for those customers. Now, when we talk about oil and gas, we need to first talk about those business objectives, where the customers are focusing the most. And here we're talking about stakeholders that are mainly in the operational and production environment. So what these people want is to actually have return on their capital investments. They want to have better visibility and control on their assets. They want to reduce their cost of operations. And they want also to have efficient production while maintaining the quality and the reliability of the system. Of course, reduction of their downtime will help them as well achieve that operational excellence and ensuring compliance to regulatory systems that might have been imposed by the government. Another angle to look at is, of course, HSE, which is the employee safety. So these customers are mainly looking at how to carry on the operations while having zero incidents and zero injuries. Now, the pandemic has also introduced a new stage of workforce hybrid model. So we see that transformation in the workforce. And in oil and gas specifically, we have an aging workforce where the main knowledge lies with experts that are not mainly on the field. So those customers are looking at tools that will help them get those experts remotely to help the workers on the field. Finally, sustainability. Now, this is a topic that you would hear across all of the industries, but oil and gas is the most important one because our customers are looking at solutions that will help them reduce the carbon emission, that will help them resort to renewable and alternative clean energy sources that will eventually reduce the impact on the environment. Now, to look at technology trends in oil and gas, you need to first talk about the different segments in oil and gas. So starting from the upstream segment, and here we're talking about companies who are searching for underwater sources of crude oil and natural gas. These companies are pumping, transferring oil or natural gas into storage containers and aboard large transports. So for these companies, they are looking at connecting their SCADA systems to remotely collect that data from wells, from important assets that are on the field. As well as they're looking at predictive maintenance in terms of deploying technology that will help them predict failures for components before they go down and shut down the operations, such as lift rods, pumps, and compressors. Customers are also looking at gathering critical data for their wells within the wells themselves, from production volumes, water levels, tank levels. And this is the data that will help these customers make critical business decisions and cut their costs. Of course, finally, digital workforce is more and more common as customers are looking at giving workers access to tools and collaboration applications that will help them to increase productivity and ensure their safety. Now, the other angle is on the midstream. So here we're talking about transporting the crude oil and the natural gas, whether it's sea through maritime ships or over the land through connected pipelines and vehicle transport. Now here, in addition to predictive maintenance and digital workforce that we've seen in the upstream, we're also looking at fleet management, which is critical to determine the location, the status of the transportation vehicles, monitoring the pressure and storage levels that are being stored and should be regulated during the transport. Another angle is also looking at the pipelines. So how can they detect data and remotely control the pipelines to make sure the integrity of those pipelines connecting to DCS systems for real-time visibility. And going beyond that, looking at the pipeline safety, which is paramount here to detect any leakage or any breaches that can impact the safety of the compliance of the operations. Now, the last one is, of course, the downstream, which is the final stage of the process. But here we're mainly talking about factories that are transforming the raw material into products and solutions. And this is something that we address in our manufacturing use cases. But this is a slide that you can find under our Portfolio Explorer for oil and gas, where we try to present to you use cases spanning across those different segments. And we try to divide that into three different categories, starting with plant and field operations. So we're talking here about use cases that help our customers connect to industrial control systems, to their SCADA systems. And this is normally through wired network. But in many cases, you also see wireless infrastructure being deployed to optimize operations for equipment health monitoring during the operation, and also to reduce the complexity of the deployment. Moreover, customers are using, we have use cases around predictive maintenance to prevent faults before they occur and reduce downtime, detect any leakage or rupture detection whenever it's possible. Now, moving to the second category, which is mainly focused on the people, on the workforce enablement. So we talk about providing tools and use cases that will help collaboration between the workforce, that will help them have visibility on their assets, do their tasks on the field without needing to go to the control center. One thing I forgot about the plant operations, which is a specific use case in oil and gas, is a use case around shutdown and turnaround operations. And this is a phase very important for our customers because this is their maintenance period, and they look at reducing the time it would take for them to do this shutdown operations and ultimately to reduce their costs. Now, of course, security is very important, not just physical security, cyber security. So we provide solutions that help customers to protect their critical infrastructure and eliminate any digital threat that might occur with this connectivity that we're trying to establish. So where do we sit within these solutions? Well, our portfolio is mainly on the connectivity layer. So we provide products that help create that transport layer, which will extract the data from the field assets and then send this data over to any application. And we rely on partners like you to create turnkey solutions that you will offer to the customer. Now, of course, we help you within this integration process by making sure that our products can understand the protocols from the key vendors that you would see from the bottom layer, vendors like Emerson, Honeywell, Yokogawa, and Schneider. And we also help with the integration on the upper part with applications like Microsoft Azure and AWS. And we go beyond that. We also have created Cisco validated designs. These are tested referenced architectures that we have done on actual deployments, and we have documented to you across every vertical when oil and gas is one of them, and you can take it to accelerate that deployment on your customer site. Now, if I want to show you one slide on the portfolio, I think this would be the best slide. This is the products that we offer to drive that connectivity within those use cases, ranging from industrial switches for wired connectivity, industrial routers when wired connectivity is not an option, so the customer needs to rely on cellular. Also on the wireless spectrum, we have different products for different wireless technologies. And of course, cybersecurity is very important, and we have a tailored solution for securing industrial networks. Now, something important to mention here is that all of this portfolio has been designed for harsh environment, meaning it can sustain temperature from -40 to 75 degrees. It has a high mean time between failure. That means a quick recovery because we're talking here about critical operations. The performance is not impacted by shock and vibration. And finally, it also has the compliance to standards that you see very important in this particular sector. Now, while switching and routing are very important, I will focus in this session mainly on three different aspects. The solutions we offer on the wireless, depending on the customer need. So we'll cover the Wi-Fi and the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul, and we'll also talk about security. So let's talk first about wireless. Why are we considering wireless in hazardous locations? Well, customers are trying to maintain operations when a standard working environment is not possible. They want to enable internal, external operation staff that are required to work mostly remote or offsite. And while you cannot just tell them to stop their operations on the ground to pull and lay down that civil work. So this is where multi-purpose wireless infrastructure becomes very handy to support plant workers, which will improve productivity and safety. How do we do that? Well, improving productivity and time to start work by improving visibility into real-time gas detection, personal location, optimizing evacuation, route planning, and optimizing turnaround time. So when it comes to safety, we talk about real-time gas monitoring, detection of risk maps. We're talking about getting historical analysis of gas leakage prediction, automated evacuation route planning. And when it comes also to the assets, we're talking about automated collection of data that traditionally are performed manually by workers making site visits or rounds in order to increase their efficiency and also ensure their safety. And also we provide location awareness use cases to track their whereabouts, especially that is important when we're talking about periods like TAR periods or mustering, where you need to track every single employee in case any incident happened. Remote expert is a use case we also talked about. This is giving that collaboration capability to workers on the field to get experience and insights from experts that are on control center or somewhere else in the world. So what are the products behind those wireless use cases that I talked about? So one product is our IW6300. This is our industrial access point. It's purposely built for Class 1 Division 2 environments, so HAZLOC certified. It's actually the first access point that has the ability to run applications because it can host an IoT module that gives that ability to do edge computing capabilities, very important in cases like predictive maintenance where you need to have real-time analysis of the data. It also has multiple features like dual PoE, PoE+, and also support uplinks and SFP, Ethernet, and wireless. One thing important about this wireless access point is that it hosts a module from our ecosystem partners, and this is an example of the joint solutions that we offer with them. From Emerson, we have that module, that wireless hard gateway that detects the data from the sensors across their field assets, and similarly from Honeywell with the ISA 100. So this is an example of a customer that is in an integrated energy company specializing in the production of synthetic crude from oil and sands. And you can see here how the wireless access point has been deployed for that specific use case around the shutdown and turnaround operation. In those periods, normally in refineries can have up to 2,500 workers, but in those periods, the number of workers can increase up to 5,000. So when you lay down that wireless infrastructure, you can have tracking of all of these workers to identify where they're spending time the most, to make sure they're being productive, and also to ensure their safety, not to be in areas where maintenance is happening, and you need to make sure that no one is in this area. So this is an example on wireless, but in many cases, we have seen that there's also a requirement to have low latency and high bandwidth for critical applications. And here we're talking about establishing a bridge with the field assets where we're trying to extract data to and send this data to critical applications to do remote control or autonomous control of vehicles or systems that need this data. So we provide our ultra-reliable wireless backhaul as a solution where the traditional Wi-Fi or the cellular might not be able to fit the requirement in terms of bandwidth and latency. How do we do that? Well, this is a solution that we have acquired from a company that designed this solution based on MPLS for wireless, to provide a bandwidth that can reach up to 500 megabit per second for both fixed and moving assets. In moving assets, we're talking about speeds up to 350 kilometers per hour. And we're talking about big coverage area from 10 to 20 kilometers. Now, the nicest thing about this, in addition to the bandwidth and the low latency, is that it operates on a non-licensed spectrum, so you don't need any license, and you can make it up and running in a short period of time. One example about using that wireless infrastructure inside to drive use cases like for expert on demand, the remote expert use case that we talked about, where this use case is actually a combination with different solutions that Cisco offers, not just the wireless infrastructure, but also the collaboration piece through WebEx, where we can help securely connect frontline workers with remote experts. And this is also an example of a joint solution that we have with some of the partners like Realware, who provide the helmet in this case. Now, We talked about connectivity and use cases around connectivity, but it's important also to talk about security. How do we make sure that we are securing that core of the operations where our customers are mainly driving their processes? Well, what we have seen is that for many of those customers, they don't have a clear visibility on what they have in their network, what are their assets that they have, the topology, and also on the vulnerabilities of their assets. Now, in order to secure the network, you need to first understand it. And this is exactly what our solution that is called Cybervision tries to address. We provide through different stages that first starting with the visibility to the industrial control assets. So listing out what are the assets that are in the network, how are they communicating together, which ones that are now vulnerable that I need to take care of. And then we go beyond that. We try to understand the communication between them and identify if there's any changes in the network to track any activities that are done by subcontractors and highlight if there's any unintended change as a threat that the customer might need to take care of to make sure to protect their network. And how do we do that? Well, we do that through a tier 2 architecture where we deploy sensors on the field to do a deep packet inspection of the data. But we don't span all that traffic to the center. We actually do an analysis of the data that goes and create a metadata that is only a percentage of the data and send that to the center. Now, the beauty of our solution is that the sensor can be deployed as a software inside our industrial switches and routers. That would reduce the hardware and the cost. But more importantly is that you can integrate the solution. One, from the left-hand side with our IT security solutions that our IT team are familiar with, but also you can push all those insights to any SIEM that the customer might be using as a single pane of glass to secure and monitor their network. Now, for oil and gas, this is very important because what we're talking here about is having that visibility across those different segments. So from the downstream, midstream, and upstream, we deploy the sensors and push all the data to that center that can be on a control center. But we go also beyond that. If the customer has different location, we also provide a global center that will consolidate everything for a headquarters, for example, to have visibility up to the lowest level. Now that finally, what we try to do in security is to take the customer into a journey, starting from that visibility on the asset inventory, going to identify the vulnerabilities, mitigating the risks, detecting any intrusions, and also monitoring any behavior that might lead to that downtime. One example of a customer that deployed the solution because they wanted a way to maintain and have an up-to-date inventory of their OT assets, and also to help both departments, OT and IT, work together while securing their pipelines. So they deployed our solution across 2,500 industrial sensors on their floor, and they were able to get those reports and real-time anomaly detection, and also integrated and plan for their maintenance periods, and they're also planning to extend that to the IT side. So finally, how do you start? Well, you start with addressing questions to get the answers from your customers on what is their pain points, starting by what are the areas of the operation they like to have better visibility in, if their remote workers have or are they able to cooperate together, and where are they spending most of the time into managing their equipment that's spread across their field. Now, for more information, feel free to access those links for additional resources, or if you have any questions or any opportunity, I'll be more than happy to address that, and you can contact me through my email address that you see here. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eddie Busaidi. I am a part of Cisco. I'm an IoT sales for Middle East Africa. It is a pleasure to join you today for the 5G for Westcon Comstor 5G and IoT Summit. Today, I'll be talking about transportation and how 5G and IoT is in this vertical and how you can expand and think about things from a system integrator standpoint. So first, let me talk to you about a little bit about some transportation trends that's happening. There's 1.35 million people dying every year on our roads. Cities and governments are trying to reduce this number throughout the whole world. And as you see in our region, one of the major things that's been happening here is you've seen a lot of speed cameras come into fruition around the roadways. And you're going to see more and more things being developed around trying to reduce these numbers. The other thing is that there's many different IoT devices that are being connected in cars and in the transportation sector. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we proceed in the presentation. But more importantly, 25% of the major cities will have to change their infrastructure from a transportation system when autonomous vehicles come into play. This connected automated vehicle infrastructure and using 5G for connected vehicle to everything as an infrastructure and a communication. You also have DSRC, which is a dedicated short-range communication. And this is where it's a type of technology where vehicles to vehicles will be communicating to each other and how they communicate. And this is all around self-driving vehicles, autonomous vehicles. Some other trends that you're seeing transforming the industry, this whole buzz around digitization and how that affects transportation, how that affects airports, how does that affect airlines, how does that affect cars, taxi systems, logistics, shipping. There's this whole roll around digitization. And the key component is all around data. How do you get all this information and make intelligence? You're going to see a lot of different infrastructure being placed around intelligent transportation systems. Another thing is the shift in the international trading. As you've seen here, China has taken over from a trade perspective. You have all the shipping lanes. You're seeing now Jebel Ali. We'll probably see some things happening in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia. So how does that all change, right? And then the key component, what everyone's looking at, is around climate change and environment, how does transportation affects the climate change. This whole thing around telecommuting, COVID has changed the way we're going to be working as we go forward. Now what they're saying is most meetings will be a hybrid meeting, which means that somebody will be telecommuting or being virtual in a meeting. And then this whole software-driven changes. We've already seen it. Everybody knows Uber, but there's going to be many, many more. I mean, what they're saying in the future that there's potentially that people want own cars. What they'll do is just use a software to book a car in a location, and then that car will take them, because it's self-driving, take them wherever they need to be. And as I mentioned earlier, safety conditions. I mean, safety is always a key concern of infrastructure investment and how we make better safety considerations for the citizens within these communities. GPS. Today GPS is very simple, but the next generation GPS and what the information comes from that GPS and making it intelligent. So if you have a GPS in a car and how that communicates back to the infrastructure of transportation system. And last but not least is what's driving the main thing is this whole autonomous vehicles, right? Self-driving vehicles and where that comes into play. And I'm going to talk a little bit more around that. That's going to drive different social behaviors within our communities. More people will live in rural areas. But more importantly, it's just going to change the whole infrastructure around the transportation industry. So why Cisco? We've been the market leader in this space. We are doing different things. We have a lot of different things in this space, and I'm going to share a couple of different use cases. From a technology standpoint, we're innovating. What we're doing is making our technology more modular. Before, what we did before is if you had 8-port switch and you're adding different ports, what we'd have to do is you would have to take out that box and put in a new box. Now we're saying just add an expansion module. We have validated designs in the transportation. We have it also in the cities. When you talk about transportation, it's not only just think of the vertical transportation, but how it applies to a city. We've been recognized from an industry standpoint. We've won some awards. But more importantly, the key component of all this is our ecosystem of partners that work with us to develop solutions for this industry and this vertical. And last but not least, we're innovating. There's these solutions called IOX, where we're putting Docker containers that allows system integrators like yourselves to be able to develop apps that will pull data and make decisions for those customers on that box. Of course, security is key. I mean, the biggest hindering from digitization in this space is around security. And then this thing that we call industrial network director, which is our network management management software that allows you to ease of use of deploying these solutions. So some of the use cases here where we play, and we have validated designs, and we played heavily in this roadside infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, around autonomous vehicles, right? How that infrastructure is, how that infrastructure on the roads will communicate with cars and with the signal, with the lights and traffic and so forth is going to be very different in the future. From a rail transportation, it's all around safety and compliance and passenger experience and operational efficiency. And we have solutions around that. And of course, in the aviation and airports. Today, I'm not going to talk too much about the aviation airports because the real opportunity in the transportation, at least in the Middle East area, is around the roadways and transit areas, more so than the airports. We're fortunate enough that our airports in our region are new, so they have invested. But there are some things there that they're doing. You know, for example, in Dubai, they're thinking about that you shouldn't even go through customs with facial recognition and the passport information. Why should you have to go to customs? We should be able to just do some facial recognition, just go right through. So there's a lot of innovation that's happening in our region. You're going to see that more in the airports. This is the only slide I have that has some products. And the only reason I'm putting this there because I want you to think of an infrastructure from an architecture standpoint and how this is, how you have to think about from the transportation. There's the street layer of infrastructure that will then do some backhaul and distribution that goes up to a centralized infrastructure and then goes to the application layer where you make decisions in control centers. So we have solutions from hardware and software across all this infrastructure. Some use cases. The number one use case that we see in this vertical is around video surveillance in our region. Pretty much almost all the Middle East countries in the region have Cisco as part of their video surveillance. Now, we don't sell the cameras. You would buy that from a third party. We do have Meraki cameras for cloud-based, but in our region, cloud is not something that people want yet. It is coming when we're seeing it prevalent. But the infrastructure that powers up those cameras from a PoE standpoint is Cisco. And it's all around how to get information back to the Ministry of Interior and how to make decisions for people that are managing roads or for people doing surveillance or security. The next thing is around traffic signals, right? Making those intelligent. Today, they're on timers. In the future, they won't be. In the future, will be how the traffic patterns are happening in a city or in a country and how that will change the signaling within the traffic. And that infrastructure that you see like on the left-hand side in that white box, inside there has Cisco equipment. Traffic signaling priority. So for first responders around firefighting, right? Being able to say if a fire truck is coming down the street because there's an emergency, how do you change the traffic? And then we have equipment around that and how to help you solve that from a customer standpoint. Dynamic messaging. We're seeing that prevalent in some of the countries in the Middle East, but there are other countries that need a lot of help around this. You know, today, how do we do this today as a citizen, if you think about it, right? If we're starting to see a traffic pattern on a road, what do? We go to our phones and we open up Google Maps and we see and look and see, okay, we see some traffic up front. What if the road was intelligent enough to know there's an incident that's happened up in front and the messaging will say, hey, there's an accident up front automatically, and it's diverting, say, if you're going a route to downtown Dubai coming from the JBR, right, there's another direction that you should go that will get you there faster. And our equipment is allowing you to be able to have this ability in our road systems. Another one is the weather. People don't realize that we have fog in one of our countries, right? And actually a couple of countries, also in Morocco as well, and Egypt. And so now what we're doing is we have systems and sensors on the roadways that will be able to look at the weather system and then go back to the digital signage and give you information around that. Electronic toll stations. We're seeing this more prevalent, more so in Africa. So Egypt is starting to have more electronic toll stations. Morocco is starting to have it. Dubai already has it. Abu Dhabi recently introduced it. Oman and other countries, Qatar still hasn't, but you're going to start seeing a lot more around toll stations just because of the way these governments and cities want people to travel around their city. And so in these toll stations, you'll have Cisco equipment that powers up the CCTV cameras, the RFID, the video surveillance, the tolling, the messaging. There's so many different use cases that you find in the toll stations. One thing that people haven't seen yet, but will be coming, is like gas stations, right? Electrical vehicles. You're going to have these electrical charge stations. These are going to be connected, and they need to be connected. I mean, there's even thoughts around that the ground, the actual asphalt, will have charging stations as we get more prevalent with electric cars. Electric cars are still not there yet. The price point that they need to be is around $36,000 before it becomes full scale. And we've already gotten there with Telsa. But more importantly, the next part is around the charging stations and how quickly you charge the vehicles. They say that the vehicles need to be fully charged within 30 minutes. So you're going to need to have these fast charging stations around the city. And that's the next component that's going to come in place within these cities. And these are all connected, and we've shown proof that's connected by Cisco equipment in the background. When it comes to the connected rail and mass transit capabilities, there's so many things that we're doing there, from passenger Wi-Fi, voice communication. The communication of the train system is on Cisco backbone. What we've also done is we recently purchased a company called Fluid Mesh, which is now we now call it ultra reliable wireless backhaul. And this gives passengers Wi-Fi, consistent Wi-Fi in rural areas across the whole length of the train, 200, 300, 400 kilometers. And we're seeing that. So think of in rural areas where Wi-Fi is limited. We have solutions that will provide you the ability to have consistent Wi-Fi throughout the whole experience of the mass rail or mass transit. And the last but not least, the last use case that I'm going to talk about is a little bit around ports and terminals. This has been the place where it's most automated so far. And we have solutions around there that's giving you real-time information, and it's giving you autonomous self-driving information that's allowing things to be autonomous. And the ports have been very good to us in the sense that they're the ones that have been adopting our technology more than anybody else from an automation standpoint. If you look at Dubai World, if you look at the airport there, Dubai World Central, why was that airport created? It's the largest airport, but it's more around logistics. It's more around transportation. It's taking cargo from the ships at Jebel Ali Airport and moving it to a plane and being as efficient as possible and making that autonomous. And that's where they're heading in Dubai. And we're going to see that in Jeddah. We're going to see that in Egypt. We're going to see that in many other places as well, as everyone is trying to digitize their process and become operational efficiency. So why Cisco? What do we do best? As you know, as a company, we connect things. We've been doing that for years. What we're able to do as well is once you connect things, you do some what we call edge compute or data extraction. So what you can do is if there's information, you have 100 data points, and you only need 10 data points in the application layer. We keep 90 data points at edge and send those 10 data points up to the cloud. And the last but not least is our ease of management, the tools that we're using to deploy all these solutions. And all of it is always being considered with security. That is the key component. Security. I cannot stress that enough. All these use cases that I just talked about, security will always be the first thing that the customer will think about. And that's where Cisco is innovating from a security standpoint. I want to thank you for your time today. I hope this has been beneficial. And thank you very much for attending. There'll be a short quiz after this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Cisco team, for that very informative session. I'm sure that our attendees found the session very useful. As mentioned earlier, you can send us your queries through the chat section throughout the event. Let's now take a short break from our techno-commercial sessions and welcome James Taylor, who is a motivational speaker, for today's first motivational session. Hi, James. Welcome to the event.
Hello and welcome. And today I'd like to talk to you about a concept called super creativity and how we can use it to accelerate innovation and adapt to change. But first, let me take you somewhere a little bit unusual, somewhere you might not necessarily have thought of. This is Stockholm in Sweden. Now, Stockholm's a beautiful city. There are two fun things to do when you visit Stockholm. The first is to go to the ABBA Museum, because you get to dress up like Benny and Bjorn, Agnetha, dance around to Dancing Queen. But afterwards, walk into the historical center, and there you will find the Nobel Prize Museum. The Nobel Prize Museum celebrates the greatest thinkers and innovators in history. One of the first exhibits that you'll come to is for this man. His name is Linus Pauling. Linus Pauling actually won 2 Nobel Prizes, one in the field of quantum mechanics and the other in molecular biology. And in his exhibit, you'll notice that they included his hat, a French beret. Now, Pauling kept this hat on his desk. This was to remind him that even though he was a man of science, of data, of rationality, he was also a creative, an innovator, an artist, someone with curiosity. And it's that combination of the analytical and the creative that I want to talk to you about today. You see, we need innovative, creative thinkers and collaborators today more than any other time in history. COVID-19 has changed how we think about our lives and our work, but it's also allowed us to fast forward into a new future. Meanwhile, exponential technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, is changing how we work and are going to replace many blue and white collar jobs. It's estimated by the University of Oxford that nearly 50% of jobs could be automated away over the next 20 years. Those jobs involving doing routine work or analytical tasks are going to be automated first. And depending on the type of work you do and where you live in the world, you're going to be affected in different ways. So, how can you best adapt to all these challenges? How can you not just survive, but thrive? There is one skill, perhaps more than any other, you need to develop in yourself and your team in order to adapt to this new age. Now, here's the good news. You already have this skill. My job today is to show you how you can develop it. And that skill is your creativity. And don't just take it from me. According to LinkedIn, creativity is now the #1 soft skill that employers are looking for, while collaboration is the third most important skill. Now, it's that combination of our human curiosity, our creativity, and our ability to collaborate with people and machines that's going to define the future. See, creativity is about bringing new ideas to the mind. Innovation is about bringing new ideas to the world. But without creativity, there is no innovation. Creativity is the engine of innovation. But we have a problem. You see, most people in the world today do not consider themselves to be creative. According to one study by Adobe, nearly 60% of the population, when asked, would say they don't think of themselves as being creative. That's a huge problem. That means that over the half of the people that you know in your organization do not consider themselves to have the one skill in order to survive and thrive in this new age. That's a huge problem. In fact, my friend Dr. K.H. Kim from Korea recently did a study, and she found that while IQ levels around the world have been increasing for many years, creativity levels have actually been declining. So what's going on? Why do most of us either not consider ourselves to be creative, or if we do consider ourselves to be creative, we're not doing anything to develop that skill? For the first 20 years of my working life, I managed the careers of high-profile rock stars, music artists. I were members of the Rolling Stones, lots of Grammy Award winners. And there's this myth that we tell ourselves as adults that's holding us back from doing our most creative, our most innovative work. And it's called the myth of the lone creative genius. This is the myth that says that creativity is just something that an individual does, an individual pursuit. But when I used to work there as a musician, as a manager of great artists, I would stand there at the side of the stage and I would look at the artists with the spotlight on them. If I looked to my left, I could see the thousands of tens of thousands of people in the audience enjoying the show. But if I looked to my right, I could see backstage and behind the scenes. Now, you as an audience member, you only ever get to see the singer with the spotlight on them. You rarely get a chance to see the 100, the 200 people backstage who are just as much a part of making a creative and successful show as the person with the spotlight on them. You see, the media loves this idea of the lone creative genius, the singer with the spotlight on them, or the CEO on the front cover of that business magazine, as if that CEO had single-handedly built that business. But you know that's a lie. It's a fiction. You see, creativity is collaborative. Creativity is a team sport. Now, there is a new thing that we're moving into now, which is one of the most exciting areas I feel around creativity. And it's around how we can really improve our creativity and innovation today. And it's this idea of what we call super creativity. It's about how we can augment our human creativity with exponential technologies like AI, machine learning, and robotics. Human plus machine. You know, these hybrid human plus machine creative collaboration systems are called centaurs, after the half-human, half-beast creatures of ancient Greek mythology. To give you a sense of what they look like, if you ever watched the movie Iron Man, in that movie you have the Tony Stark character played by Robert Downey Jr., and he has an AI assistant called Jarvis. And together, Tony, the human, Jarvis, the machine, they create and they build these amazing things. But today, this isn't a fantasy. Today, this is a reality. In the world of chess, for example, centaur chess players exist. A centaur chess player is just a human chess player paired and working alongside an AI. Now, here's the thing about centaur chess players, that human paired and working with an AI. It will beat the strongest human chess player any day of the week. But it will also be an artificial intelligence working on its own. That's because these centaurs combine our ability as the humans to be creative, to be curious, to ask questions, to be strategic, with the machine's ability to be tactical and crunch huge amounts of data. This is playing out in lots of different industries now. As humans, we're makers and creators of things, of products and services, companies and countries. It used to always be the case that ideas had to come from us and be developed by us as the humans. But today, we can work with machines in order to co-create. So, for example, in design, there's something called generative design. Let's say I want to design a chair. I can say to an AI, okay, I want to design a chair. I want it to support this much weight. I want it to weigh this much, cost this much. The AI will then create thousands of different designs based upon that criteria you've selected. The human teams, we then sit and review all of these different designs and decide, okay, which ones do I want to prototype? Now, the final design can look pretty wacky, but it conforms to all the criteria you've selected. If you travel on an Airbus, a Boeing plane now, have a look around you. Many of the components on that plane are created using this type of generative design. The human decides what they want to do. The AI does the first draft. The human team then review these, create the prototypes, and the final design is strong, lightweight, and durable, and might not have been the kind of design that a human or an AI would have created on their own. It's super creativity at work. I find this amazing. What an incredible time in history we're living in. Imagine the kinds of experiences that we could create for our clients. Imagine how you could revolutionize your industry, your field. Imagine the challenges in the world that we could solve together when we combine our human creativity with these exponential technologies. But in order to do this, we need to do things differently, and we need to do different things. When clients like EY, Intuit, Dell, IBM, McDonald's bring me in to deliver in-person, virtual, or hybrid keynotes or workshops, I share strategies and techniques to help their people unlock their creative potential, improve collaboration, and increase productivity. My clients come from all different industries, ranging from technology, financial services, retail, consumer goods. And in the time that we have remaining, I'd like to share with you a few ideas on how you can unlock your own creativity and improve the creative work you do in your organization. One of the frameworks that we teach is what we call the 5 stages of the creative process. These are just the 5 stages that ideas have to go through in order to be generated, developed, evaluated, and designed, and then made into the world. So it starts with the preparation stage, we have the incubation stage, the insight stage, the evaluation stage, and finally, the elaboration stage. Now, what I'm going to show you just now is, because we don't have time today to take you through all these different stages, I'm going to show you a few things to kind of help unlock your own creativity. One of the things that we find at this incubation stage, this stage when we're looking to think about our ideas, is most great ideas are not going to happen when you're sitting at your desk. Only 16% of your creative ideas are going to happen when you're at desk. Most ideas happen when you're doing either some low-level physical activity, or when you're in conversation, or when your mind is kind of relaxed in some way. So one of the first things I'm going to encourage you to do is, if you're looking to generate ideas, get up, get away from your desk for a little bit. Even what we eat and drink can affect our levels of creativity. Stimulants such as caffeine, coffee, which can be very useful in the preparation stage and also the last stage of the creative process, make having insights much less likely. Indeed, Martha Farrar, who's a neuroscience professor at the University of Pennsylvania, did a study, and she found that your chances of having creative insights, ideas, are dramatically reduced when you have high levels of caffeine in your system. So if you're looking to generate ideas, you want to switch to tea, reduce the caffeine levels. I'll leave you with a final little story that kind of demonstrates this idea, the super creativity idea. This is not a game, but it's not like a game of chess, it's a game of Go. The game of Go is an ancient Chinese board game, beautiful game, much more complicated than the game of chess. Now, this was a game between Lee Sedol, the world's greatest Go player, who is from South Korea, and Google's DeepMind, which is an artificial intelligence lab based in London. The AI had essentially learned how to play the game of Go using something called reinforcement learning. Now, no one expected a machine, an AI, to do well on a game as complex and as beautiful as the game of Go. But in those first few games, the AI kept winning. But something interesting happened. In game 4, in move 78, Lee Sedol, the human, made a move that was so creative, so innovative, so inspired, that immediately took the whole game of Go to a completely new level. Now, here's my question for you. Would Lee Sedol have ever played a move like that if he hadn't been challenged by a machine? Today, we see the world's best Go players play game after game alongside AIs, and we're seeing their world rankings skyrocket, because I believe these machines will actually help us unlock something of our true human creative potential. Watching this just now could be someone who is going to revolutionize your industry or your field. That person could be a member of your team. That person could be you. But you'll only get there today if you can, first of all, say, I am creative, to unlock your own creative potential that you were born with. But the second stage is where you need to augment your own creativity by collaborating with your team and exponential technologies in newer and deeper ways. So you can say, we are super creative. My name is James Taylor. Thank you so much for listening today.
Thanks, James, for that very amazing session. I'm sure that our attendees today have found this session very informative and thought-provoking. I'm sure that the takeaways from this session will help us in our personal and professional lives. It's now time for us to invite our next presenting vendor. With the promise of innovating everything, the fourth industrial revolution has been the topic of much discussion. It is viewed as the point where all the work done so far in connectivity, mobility, sensors, devices, and analytics, among others, combines to unlock powerful new possibilities. It is more and more evident that this fourth industrial revolution is no longer some future state vision. It is our current reality, and one that requires fundamental shift in how businesses get done. It is also evident that this new reality comes with this new reality comes significant complexity. The increasingly interconnected solutions of this new era require more innovation, more end-to-end solutions, more integration capabilities, and more sector-specific know-how. To talk about partnering to win the fourth industrial revolution, Please join me in welcoming Nokia team.
Hello, hi. I am Afif Abdallah from Nokia, the head of Channel Enterprise for Middle East and Africa. It's a pleasure to join you for Westcon Comstor 5G IoT Summit. Today, I will be talking about who is Nokia. So, Nokia, we create the technology which connects the world. In Nokia, we keep everyone everywhere connected in a secured manner. We are committed to our customer and to our partner to provide them with a reliable and a secured network, which are essential in today's world. In Nokia, we have a comprehensive portfolio, which provides scale and scope, and which has been diversified in multiple business groups. The first one, it is the mobile network, where here we are providing our 5G and LTE, and providing our mission critical servers, which we call it airframe. And we are providing our microwave for long haul and short haul, point to point and point to multiple point. At the same time, we are providing our market leader, which is FTTH, or what we call it passive optical LAN, and the fast mile connectivity within our fixed network business group. Nokia keep leading the world in their IP MPLS technology and optical DWDM, where we are helping the organization to be able to modernize their legacy network to a modern one, which help them to accelerate in adopting IR 4.0. In Nokia software, we are providing here an intelligent software, cybersecurity software, like an IoT and integrated and operation command center solution. And at the same time, we are providing our customer with a cloud infrastructure software, which will help them to be able to adopt and to accelerate their modernization of their network based on the market demand. In Nokia Bell Labs, which bring the innovation to the humankind, it is the world famous industrial research firm leading the 5G and the industrial internet innovation, and help the humankind and the organization to keep the technology between their hands to accelerate in adopting the industrial revolution 4.0. Global services. In Nokia Global Services, we are helping our customer and partner to navigate from complexity and to help them in their transformation towards digitalization and digitizing their business. In Nokia, we are serving our customer and partner in different segments, such as transportation, where we have a big portfolio supporting our customers in the railway, highway and road, aviation, and maritime. At the same time, we are in the energy, in utility, oil and gas, and mining. Manufacturing, where we are helping factories in their operational awareness, in automating their operation, and making it an agile process. We are also in supply chain and logistics, and we are also in government and cities, such as ministry, smart city, defense, military, and public sector. We are doing all of this by creating an infinite value through Industrial Revolution 4.0, and we cannot do that alone. We would like to do it with our partners in Middle East and Africa. Join us in our journey. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce my colleague, Noman Wahid, who is the customer team head for mobile network in Middle East and Africa. Noman will be talking about how Nokia 5G IoT fueling the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Thank you. Noman?
Okay, thanks Afif for the introduction. So let me start off my presentation. So my name is Noman Wahid. I am CTO for mobile network in Middle East. So I will be taking you through the Nokia vision of 5G IoT and how we are fueling the industry revolution 4.0. So let me get started with my presentation. So as a background from the industry point of view, we are looking to the Internet of Things as the next big thing in the digitalization and automation of processes and operations. As well as improving efficiency, industrial IoT will transform businesses and organizations, greatly increasing flexibility and giving them the ability to customize their offering for each customer. As a part of this transformation, 5G, with its raw capability and flexibility, bridges the gap between the physical and the digital world. It unlocks business productivity and agility on a scale not seen in previous phases of mechanization and automation. So let's look at a closer look at the market dynamics. Many industries are rebuilding their business models, which has become known as the fourth industrial revolution in the manufacturing industry or digital enterprise transformation in other commercial segments. Either way, industrial IoT will be the key enabler. We see tremendous efforts in various industries to rebuild their business model. So either way, industrial IoT will be the key enabler. I mean, we have run different simulations, various market sizing efforts have been made, but most point to this similar conclusion that the value creation for end users is significant, running into trillions of dollars, euros worldwide till 2025. And much of that value is captured towards the end user, end of the supply chain, that is with the application developers and the system integrators. Still, there is significant new business even for connectivity and compute infrastructure, as the potential number of new small cells and macro base stations sites show, right? So while 5G wireless network and cloud infrastructure is just a part of the overall requirement for investment, every euro of investment in this area yields more than €4 of value for end users. So where does this end user value arise from, right? So let's look into a little bit more detail into that background. So running across multiple segments, from future factories to transport hubs to e-health, there are three fundamental value propositions that are nearly universal. So the first one, increase efficiency in existing operations through the extensive application of automation informed by massive instruments of internal systems. And then the second part is seamless integration with key external stakeholders such as client, customers, collaborators, and suppliers. So automation is no longer simply a fixed on machine control loop, but an adaptive algorithm that continuously adjusts its short-term objectives based on the inputs from the world around it. The cost of delivering that automations are capped by extensive reuse of a single communication and compute infrastructure that is shared across many applications and end users. Number two is the high value outcomes. Since the automation is adapted, the systems that are automated are themselves more flexible, more responsive to short-term needs of the end users. Personalization and customization allows providers to address smaller markets, smaller groups of stakeholders whose needs prior to this could have not been economically addressed. As a good example here would be that of e-health solution that provide real-time adjustment of treatments for chronic conditions sufferers in a home environment, for example. So prior to this one, I could have been only delivered in expertly monitored environment of a hospital setting, not remotely. And then thirdly, the reduced risk. So prediction, detection, and response to system failures is greatly enhanced by pervasive IoT monitoring for and correcting anomalies. Also, we can create an IoT infrastructure that is itself robust to failure. All this allows for a more secure business operational model and more consistent outcomes and returns. This is the combination of IT, infrastructure, telecommunication, and operation technologies is triggering radical transformation in many industry segments. Okay, so as a human, we are more flexible, right? But when we talk about machines, machines are less forgiving, less adapted than humans. This forces operation technology providers to impose system requirements beyond those in the telco world of communication, infrastructure for voice, and human-centric data services. And these include basically a resilient data and compute architecture with no dependency on centralized cloud-based resources, keeping the local data where it is generated and used. Then a security architecture under full control of the end user and with minimal or zero exposed attack surface. Meaning IT web scale level of external attacks is simply not acceptable in these personalized environments. A business model that does not depend on a few critical, irreplaceable vendors nor providers or require government licenses such as Spectrum. Clearly established liability for failures in an investment cycle that is much longer than that of a traditional telecommunication gear with much more longer equipment and support lifetimes. So now we have a gap, and how do we bridge that gap? So 5G and Nokia's Future X architecture have the technology solution to do so, unifying the telco and the industrial automation worlds, right? So in some cases, industrial IoT does have a wired, inflexible precursor, but to realize the full vision of ultimate adaptability, replacing these wired with wireless access is a must. 3GPP is working to create 5G solutions which meet the needs of many common industrial control protocols like ProfitNet as an example, as a drop-in replacement for older wired Ethernet. Critical features include support of multi-access convergence for high reliability, time synchronized communication, ultra low latency, etc., etc. To keep data and computations local and secure, private edge cloud, as supported by 3GPP and ETSI, multi-access edge computing, are natural solution. Deep slicing enables the support of multiple applications and stakeholders on a common infrastructure, thereby minimizing CapEx and OpEx outlays. So deep slicing is the fine-grained network and service composition enabled by the decomposition of network functions, intelligent placement algorithms, and secure personal slices. Supporting machine learning and general analytics for both, number one, effortless network operations, and number two, intelligent application. This allows for automated optimization and mitigation in the face of failure. So the end result is a communication and compute infrastructure enabling intelligent converged OT solution for industrial IoT. So also from the standardization point of view, here we consider the primary focus area of sequential 3GPP releases to gain insights in the main use cases unlocked by each release. It should be noted that in any given release, features were introduced for most use cases. The intent here is to look at where the emphasis is given in each of these releases. So let me start off with the 3GPP release 13. So this release, as you know, was an LT release because it was where narrowband IoT and LT machine were introduced for the support of low power, wide area use cases as environment monitoring. These radio technologies are being co-opted into the 5G system with support for them being built into the 5G core in release 16. Okay. So as you know, 5G was first released in 3GPP release 15. And the main focus has been around enhanced mobile broadband services as its primary target, mainly for traditional consumer markets. The next release, release 16. So this concentrates more on the URLCC or ultra reliable low latency communication, which is a key requirement for applications in many industrial contexts. Further support for standalone network is aligned with private network deployment for industrial vertical customers. Then looking ahead to release 17 is likely to return to the arena of massive machine type communication, extended to more localized energy constrained application, add in device to device and mesh network and multi-layer security. And one has a system that unlocks the full purpose of 5G and future architecture for industrial control. So as well as being hugely diverse as a group in terms of application needs, some individual industry IoT application have extreme requirements, because you can imagine if you have an automated factory with robots versus which has more stringent requirement than the other one, which is basically just monitoring some of the sensors, right? So sensor can basically tolerate more delay, but if you're looking at robotics kind of application, they have to be very time synchronized with almost zero latency, right? So this is particularly the case where we are trying to replicate wirelessly the extreme reliability and low latency of existing wireline technologies, industrial Ethernet or unshielded twisted pair. So if you look at the graph, this has 3 dimensions. One is the latency, the other one is reliability, and then finally the throughput. So this trio basically define the different use case for the different application required by the different industries. Right? So it is clear that existing technologies such as LTE Advanced, cannot deliver for all applications. Important use case such as robotics and automations that have a combined both high reliability and low latency, right? Because if you look at the graph, the low latency and the reliability where they meet, you can see the robotics, but with LTE Advanced, we cannot satisfy those requirements. Okay, so from the Nokia perspective, so we believe in an end-to-end ecosystem. So we are trying to work with the different aspects of the industry, whether it's working with the different associations or verticals or with the industry, right? So this industry transformation will take an entire ecosystem from government agencies to industry associations, from end users to automation solution providers, to communication and cloud compute infrastructure vendors. So we at Nokia, we are working with critical stakeholders, always playing a key role in the realization of 5G transformation potential. This includes a lead vendor in key industrial associations such as 5G Alliance for Connected and Automated Industries. And then the Industrial Internet Consortium, defining the requirement for standardization bodies such as 3GPP and the IETF. And then also the solution provider for pilot deployment in selected verticals, always in collaboration with key industry players from those verticals. So in the middle part of the slide, you can see that we have basically partnered with different verticals. For example, we did this smart port with Hamburg Port Authority in Germany, where we demonstrated a couple of the use cases. One was around the VR use case, which is like looking at let's say the things that are inside a shipment or container. So without looking at the paperwork, you can just look at use the VR glasses to see what are the objects or for the particular container. And then also smart traffic management in the Hamburg Port Authority with automation. So without disrupting the traffic management in the authority, because you can imagine it could be quite complex if you want to manage the traffic management through manual intervention, right? And then we work for the 5G V2X. We work with the BMW group. So working on that, we are working with the verticals to enhance this cooperation. And then also for 5G industrial automation with Bosch. So this was about robotics. And this is where I was mentioning earlier that the low latency requirements and reliability are high for some of the industries. And this is an example for Bosch with doing the industrial automation using robotics. And finally, also, we are also a trusted advisor and advocate for industrial IoT with government agencies for regulation and spectrum allocation. So where is Nokia today in terms of our 5G ambitions? So today, we are working as a trusted partner with our customers. We have up to date 204 commercial 5G deals. Out of those, 72 are in commercial operations or live. So as per GSA, we have about 180 commercial 5G networks across the globe. So if you take 72%, is roughly 40% of those networks are being supplied by Nokia. And if you see that across the globe, we have 5G deployments across all the major markets. So North America, Latin America, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Asia Pacific, and the Greater China. So Nokia has a very strong base of 5G already deployments across the globe, and which we can basically further enhance by offering the IoT kind of application, whether it's for CSPs or for verticals or private enterprise. And also, in order to, we deliver mission, business, and society critical networks to asset-intensive industries and public sectors. So we, as Nokia, we have delivered value and results for over 1,550 customers in asset-intensive industries and public sector. Our mission critical network technologies help connect the heart of world's infrastructure. We have done this in the harshest of environment, in the most challenging of conditions. So we have worked with governments on emergency system and critical broadband initiatives. Our solutions keep the world moving over rail, air, highways, and oceans. And they are helping some of the world's leading manufacturers realize new levels of productivity, efficiency, and agility with 5G. Nokia is recognized global leader in 4G and 5G private wireless networks, where our private wireless network solution connect the operators of more than 380 plus customers globally across many industry segments. Private wireless offers new opportunities for our service provider partners and immense opportunities for our new customers, where the reliable, high bandwidth mobile connections we provide enable new levels of automation, safety, efficiency, visibility, productivity, and much more. The solution we deliver offer our customers the ability to accelerate their future visions, and in some cases, even reinvent industry for a profitable, sustainable future. So in closing the gap between the physical and digital worlds, 5G will enable business productivity and flexibility on a scale not seen in prior phases of mechanization and automation. This will run across multiple industry segments, from manufacturing to logistics, from automated vehicles to smart buildings. Nokia is playing a lead role in that transformation. So join us on the journey to the next industrial revolution. So thank you very much for listening to me. And then I would now like to pass on to my colleague, Shaudi Makhlouk, who will take you through City as a platform as part of the next presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Nauman, for shedding light on how 5G can fuel the fourth industrial revolution. We'll take this forward now with Nokia's vision for the smart city platform. So as we've seen with the Nauman's part, at Nokia, we have identified 4 key components that drive smart city initiatives. The first one, which we addressed earlier, is mainly the connectivity part. This could be, of course, fixed and wireless. And we've talked in the previous part, how can 5G enable smart city applications and the industrial revolution. Of course, the connectivity provides and constitutes the fabric or the nervous system that brings together all the elements of the smart city. The second part or key components is the city platform, which consists of an analytics platform, integrated operations center. This basically constitutes the brain or the control center that brings together all the aspects of the smart city under one single pane of glass. The third element is the intelligent assets. And here we're talking about physical infrastructure elements like smart poles, like traffic systems, energy management, CCTV cameras, and so on and so forth. And eventually, all the three, which I mentioned earlier, can contribute to provide next generation city services that can build up on the information coming from the various city assets, the platform, to provide the citizens with life-enhancing services. So that's basically, in summary, our view of how we can make smart city initiatives successful. We'll dive into the details of the second, third, and fourth point, since we have discussed lengthily already the connectivity part. So why we need the city platform, the advantages, and how this has evolved from the early days of smart city applications. As you might know, in the early days of smart cities, the early designs were based on smart applications and systems that provide, let's say, vertical solutions like smart parking, EV charging, smart lighting, environmental monitoring systems, for example. These were, separate systems, each providing the separate service or separate functionality. But lately, at Nokia, and I think the thought leadership across many companies and many consultants as well, we're moving into more, a horizontal stacked approach to smart city, which we call a smart city platform. And as you see, the platform can have different, let's say, horizontal components. And of course, the platform is still taking in and managing, the various vertical systems which were mentioned earlier. But these are now centrally managed, interconnected, where the data can be shared between the various systems, where we can create workflows, where we can create analytics, and eventually, and very importantly, we can now expose the data coming from these systems and coming from the analytics, expose the data to third parties. For example, this city information can be opened up to universities to do research, research, for example, on the environment, on the pollution, research on analytics. It can be opened as well to third-party companies, to startups that can come and use the city assets, the infrastructure, the connectivity, the platform, and create new applications that can help, enhance the life of the citizens. And I think that's the primary objective of having any smart city platform or initiative to start with. And eventually, and on top of all this, we need an integrated operation center that can encompass all what's happening within the city, and this is on the top layer eventually. And at Nokia, we have a very, very strong platform called the IOC, or Integrated Operations Center. And this platform constitute the link and can ingest, all the information coming from IoT devices, like all types of sensors and so on. Non-IoT devices, if you talk about, video cameras, radars, and so on and so forth, and basically present all these information in a single pane of glass view for the city operators. Of course, it allows remote operation. It allows safety monitoring and security. It allows asset management. And of course, real-time data visualization from the various sources into one single video wall. Of course, creating automated workflows is a key element of this platform, basically allowing, in case, let's say, a fire is detected somewhere within the city, to create automatic dispatch from the fire brigade to send the related CCTV feeds and so on and so forth. And many, many applications can be created in that sense using the automation that can be provided by the IOC. One example, of course, to add to that is, and this also can be linked to our smart port solution, which I'll come to discuss about it a bit later. For example, if you want to do an EV charging solution, and here I'll link that to the 4 components of the city platform, which are mentioned in an earlier slide. So we need first we need some intelligent assets. In other words, either a smart pole or let's say an EV charging wall outlet or wall receptacle. We need, of course, an application. We need to link the utilities, let's say, from the utility company with the city and with the consumer. And this exchange of data can be linked with the data marketplace platform using, a smart contract, for example. So this highlights that mainly, the silo systems which we are used to are not valid anymore and provide a lot of limitations. So a complete integrated city platform is, of course, provides flexibility, provides a way to innovate in various smart city applications. Okay, the third point, which constitute, the third pillar of smart cities, is, of course, the intelligent urban assets. And here, these are maybe a bit obvious, but important components of the smart city, because the assets themselves are currently existing physically. We have existing light poles, we have existing, for example, bus shelters, and so on and so forth. So the idea is to use these urban assets as an anchor to, the various sensors and connectivity solutions that we want to distribute across the city. So now, if you take a smart pole solution, these days in a smart pole, you can have various types of sensors. I'll come to that in more detail. You can provide the connectivity either via fiber or 5G. And of course, you can take back all the data coming from all these sensors to the city platform to do the necessary analytics and to route it via the IOC for actionable outcome, I would say. So an example in the smart city or in the smart pole is, a lot of versatility is available there, because the smart pole can have, for example, a weather sensor, or on top we can even put a drone platform. It definitely will house an antenna for either a GPS or let's say 5G millimeter wave systems, or even for Wi-Fi, to provide coverage and let's say connectivity for the citizens in the area. We can add, of course, video cameras. We have the air quality sensors as another example. We can include some radars or lidars if you're talking about the future, for example, about self-driving buses, basically to track and locate the buses that are coming, to a stop next to the smart pole. We have a digital information display. We have probably a public address or a public speaking system for announcements, for emergencies. We can have a safety alarm button, for example, if there's an emergency around the area. Instead of dialing a phone number, it's much faster to go and press a push button where the authorities are alerted immediately, and again via the command and control center. The CCTV cameras are activated in the area. If we have even microphones that are on the pole, we can detect roughly what's happening. So the safety element is as well an important factor that can be integrated into smart pole. And eventually, and I would say maybe as a final thought, we can have the power that's coming to it from the utility, and can use, of course, to power the pole and the sensors by themselves, in addition to, for example, as we've seen before, the car charging or EV charging basically use case, where we are connecting the utility with the consumer through the city assets, allowing a three-party transaction, for example. So the city will take a certain percentage or a tax, if you want, on the charging part. The user has to pay for the charging, and the utilities will have to collect the fees per kilowatt which are being consumed by the charging mechanisms. So a lot of ideas and a lot of versatility here when it comes to the smart pole. And with that, I'll conclude at least the smart city urban asset part. Maybe worth mentioning that the smart pole is just an example. In many countries, for example, we're using the bus shelters even for similar applications. We can use the traffic signals also to house many of the sensors we are talking about here. So it's a very wide concept. Of course, very important to housing the smart city sensors and the enabling the smart city applications. So how do we go from here? I think putting all the necessary elements together, having the connectivity to the city platform with the analytics, with the data marketplace, and so on and so forth, in addition to the intelligent urban assets, which we've talked about, putting these three together and mainly allows us to start evolving and developing the city's strategic areas, or the areas that the city is looking to enhance, either the security part or the self-driving or automation, or even, environmental monitoring, or providing digital information, and so on and so forth. So these development areas can be, of course, unlimited by the imagination, or only limited by the imagination, and definitely, as we said, can be opened up to first the companies or the providers of the systems, of course, as a primary users, and then definitely, as we said, going into the research, going into the universities, going into the startups, the IT companies that can develop and create additional applications and make use of the data that is available on the city platform. So the approach to smart cities can be either via the city putting together a vision, talking to a consultant, floating an RFP, or it can be a more collaborative approach, especially in the established cities. We're not talking about cities that are being built now recently, like the mega projects we see around the region. So we've discovered that there are multiple dimensions for success in any smart city initiative. So first, you need to have an entrepreneurial city leadership with an advanced vision. You need to have a dedicated fixed and mobile platform to connect everything together, which we mentioned would be like the fabric of everything. You need an ecosystem of solution providers, technology partners, companies like us, like yourselves, financial partners who can provide financing, who can provide the commercial models, who can contribute to the PPP partnerships, and of course, any other stakeholders required by the city. And last but not least, I mean, for everything to make sense, we need to have a business case that works. Of course, we are happy to be to work with with any of our customers on creating or working on implementing and establishing the city vision and bringing it to reality. And with that, I would say I'll come to a conclusion of my presentation today, and would like to thank you very much for your time. And before we finally conclude, I would like to draw your attention that we have an upcoming mini quiz, so kindly stay tuned for that as well. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Nokia team, for that wonderful session. It's now time for us to move on to our next session. 5G is changing the game for communication service providers. Mobile services have come a long way over the years and have changed the way the world is communicating. 5G technology is about revolutionizing the way consumer mobile services are different and will unlock many new enterprise-based use cases that were not possible in the past. Think cloud, gaming from any mobile devices, virtual reality assisted online shopping, remote surgical procedures, drone delivery systems, augmented reality to assist precision drillings, and you start to get the picture. I would now like to welcome our next presenting vendor, Sandvine, to talk about unleashing the next generation of 5G cloud services and highlight how Sandvine's service innovation and intelligence portfolio is helping communication service providers thrive in the 5G and IoT era.
Hi everyone, I am Usman Chaudhary from Sandvine. I'm working there as the Solutions Engineering Director for the Meta region. It's a pleasure to join you for Westcon Comstor 5G and IoT Summit. Today, I will be talking about why application QA and network intelligence is critical for 5G success. A bit about Sandvine. We are leaders in application and network intelligence across all access domain, including enterprise. Our greatest value is helping our customers see the unseen in their networks in real time with actionable data insights. We have the industry's best data accuracy, our core belief being you cannot fix what you can't see. Coupled with the ability to measure all subscribers' key quality indicators at very high measurement granularity, and by providing contextual data by correlation of user, device, service, and network details on every session. Finally, our ability to sit in line and take direct action on traffic, improve service and network performance is a key differentiator. As you can see from the map, we have almost 2.5 billion subscribers going through our solution, deployed across 200 plus communication service providers, which are deployed across 100 plus countries today. Coming to the state of the internet, the telco business model is reaching a tipping point in the digital era. Today, top 6 digital brands generate more than 56% of the global network traffic, with telcos shouldering massive network investment towards providing appropriate quality of experience. And this, in our opinion, is not going to get any easier for service providers with the arrival of augmented reality, VR, IoT, machine-to-machine, and new application domains like metaverse. These pressures are driving CSPs to rethink their digital era business models. CSP require a fair ROI for their substantial investments while protecting their networks and brands. Recent outages with Facebook, AWS, Tesla showed how profound the impact was. And if as a service provider, you are unable to detect these application QoA issues in real time and determine whether they are being caused by your network or elements external to you, you risk the run of churn. From Sandvine's perspective, the primary customer challenges we see is traffic shift to work from home. We are still passing through a pandemic. We believe it's not a transitory phenomena, but rather more to stay, graying out the boundaries between business user connection versus home user connection, and are raising questions with service providers. Can your network provide business application QoE visibility for, let's say, applications like Zoom or Microsoft Teams? Moreover, can your network ensure business application QoE across network for these applications per subscriber as your subscriber moves between home and business connection? 5G cloud is here. They are transformative. There's a huge business opportunity, but they come with their own operational and commercial challenges. How to optimize the use of limited CapEx for 5G rollouts? Where are the application capacity hotspots impacting application QoE? Where are the device hotspots which support 5G radio connectivity? Surging video has been a concern. For example, if 10% of the video today moved from standard definition to 4K, video would be 77% of download. Do you, as a service provider, have the ability or visibility to OTT encrypted video resolution? Moreover, do you have the ability to manage encrypted video resolution based on device type, day of time, peak hour, busy hour? Increasing revenue, increase customer revenue via creative service plans, move into enterprise service revenue, smart industries, Industry 4.0, and public safety. As our economies move more and more digital, and we are being fast-tracked into that, there's more and more regulatory data burden coming with encryption. Challenges are coming with encryption, which have made obsolete current solution. Voice call and IPTV fraud are a big leakage in communication service providers' revenues. They are spending tens of millions on getting exclusive rights to content like the upcoming FIFA World Cup. And then they lose these revenues because of illegal streams, which are in fact using the same service providers' infrastructure to stream this illegally to consumers. Sandvine's differentiation in next generation network, we are confident our advanced classification of application traffic and breadth of use case will continue to be our strength in 5G. We have a rich library of 4,000 plus signatures. We update them weekly. We have a manic focus on ensuring that the traffic passing through our system has the least amount of unknown, and we provide the best classification possible. And when we talk about classification, that is more granular than HTTP or TLS, but actually shows interesting specifics of the traffic like Facebook video. We have integration with third-party feeds for like URL categorization, for security feeds, for IOC, meat reclassification, and we also work with some of the largest content providers like Facebook and Microsoft to ensure that we don't just provide a general traffic category like web browsing, but in fact provide more meaningful data like Facebook video, Instagram video. We believe this is the foundation of application intelligence. Sandvine defines application intelligence as an automated process of analyzing, optimizing, monetizing applications to ensure high quality of experience. It uses contextual and predictive insights about user behavior and application performance, as well as real-time policy action to deliver meaningful and immersive application experiences. Application intelligence, in our view, is critical to enable smart ecosystems and advanced 5G services. It enhances the value of platforms and networks, thus enabling better monetization. Sandvine's 5G solution is built across 3 pillars: 5G service innovation, personalization services based on what users really want, unlock new 5G services using machine learning-based application understanding. We already see a move to no quota-based plan. Perhaps in 5G, value proposition would be based on service level agreement. If you want to watch standard definition video, you will have one tariff plan. If you want to watch 4K video on your device, you will have another tariff plan. 5G transition. We help optimize 4G to 5G transition and assure service continuity, improve capacity planning based on application needs and subscriber experience. 5G automation, enriched service intelligent engine, NWDAF, we'll have some more details on it later, dynamically self-optimizing network and resources. So how does Sandvine fit into the 5G NSA? Before we just talk about it, I'll take a brief moment to describe Sandvine's architectural component. We have 4 basic components. The active logic sits at the data plane, looks at all traffic and classifies it. We have a control plane called the Maestro policy engine. We have a full CUPS design, which integrates with your 3GPP elements like the PCRF and OCS and provides REST-based APIs to integrate. The active logic pushes real-time analytics insights into the insights data storage, which is acts as our data store. From here, we have a deep insights portal, which visualizes our use cases as per persona. So you have dashboards covering CTO's call flow requirements, or the VP of planning or VP of engineering. And of course, you have the ability to get aggregated data out into your own data lake. When it comes to 5G NSA, we detect the 5G devices. We provide the ability to tell you when the 5G device is bursting from the 5G radio versus the 4G radio in an NSA architecture and contextualize it with application QoE. Sandvine today supports full integration with 5G standalone architecture. As the diagram shows, our MPE integrates as a NEF into the SPA backbone. We are vendor agnostic, cloud native. We provide slice-aware visibility, action, and charging. we have a converged solution which at the same time supports 4G, 5G NSA, and 5G SA. Existing Sandvine use cases are compatible with 5G standalone architecture. Now coming to NWDAF. NWDAF is a 3GPP defined component in the 5G core. It is mandatory. Before going into a bit more details, I would like to discuss some of the challenges unique to 5G. 100 times we have far more complex than its predecessor. As we move into millimeter wave, there are going to be hundreds of times more cell sites than before, 100 times more connected devices, heterogeneous network topology driven by MEC and private networks. A lot of intelligence is being pushed to the edge, unlike previous generation networks. Dynamic network resource allocation is a fundamental concept of the 5G core. It's cloud native, it's multi-vendor, as you have already heard about Open RAN. Slice SLA is critical for enterprise customers. Consistent application QoE and time-sensitive applications are going to be a norm. In our view, probes, OSS-centered overlay analytics for post-event troubleshooting and improvements will just not cut it. They may have worked in 2G, 3G, 4G, but 5G, you require a network data analytics enabled centralized baked into call flows for zero-touch, closed-loop service assurance. So what is a network data analytics function? As I said, it's a standardized 3GPP component. In summary, it collects network telemetry data from various network application systems called sources like AMF, UPF, and even a G-Node B. Uses machine learning and artificial intelligence to perform deep analysis on collected data, produce this analysis in form of analytics, which are like statistics and predictions. Provide these statistics to consumers like the PCF and SMF, NSF, etc., which then take real-time dynamic action to enable 5G use cases. It's a fundamental component. Sandvine provides a fully 3GPP compliant network data analytics function, enabling new use cases like 5G UE behavior analysis, 5G slice load analysis, 5G network function load analysis. It can be deployed as a standalone function component of the 5G core or with our active network intelligence portfolio. When deployed with active network intelligence portfolio, it allows further enrichment as we push application QoE and network performance into the NWDAF for better predictive analytics and action. Sample of some use cases. If you start from the left-hand side, the first dashboard shows 5G adoption. It is helping CSP plan 4G to 5G capacity-based adoption rates. In this way, they can accelerate 4G to 5G migration, prioritize CapEx, and maximize 5G efficiency and QoE. The one in the center shows key quality indicators that impact individual subscribers' application QoE, quickly identifying per application QoE and whether they are as a result of network or content providers. Providers complete drill down to locations which are hotspots. This use case is a key for enabling NOC to service operation transformation, which is key for success in 5G-enabled network, where quality of service will define tariffs. Real-time subscriber insights, the one at the rightmost, the third dashboard, provides real-time service, application, device, and network performance data for individual subscriber. This data helps CSP to create, evolve, and upsell services, as well as reduce customer care call and churn. Sandvine's market-leading fair usage congestion management solution provides a rich set of policy as per user basis across multiple contexts and service dimension. Heavy user management, as the name suggests, limits heavy user during peak hours once they cross predefined usage thresholds for the day of the month. Intent-based congestion management is a closed-loop automated traffic management solution based on setting an intent for traffic classes and allow automation to do the work for you. Finally, Sandvine provides multiple deployment options models to optimize CapEx and OpEx. Our hardware portfolio is based on COTS appliance, which allows us to provide you with the latest and greatest CPU NIC cards. If it's host-based virtualization you ask for, we have KVM and VMware support. We support both private cloud OpenStack-based deployment along with public cloud containerized-based deployment or AWS and Google Cloud. Thank you. I hope you found the content I shared insightful. Please do visit our website at www.sandvine.com. As mentioned earlier, there'll be a quiz taking place now. Stay tuned for the same. Good luck.
Thank you for that very insightful session. I'm sure that you will agree that tomorrow's digital economy is 5G. So it's extremely important for us to secure it today. 5G promises transformative mobility and creates disruptive business opportunities by revolutionizing enterprise connectivity. With 5G networks comes a great reliance on cloud and edge compute, creating a highly distributed environment that spans multi-vendor and multi-cloud infrastructures. An increasingly hyper-connected world will also open up new security vulnerabilities and threat vectors. To tap into the 5G business opportunities with minimal risk of being exploited by malicious actors, you need comprehensive, context-driven, and automated security at scale across 5G infrastructures. To give us a better understanding of 5G security, let's welcome our next presenting vendor, Palo Alto Networks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raed Abudaye. I am the Channel Business Manager for Palo Alto Networks here in beautiful Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. I would like to thank you for joining us for the Westcon Comstor IoT 5G event. Today, we're going to be talking about IoT security and how Palo Alto Networks can help you secure your IoT devices. We're going to have some slides for you. We're also going to have a demo toward the end. And please stick around to the end of this presentation because we're going to have a quiz to test what you learned in this short session. All right, so let's get started. So let's start with the basic definition of what is Internet of Things. So we hear this terminology a lot. And for those of you who know this, great. I apologize for starting from such a basic standpoint, but we wanted to make sure that everybody on the call at least have a perspective of what we define as an IoT. So an IoT is non-standard computing devices that connect to the internet with the ability to send and receive data. And it can be any object as long as it's connected to the internet and as long as it can communicate back and forth. This is the definition of IoT in its simplest forms. If you look around in your organization, I am sure you're going to find different examples of IoTs. We have, shown on the screen here some examples, but I'm sure if you guys walk around your offices, you will find things like maybe printers, CCTV cameras, IP phones. All of these things are IoT devices. They are basically everywhere. We've done a study recently and discovered that almost 30% of a typical organization devices are IoT devices. So IoT devices are everywhere, and you can definitely find them all over your organization. So why is securing IoT or medical IoT devices such a hot topic for a lot of organizations today? Well, number one is the obvious, right? So the number of IoT devices is growing exponentially. And we have, slides to show you the growth by vertical. But make no mistake about it, IoT devices have been, in place for quite some time. They're going to continue to grow, and the number is going to continue to increase. So that's the first reality. The second obvious reality, is the fact that there's an increasing number of cyber attacks, not just general cyber attacks, but also IoT-specific attacks. Those have been also on the rise. And again, we're going to share with you more slides that talks about data specific to IoT increasing attacks. Third is the increasing amount of challenges and risks associated with protecting an IoT device. So an IoT device by nature is vulnerable. And we'll talk about what makes the devices vulnerable. But they are vulnerable to attacks. They are prone to attacks. And one of the things that scares us the most is if an IoT device is compromised, say in a hospital, for example, the risks associated with a hospital going down or not being able to deliver services for its patients, say in ICU units, is really scary because now we're talking about people's lives. And that's why it's becoming more and more important for CISOs and security professionals to make sure that they are addressing the IoT security question in their environment. And finally, the adoption of 5G. So 5G was introduced in 2019, and we're seeing more and more devices that are taking advantage of the low latency of 5G. So there has been triple the number of IoT devices, according to Gartner, between 2019 and 2020, and that trend is going to continue. So the adoption of 5G adds to the fact that there are more and more devices, connected devices, things like cars, for example, that are now we need to worry about and protect. All right, so let's drill deeper into the data that supports everything we talked about so far. So if you look at this slide, this is a Gartner study, right? So to the left hand of the graph, you will see the number of millions of devices. And at the bottom, you see basically the vertical or industry. And if you look across the industries, you will see that the IoT devices are growing exponentially. So we talked about the fact that IoT devices are everywhere, they're growing. Well, here's some supporting data that shows exactly that across all different sectors and organizations. Next, let's take a look at the growing number of attacks. So according to a recent IBM study, 400% was the increase of number of attacks on IoT devices between 2019 and 2020. So imagine 400% year-on-year growth. That is just scary. Same thing with healthcare specific IoT attacks. 82% of healthcare IoT devices have been the subject of an attack targeting specific IoTs in this medical environment. And finally, and the ones that really scares us the most or worries us the most is the one that is nation-sponsored attacks. And we've seen a rise of those on average of 10 plus a month, where a government is sponsoring an attack on a specific industrial or a specific public sector or private sector organizations across the globe. Third, we talked about the risks and challenges associated with IoT devices. So IoT devices are made with different hardware, different software, different firmware. You don't have a standard for IoT devices. And if you look across, many of those devices ship from the factory with vulnerabilities. So by nature, there is an inherited risk of IoT devices due to the fact that they're using either obsolete operating system or unpatched operating system or operating systems or firmware that's very hard to patch. So by nature, they are vulnerable. Next, they are prone to threats. So the lack of security in the IoT device operating system is almost very consistent. You will find a lot of these IoT devices with default manufacturing admin login and admin password. One of the most famous IoT attacks that took place in recent years was the Mirai botnet attack, where 600,000 IoT devices were used as a botnet, to go and do a DDoS attack on the internet. So that was a major attack. And when people drilled down deeper into how did that happen, well, it turned out that the hackers were basically guessing admin passwords, default passwords, and they were successful on many of those, because many of those IoT devices still had the default manufacturing login name and password. And finally, we talked about the lives being at risk. When you are in an industrial organization, or you're working in a power utility or in a hospital, the impact of having a threat, IoT threat or IoT compromise to your organization is not just about business continuity or loss of revenues, but we're also talking about potentially risk to people's lives. And that's why these challenges and risks are increasing, and they are becoming really a top priority for a lot of CISOs and security professionals across the globe. We talked about the 5G adoption. So 5G is relatively new, but we're seeing more and more sectors adopt the 5Gs. You heard about smart cities. So smart cities are popping up everywhere. Smart buildings. More and more governments are actually putting rules in place to have new builders and new developers be friendly to the environment, to make sure that they have efficient use of power and utilities. So we're seeing more of these smart buildings, smart cities popping up, and they're all connected, whether it's traffic lights, waste management, light bulbs, all of these are connected to a mobile network, right? So that is growing. Also, what's growing is, if you look at the manufacturing adoption of 5G, more and more organizations and even nations are moving away to what we call dark manufacturing or lights out manufacturing, where everything in that factory is automated and does not require any human intervention. And that obviously relies on machines. It relies on devices. So you can have more of these devices and machines running an entire factory with no humans to basically perform these tasks. So imagine if that goes down because of an IoT attack. And we can go across every sector and their adoption of 5G, but make no mistake about it, like Gartner said, 5G is driving significant growth in the number of IoT devices that are now being connected to our mobile network. So with all of that in mind, why do the current IoT security solutions fail? So it's a reality that IoT is everywhere. Security professionals are looking to protect IoT devices, but today's solutions are failing. And there are three main reasons why that's happening. Number one, a lot of these solutions are reliant on what we call signature-based or fingerprint-based approach, which means that I have a database and fingerprints of the IoT devices that I'm aware of, right? And if I connect to a network and I get the metadata of that IoT device, I compare it against my database of fingerprints and signatures, and if it matches, then I'm good, right? I can identify this device. Well, what happens if it's a brand new device that's not part of your database, right? What do you do then? What happens if something that hasn't been seen before is now connected to the network? Well, how do you go and build a device ID for that, or a device identity for that, and put some protection behind it, right? So that is the first challenge that a lot of these solutions have. The next one is a lot of these solutions are really about discovering and monitoring what's happening with IoT devices, but there is really no prevention or automation of enforcement of policies once you actually discover that there's an issue with an IoT device. So you have a challenge, first of all, recognizing what kind of a new device it is, and next, you can only alert of what's happening, but you cannot automate the next step, which we believe is a must. And third, a lot of these solutions are standalone solutions. So you have to figure a way to go ahead and integrate that into your existing environment. How do I go and build integration between my IoT security and my network security and my NAC and my, so on and so on. So it really becomes a complex, time-consuming, resource-consuming tasks for a lot of security professionals and CISOs. We believe the approach to protecting IoT devices must rely on the right approach. And this is what we believe is the right methodology to securing IoT devices. And by the way, this is vendor agnostic, so this is not unique to Palo Alto Networks, but we believe this is the right methodology as a starting point to go and deliver a secure lifecycle of IoT devices. It all starts with understanding and discovering IoT devices. So that is the first step. We got to make sure that we know what kind of printer this is, who makes the printer, what model of printer it is, what's the serial number, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the first step. Next, now that we have done our discovery phase, we need to look and assess, the different risks associated with those devices we just discovered. So we look at things like, is this operating system patched? Is this printer up to speed when it comes to all the security, all the recalls, or whatever manufacturing data that has been released ever since that printer has been deployed? Next, we look at things like, how do we go and apply risk reduction policies where we reduce the surface of attack or the attack surface area, where, let's say, for example, we have a device that should not be connected to the network and it is connected to the network. Well, we remove it. So you only worry about the devices that should be connected to the network. So that's one. Two, you start looking at things like, do I have an unpatched printer? And if I have an unpatched printer, you may want to take that printer offline, do the patching, and then you can bring it online. So you can apply a lot of these policies to simply worry about the things that are connected, that are up to date, that are allowed to go do what they are supposed to do on the network. The fourth step is now we start looking for known threats. So we talked about patching an operating system. But what if there is a vulnerability, right? That's a known vulnerability to that specific IoT device that the manufacturing would like to also address. So we make sure we go ahead and address all these known vulnerabilities, all these known threats that could be associated with a specific IoT device. We make sure that we go ahead and deploy policies and enforcement to deliver just that. And finally, we look at anomalies. We look at the different behaviors of the different IoT devices, and we basically decide if a device is acting in a way that is not normal, that is not according to what the normal behavior of that device should be. And we start investigating that device to make sure that it's not been compromised by attack that has not been seen before, or a zero-day attack. So we believe this is the right methodology to go and protect IoT devices. And if you are in the healthcare industry, you will have something similar. So it's basically about identifying, onboarding, optimizing, and then finally retiring IoT devices. And we help customers who are in the healthcare industry achieve just that. So we help you discover all the medical IoT devices that you have. Next, we help you integrate those different devices with the security engines that you have. We help you basically go and integrate with things like your NAC solution. Next, you want to make sure that you're looking at the operational data of that IoT device to make sure that it's being used efficiently and you're getting your maximum ROI of that IoT device. And this is really key for a lot of organizations in the healthcare, because if you bought an expensive X-ray machine and it's not being used, you want to know that, right? Or if it's being abused, you also want to know that. So you want to get operational data that helps you maximize the ROI of your medical devices. And finally, once you are ready to go and retire that device, you want to do it in a way where you protect, the patient data that could be on those medical devices, and you are compliant with local and global regulations. Okay, so let's talk about how Palo Alto Networks help customer achieve IoT security. For us, as we mentioned about the right methodology, it all starts with providing customers with complete visibility over their IoT devices. And we do this with our machine learning capability. So we don't rely on signatures. We don't rely on fingerprints. We have a machine learning engine that basically identifies your devices without having a database of signatures and fingerprints. And the advantage of that is you will always know that if you introduce a new device to your environment, we'll be able to discover it, we'll be able to give it a device identity and protect it accordingly. And we do this, by the way, continuously. So this is real-time discovery, real-time monitoring of your devices that you have in your medical or traditional IoT environments. Next, we provide in-depth risk analysis from different factors that looks at things like, are there vulnerabilities associated with this device? Are there compliance risks associated with this device? Has there been a recall of this device that you need to be aware of? So we provide you with different factors around the risks associated with that specific device. And now we have done both of these things. Now we start working with you on how can we go and deliver prevention of known and unknown attacks. And we do this by having built-in integration with our security engines. So we go not only discover the devices, not only provide you with an assessment of the risks associated with those devices, but we also help you enforce or put in place policies that goes and protects those devices. And lastly, which is for us, one of the key advantages of Palo Alto Networks solutions is the ability to go and establish a baseline of what we consider normal behavior for an IoT device. And if that device starts acting in a different way, let's say it's a printer, we know how the printer chats with the network, right? So if the printer is starting to chat with the network or the outside world in a different way than a printer should, then that for us represents an anomaly that needs to be investigated. And we need to make sure that that printer traffic is benign or malicious. And once we get that verdict, we stop an attack if it's happening, even though it may not have been seen before. So those things combined, you can get from Palo Alto Networks on 3 different form factors. One is a physical appliance. So you can get it basically on a physical appliance you deploy in your environment, or you can get it through software appliance, or you can get it cloud delivered. So you don't have to put anything on-prem. We can actually do this for you through the cloud, and it's a cloud delivered service. So let me summarize quickly for you our patent machine learning engine and how does it do what it does. So the first thing that we do is we basically ingest logs from different data points, whether it's a security sensor, whether it's DNS traffic, and we basically go and take all of these logs and we plug them into our machine learning engine. In our machine learning engine, the first thing that we do is we identify the device type, right? So as we mentioned earlier with the printer example, this is a printer, so that is the device type. Next, we go take a look at the vendor who made this printer, for example, and say, okay, this printer is made by vendor X. Next, we look at the model of that printer. So now that we have identified it as a printer made by X vendor, now we say it's model Y, right? So next step would be to identify the instance of that printer, and we will provide data like this is serial number XYZ, this is MAC address 123, etc. So once we collect all of that, and again, we do this all through machine learning. Once we do all of that, now we can put together what we call a device identity associated with that printer. And the minute we do that, we start, basically doing things like establishing a baseline of behavior of that printer by that model, by that vendor, right? So we start looking at what is a normal behavior. Next, we start investigating anything that could be abnormal behavior of that printer. So slowly and gradually, you guys get to see the overall picture of identifying not just the type of printer it is, but also identifying the baseline behavior of that printer, and more importantly, what are the known recalls, known vulnerabilities, known patches that need to be applied to that printer. And we do this across the board. We do it for all your IoT devices. And if you are in the healthcare industry, we also provide you operational data in addition to this that tells you how that device is being operated and utilized in your environment. So it helps you, again, maximize the ROI of that device as well. All right, moving on to the last slide before we get into our demo. So just to summarize our capabilities, it all starts with providing a complete visibility of our IoT environments. So within 48 hours, we can discover 90% of the IoT devices in your environment. And we do this, again, not based on signatures, not based on fingerprints. We do it through machine learning. So we provide you with state-of-the-art discovery of everything that you got. Whether it's a medical device, whether it's an IoT device, we do that immediately. And we also provide for healthcare customers, as I mentioned earlier, operational data. So we can tell you how often this X-ray machine is being used, how many scans did it do. So all of that you can use not only to protect your device, but also use it much more efficiently. Next, we assess the IoT risks associated with the devices. So we look at things like vulnerabilities. We look at things as recalls. We look at things as compliance risks. And we provide you with a complete assessment of those IoT devices and everything associated with them. Next, we start applying reduction of policies. So risk reduction policies is basically a way for you to worry about only the things that you need to worry about. So if an IoT device needs to be retired, we don't have to worry about protecting it. We just remove it from the network. If a device is unpatched, you can put a policy in place that doesn't allow it to communicate with the network until it's patched, and so forth and so forth. Next, we start looking at vulnerabilities associated with those IoT devices, known vulnerabilities, known issues, known threats that have been identified by either the manufacturing, the vendor, or by us. And we start addressing those because they are known. We start making sure that we put enforcement policies in place to address those as well. And finally, once we establish a baseline behavior of all of those IoT devices, we start looking at anomalous activities or behaviors to identify never before seen attacks and make sure we stop them. All right, I hope that was informative. I hope that was insightful. We're gonna move on to the demo, and please stick around after the demo for a quick wrap up.
Hi, we're going to take a quick walkthrough of the IoT subscription, focusing on medical IoT. From the dashboard view, we'll be able to see several summary type pages, such as executive summary, inventory, and utilization. We'll be able to sort all of this information by the various sites and by the various device types, as well as by the time frame. We'll see the total number of devices in the environment, the number of those devices that are IoT, applications running, subnets, an overall risk score that's a combination of both the active alerts and the vulnerabilities. We'll see a breakdown of the various device types that we're seeing traffic from in the environment. For this session, we'll focus on medical. Here are some of the various medical device types that we would see. We'll understand the applications that are running on the devices in the environment as well. We'll be able to see the network segments and how many of a particular device type live on each subnet. We'll see the overall risk score trended over time as we can drill down to a specific day and see the number of alerts and vulnerabilities based upon criticality. Anything that highlights in blue you can drill down into from the main pages. We will also see a summary of alerts broken down by category and vulnerabilities broken down by profile. And here we can see in this environment, for instance, that I have 43 vulnerabilities to date, encompassing some 1,000 plus devices. From the inventory page, we will see what types of devices are in our environment, their overall risk score, number of devices of a specific type, and how many profiles there are of each individual device. Here, for instance, I see that I have 35 DICOM workstations and I have 4 profiles with an overall risk score of 82, if we hover over, we'll see the breakdown of what those various DICOM workstations are. Again, we can drill down right from here to get more detailed information about those devices. Quickly being able to assess the device categories and the overall risks based on categories. These are just some of the device types that we would expect to see in a medical environment. Also keep in mind that even though it is a medical environment, we're still going to pick up all of the standard IoT type devices. From a device perspective, we'll see the breakdown of all of the devices and give a full asset inventory understanding of the devices in the environment. We'll be able to understand the device status. Is it active? Is it inactive? Overall risk, name, vendor, profile, model, MAC, IP, VLAN. There's a lot of other information that we can capture as well. All of this information can be filtered and downloaded and utilized elsewhere. We can drill down into the individual devices and have a full detailed look of what those devices are. Here we'll see the category, profile, our confidence level that it is what we think it is. We'll see the vendor, model, OS group, version, firmware, MAC, IP, VLAN, subnet. We'll see the current behavior of the device, and if anything is abnormal, it will highlight that information in red and appear outside of the circle. We'll see the overall risk score when the device was first seen, last activity, and highlight any PHI transmission as well as PHI types, which is very important to our medical customers. We'll show the overall risk at a device level and the breakdown of what those risks are that are associated with that individual device. From a security perspective, we can understand how that device is behaving on the network. As well, we'll provide a SAN key chart to see the traffic and what it's doing. We'll also be able to see MDS2 information, which is very important to our medical customers. This information shows manufactured detailed information associated with particular devices. Also for medical devices, we'll see utilization. And this is important for our clinical engineering teams to be able to assess when might be a good time to do maintenance on specific devices. We'll be able to understand devices globally based on utilization. Here we're looking at X-ray machines. We'll be able to see all of the various types of X-ray machines that are in the environment and how many of each individual type. We'll see a breakdown of trends over time, the number of images and number of case studies, and an analysis of the scans that those devices are doing. Then we'll have a breakdown of the various X-ray machines in this case. We'll show how many are in use and how many are online only. And that is really important information to the clinical engineering folks because in that way they can understand if their devices are underutilized. We can drill down into the alerts overall and be able to see a summary of alerts in the environment based upon a time frame, based upon specific device types and various sites. We can then drill down into the alerts and get more detailed information. We'll see the devices in question, protocols being used, applications, payloads. We'll show a recommendation for remediation, and then we'll show some more detailed information about the device in question. That was a very quick walkthrough trying to highlight a little bit more about what's new with our medical IoT.
All right. Welcome back, and I want to thank you for being with us today. Please stick around for the quiz and the chance to learn more about what we talked about today. I want to thank also you for joining us for the entire presentation for the Westcon Comstor 5G IoT event, and I look forward to seeing you in future events very soon. Thank you.
Thanks for that very insightful session. I'm sure that through our session, our attendees have got a better understanding of 5G security. Let's now welcome our next presenting vendor, NetScout, to talk about 5G monitoring for service providers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manoj Marwaha. I'm a senior sales engineer with NetScout in the Middle East region, and I'm based out of Dubai. And I hope everyone is doing well. And today we will talk about what's really going on with the 5G and IoT trends, and how NetScout can really help you in rolling out or doing operations about 5G and IoT networks. So, as you know, that we are in the middle of this fourth industrial revolution, where machine-to-machine communication is playing a very critical role, and this is becoming, I will say or suggest that uh, amazing times where new use cases are getting deployed, and I will say it's really exciting times for all of us to really understand and visualize how the future will really look like. And basis that 5G and IoT are playing a very critical role here. And there is this IoT and 5G promise that people will always be connected and technology will be more than ever embedded in our social fabric. And also, there will be high speed and instant connectivity from any device and for any person without any restrictions. As you know, there has been a constant pursuit where we have been trying to reduce the latencies and increasing the bandwidth. So I will say that this 5G and IoT promise is here to come live. And what 3G PP has really done and has suggested us is that there are various options, keeping in mind a lot of deployment has already, or investments have already been done by various service providers across the globe. And as a result of that, there is this non-standalone option and also standalone option where 5G core is getting deployed with new radio, which can be in tandem with 4G core and 4G RAN. And various options are being suggested by 3GPP, and we see that from the trends, various service providers are actually opting for example, option 3 if they are using non-standalone core. In this, they are actually deploying the new radio first, which works with the EPC core, and the control plane stays with the LTE RAN, and the user plane is being taken by the new radio. So this is one strategy, and we are also seeing that this option 2. Yeah. So we also see that various service providers are going with option 2, where they have a standalone new radio and a standalone 5G core. So both these strategies really depend on customer to customer and also how much money they are planning to put in the rollout. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, and what NetScout really offers is giving visibility, and we are able to do it in non-standalone or standalone options as well. So there's no problem in that. Also, what we have seen is that various markets or pockets in the world are rolling out standalone. Earlier, we saw more and more operators were actually favoring non-standalone because of the obvious reasons of cost savings and all. But the standalone option is actually also coming of age, where we see a lot more commercial deployments happening, and NetScout is very much in there helping with the visibility aspect and the monitoring aspect for these rollouts. So the ecosystem is really changing, and if you see that the conventional service providers are becoming digital service providers. So what is really changing is that they no longer only provide the infrastructure or services for the network connectivity, but they are also becoming OTT application providers as well. So a lot of the ecosystem paradigm shift is really happening. And also, if you see, because of that, customer experience is also getting redefined. And we also see a lot more trends where 5G and IoT is being deployed by the enterprises as well. Because the way 5G is really structured, where we have this CUPS architecture where control and user plane are actually getting segregated. So mobile edge computing is also playing a very critical role in that. So when all these ecosystem changes are really happening, so NetScout is actually scaling up the solution as well, where we can uh, monitor these CUPS architecture and mobile edge computing and give all the visibility that is needed by these service providers to run their operations effectively. So what NetScout is actually doing is that we have this philosophy where we are providing visibility without borders, in which it can be any RAN. So not only 5G or IoT, but it can be 2G, 3G, or legacy stuff as well, or it can be any other enterprise data center or Wi-Fi or even cable operators. So depending upon how their architecture is, that we can actually provide and customize the solution for them. So it can be any cloud as well. As you know, with the 5G, more and more network elements are actually getting virtualized. And we have these public clouds as well as private clouds where various network functions are actually getting hosted. And it can be of any vendor as well, be it Azure or AWS or IBM, and it can be even Docker container environment. So any environment, we are able to give and provide full visibility of what's really going on. And also, if you see, it can be any service, because as like I was saying that various OTT applications are also being hosted by service providers. So it can be voice, video, OTT applications, voice over new radio, voice over LTE, any application, NetScout can provide visibility on that as well. And the way we do it, we can host our sensors as well as applications in various form factors as well, which can be our own appliances, or it can be from commercial off the shelf hardware, or it can be on virtual infrastructure, or it can also be software as a service deployment as well. So again, depending upon how the customers really want and how their network is actually designed and their use cases, we can actually scale up to that. And also delivering the use case, that's the most critical part of it. So we conventionally were focusing on troubleshooting service assurance use cases, but we are making a lot more innovation on the big data, machine learning, AI, automation, and security use cases as well, because NetScout is very uniquely positioned in which we are sitting on the wire looking at various packets, and we are able to uh, look at all these packets and create metadata, which can be consumed by our own application as well as third-party applications as well. So NetScout is actually developing the whole ecosystem in which we are able to give complete visibility through our applications or through third-party applications. Now, coming back to the 5G standalone, which seems to be heading towards more deployments across the globe and is of very keen interest to various users and various customers, in which if you see that we have tried to break it into three different layers. One is the radio side of the things, where a lot of innovation and changes are happening as well, where with open RAN and virtual RAN as well. We have also this red layer, which is again the user plane function. A lot of innovation has actually gone in that side as well, in which the CUPS architecture is actually implemented, where in the conventional architectures like user plane and control plane for user plane was actually very tightly integrated. Now, what 3GPP has really done is that they have tried to decouple that. And what NetScout really does is that we do these correlation and provide this enrichment through our monitoring of control as well as user plane. Also, if you notice that this green layer where various new functions have actually come, it's a complete redesign of the architecture what 3GPP has done with 5G. And most of the functions here are again on cloud, can be public or private. Mostly what I see is that operators are going to favor private clouds, and we actually can sit in the cloud of any vendor and can actually give you that visibility again. So this is again a very interesting time. So there are these various network functions which are actually in a private cloud. For example, will be deployed by a service provider. And it will, what NetScout really does is that we actually monitor all these functions. We can sit in the cloud infrastructure or can be in various other form factors as well, depending upon how the network is actually deployed. So we can provide complete visibility of 5G and IoT, what's really going on between various functions in the network. NRF node, which is network resource function or network register function. And in this, it plays very critical role in 5G networks, where all the nodes which are auto scaling, they need to actually register to this function so that the other nodes can actually know and can communicate with other nodes that are really coming up. So making sure that NRF function is working properly, it becomes very critical to really monitor 5G nodes, for example, like NRF, network repository function. Yeah, it plays a very critical role in 5G core as well, where all the various other nodes register them with this network repository function. And it is very critical to monitor this function, because if it is not functioning right, it can really lead to outage or other scenarios. So what we have noticed through our experience of monitoring various 5G standalone networks, that NRF monitoring plays a very critical role in ensuring the services. Also, we have this node called service communication proxy, which is, I will say that it's the modern version of what DRA node was. So what it actually does is that it doesn't allow a lot of mesh to really happen in the network. So various functions communicate with this node, and they reduce the traffic. So this actually, again, SCP function plays a very critical role. And NetScout, by monitoring this node, gives complete visibility to the operator that how their control plane traffic is actually behaving in the network. Again, with the CUPS architecture deployed in 5G, edge monitoring plays a very critical role. And with NetScout's expertise of doing correlation between the control and user plane, we can really enrich the data with the various fields so that we can provide complete visibility, like which subscriber is using what kind of application through which APN, and how is the performance of that particular application happening for that subscriber, and what cells are being involved during consumption of that particular application. So all this visibility will be provided by monitoring user plane function. Also, what we have noticed is that, as I mentioned before, various operators have had this strategy of non-standalone, and as a result of that, some of the operators are still going to use their IMS infrastructure with, for example, 4G core. So what really happens is that they still need to implement voice over new radio. And in this case, they can choose to have an EPS fallback in which whenever a subscriber or user is trying to make a call through 5G, and if IMS is still not integrated with 5G core, they can actually do a EPS fallback. And we, NetScout, having an expertise in 4G voice over LTE monitoring as well as 5G, now we have actually seen and how we can provide visibility through EPS fallback and making sure that customers are able to make voice calls even if it's still with the legacy 4G. So we have all the expertise and we know which interfaces we need to monitor and provide you with all the complete visibility. So 5G again, there are various use cases that are also enabled by NetScout. So for example, how many subscribers are registering to 5G standalone? As a matter of fact, it can be non-standalone as well. And how is the usage between the conventional legacy networks like 4G versus the newer rolled out network like 5G? How is the throughput in the 5G networks? A lot has been promised, but what NetScout does is that really show you the tangible data that what was the network designed for and what is the throughput that the users are actually getting. And we can do it on various granular levels, like it can be on regional level with various cells, and it can also be on the application level as well. Also with NetScout's solution, what really happens is that customer can focus on certain regions and can see and have visibility that a particular region is actually able to deliver and on the promise. How are the various KPIs for a particular region behaving? And also we give you a unique capability in which you can put say focus on VIP subscribers or high ARPU subscribers and see that how is their perceived experience like in that environment or in that particular region. So all these kind of prioritization really is available. Also, there are various other dimensions available in 5G analytics, like you can put analysis on what kind of handsets or what kind of devices can be various IoT devices, categories, types as well. And we can also give you additional dimensions like frequency bands. You can put all these kind of filters while analyzing the data. Also, another critical role is how is the RAN behaving? You will be rolling out, and 5G, there are various bandwidths or various geoanalytics is also a very critical piece in the rollout of 5G. How you are actually planned the network and various frequencies are being used in 5G network. So it becomes really critical and really important to really understand if there are any coverage gaps, if there are certain subscribers or users who were supposed to be using indoor cells or frequencies are still being served by outdoor regions. So these kind of visibility and these kind of information is needed. And also you can, through this geoanalytics capabilities, you need to really understand the pockets where there are high concentration of subscribers, right? And also you need to really understand that if this network is actually able to provide all the right infrastructure to the user. So this really becomes really critical and important that we understand how the radio is actually deployed and is able to give the right resources to the users. So now how the networks actually have changed and evolved. Conventionally speaking, when we had legacy networks, it was primarily all physical, and the applications were really simplistic in that times. So things changed when 4G or LTE came. The consumers were more into OTT applications like LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. All these kind of things changed how the networks were actually scaling up. But with the modern times and with 5G and all, and the architectural changes that are coming up, including MECs and DCUPS architecture, a lot more focus is actually happening on the virtual or the cloud side of the things. And to be honest, it's not very easy and to provide the visibility and all. But with the expertise of NetScout, we are able to not only cater to the physical hybrid or the cloud aspect of the things, we are able to deliver all these use cases in which the users can actually not only do troubleshooting, service assurance, but also we can have these closed loop analytics in which we can feed all this data to applications who can take auto correction. For example, we might feed this data into policy control function in which policies needs to take certain decisions based on this critical data. So let's talk about NetScout's product portfolio. So as I've been talking about 5G and other networks and even the IoT networks, so what really happens is that NetScout has got two layers in which the bottom layer is actually called the instrumentation layer, where you see InfiniStream NG and InfiniStream NG RAN and Packet Flow Broker and RAN Flow Broker. So these are actually the sensors or the collection layers where we actually sniff all the packets and analyze all the packets really going on. And through this packets, we have this ASI patented technology where we convert all this packet data into metadata. So what we do really is that all this metadata is actually then consumed by various applications, and we can send this data to third-party application as well in a standard Kafka format as well. So what really happens is that all these applications are purpose built for these workflows, where I will talk about these various applications where we consume this data and give you a very directed workflow approach in which you can find a needle in the haystack. As you know, there is so much of data really flowing, and too much of information is also no information. So NetScout's workflow approach really helps you in a very targeted way where you can actually follow the workflow and try to reduce the mean time to know. So this really helps you quickly resolving the issues or also doing various other use cases as well. I will talk about that in my slides. So like I was talking about the instrumentation layer, InfiniStream NG, it comes in different flavors, and we can give or provide you with a hardware appliance, or it can also be in a commercial off-the-shelf hardware where we can just give you the software. Also, it has a flavor of virtual to it, in which it can be hosted in your public or private cloud infrastructure. So what really does is that it gives you this complete high definition insights. What application is being used can be voice, video, and who is the subscriber and what technology is being used. Can be 5G IoT or can be any other legacy, and how the network infrastructure is involved. Is it physical, hybrid, or virtual? So all these combination, when we give you all the insights to various dimensions, really creates this high definition data that really enables all the use cases of visibility. So, for example, let's focus a little bit more on the virtual aspect of InfiniStream. So, as you know, that various ecosystem or various environments really exist in the virtual scenario. And what we do is that various flavors of virtual InfiniStream is there, in which we can deploy in a Docker container environment, or it can be on a VMware environment or KVM, OpenStack. So you name it, we already are actually doing all these innovation to make sure that you have the complete visibility in the various virtual infrastructure. Let's talk about vStreams or virtual InfiniStreams in the public cloud a little bit more, in which what we have seen is that the cloud infrastructure, if they are able to give access to the packets, we can simply install our vStream in the public cloud, and we can start looking at those packets and start creating metadata on that. In case if the cloud infrastructure is not able to give us visibility to the packets through a vTap or a vSwitch functionality, then vStream can also be run as an agent. In this case, it will be co-hosted or co-located with that particular virtual machine, and we can start listening to those packets and can again create that metadata and provide you with the visibility. So again, depending upon how your cloud infrastructure is really there, and if they are not able to help you, then we are here to help you to make sure that you get all the visibility. So from an application perspective, and there's this nGenius1 application where it is our flagship product, which has a top-down workflow approach in which we can show you all the snapshot of the network in one dashboard. And based on that, you can actually drill down to various KPIs, and then you can further drill down to sessions. And if you still want more visibility and analysis, you can drill down to packets as well. So this particular workflow really enables the users to actually drill down from a very broad or I will say a service problem to actually the specifics of the things and really find what is actually causing the degradation of that particular service. And also, needless to say, this is again part of the ecosystem where we also enable API access as well, where we can give you complete integration of this particular application. Also, nGenius Business Analytics is another offering from NetScout, where we enable all your big data use cases, and all the granularity of use cases go till the subscriber level. Here in this case, you can actually find which subscriber is in what region is using what kind of application, and how that particular application is performing for that particular user. So all these various use cases are very easy to deploy with nGenius Business Analytics, and user can actually create their dashboards on the fly. And all this data, what I'm talking about, is in near real time. So this is really powerful. Also, like we talked about TrueCall application, which is another application which is focusing on the RAN side. As I was talking about geo analytics, so what TrueCall really does is that it takes all the measurements from 5G RAN in this case and geoplots all these calls. And with this, when we do that, we are actually able to enable or give information about, for example, coverage gaps or the worst performing cells or the best performing cells, and how is the density of various users in that particular or in a region. So what it really enables or triggers is that the pursuit is to reduce the drive testing. So when all the users are actually acting like drive testers for you, so you don't really need to go for drive testing. And also, um, this enables use cases like RAN service assurance, and all this data that we are monitoring is near real time. Also, this Ingenious Session Analyzer application is actually focused on a very reactive use case in which, if, for example, you are being told that a particular subscriber at a particular time is facing some issue. And as you know, there are various hops and various nodes involved in delivering a particular service. So what an Ingenious Session Analyzer actually does is that it does multi-protocol and multi-leg correlation for various technologies, including 5G and IoT, where we can actually do we can create various hops of the call, and the users can actually look and see that the call failed for what reason and what was the leg. So these kind of use cases are enabled through Ingenious Session Analyzer. So again, in the summary, I would like to put an emphasis that even if it's a service provider or an enterprise, and even if it's a core or RAN, or the use cases are about troubleshooting or network automation or closed loop analytics, or where you need to really analyze or see the performance, how things are happening, NetScout provides complete visibility from a physical network to a hybrid network or even in a cloud infrastructure. So NetScout is there to give you the complete visibility and enable your use cases where you want to analyze data, how things are happening in a very workflow approach. And thank you very much. And by the way, there is a quiz after the session, and just wait for that, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you for that great session. Dear attendees, please don't forget to participate in our quizzes that will be taking place after each vendor presentation and get a chance to win some of the incredible prizes that are on offer. Let's now move on to our next presentation. To help us explore the future of 5G, I would now like to welcome our next presenting vendor, F5.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mohammed Shaath from F5 Networks. I'm working as a solution architect for service providers. It's a pleasure to join you for Westcon Comstor 5G and IoT event summit. Today, I will address key strategies to address multi-cloud networking challenges. So for the agenda today, we are going to have a look at the modern workloads, why current approaches to multi-cloud networking fall short, and what is the distributed cloud, and how to simplify the world of distributed applications. And finally, after this presentation, we'll be having a small quiz that will be sent to you. So IoT applications as well as 5G are moving towards microservices and are deployed in multiple clouds where each and every cloud have a siloed operations. And we are moving to a multi-cloud environment where we can interconnect these applications in different clouds and have an integrated operations. So what is driving this is the digital transformation, which is a common focus for both enterprise and service providers, where it will provide an operational efficiencies, faster time to market, better customer experience, and revenue growth. So what are and for specifically for 5G and IoT, they are both of these topics are actually going into a multi-cloud environment. So you might have your IoT back-end instances running on public cloud or private cloud, also an edge environment. They will most probably run on in containers and microservices. And for sure, we'll have an application-to-application communication, which we call API proliferation. So what is the challenges? Why current approaches to multi-cloud networking fall short? The main challenge that you do have a multiple environment. Each multiple environment has its own operating complexity. So where it needs operators to learn each of these environments. So concepts in Azure are different than AWS, different than Google, different on the private data center world where you have your VMware or OpenStack or whatever technology that you're running there. Another area of a challenge is the automation, how you are going to automate the deployment of these applications between these types of different environments, and most importantly, how to implement a consistent security landscape that will apply to all of these different environments. And finally, you have a limited observability because each one is independent and they're not connected together. So definitely will have an observability issue on these types of environment. So if we look at the landscape, you see that every application needs to be deployed and have its own infrastructure. So you'll have tools for identity, secret management, service discovery, infrastructure management, like, for example, Kubernetes management and a Kubernetes platform. Not only that, this is what is required to deploy the application, but also this application will require some services, networking services or security services, things like a WAF, load balancer, a firewall, router, and so on and so forth. So if we look at this one on a scale of a multi-cloud, you will see that you will need to have too many tools, from 7 to 15 vendors to address all of these topics. It will be an integration nightmare where you will have a big difficulties integrating and learning all of these technology. And then overall, it will be difficult to observe all of these systems in a single view and apply a consistent policy. And
as well as you need to have talents and education around the different type of platforms, products, and the cloud. And this makes it very challenging, as we described earlier. So with F5 distributed cloud services, this is a solution that will address these challenges, providing you an outcome to reduce the operational complexity, enhance the end user performance, and improve the time of service. If we create an abstract that can enable the operation, the DevOps operations, or NetOps, or security ops, if we provide them a single interface where they can interact with these different clouds, allowing them a single platform to provide observability and apply their policies, this will provide great results and will improve the solution for this area. So what is the distributed cloud? So in F5, we're known to do what we call the application delivery controller, which provide application services, things like routing, firewall, WAF, API gateway, and load balancing. So imagine we split that in half. Half of that is going near to the end customer, and think of that about it as it's your IoT application or your mobile edge, and the other part towards the application. And we connect that using the SP backbone or even our own secure global backbone. And now we simply connect locations. So for each IoT application, we just can add that another application and provide all of the application services that is needed, whether it's in networking or security services. And also you can deploy on our infrastructure. So we have what is called customer edge, where this is where you are going to deploy your own applications, or you can even deploy to our application. So we cover now from networking perspective, but how about applications? We can also host the applications and add the application on top of a virtual Kubernetes cluster that is that you can deploy for all of your application. The result is that any application can talk to any application by name. So you can discover and publish services by name, resulting on these applications can be connected to each other, regardless whether they are on a private cloud to a public cloud or from a public cloud to another public cloud. And it's all using a managed SaaS with a rich UI and API that allow you to have a single glass of plane to monitor all of these deployments and apply your security policies to it. This is what we call the Vault Console. So the Vault Console is a SaaS-based centralized controller that will provide a single pane configuration analytics for all of your applications and its related services. So using this will simplify the world of distributed application. So without the F5 distributed cloud services, you will have an isolated deployment in your edge, in your private data center, public cloud, and then each one have its own operation, its own tools, its own management. With F5 cloud services, you will have a common distributed container as a service or platform as a service architecture with a virtual Kubernetes. That's what we call the Vault stack. This Vault stack will host the applications on top of it. You can deploy the applications in any of the locations without any restrictions, and then connect all of these locations together, whether it's, again, private or public cloud, with what we call a Vault mesh, which is going to provide the distributed networking and security services. Finally, we monitor all of these application deployments and networking and security services with Vault Console that allow us to control, monitor, and apply our unified policies to all of these environments. So I give an example deployment with a connected car use case where we have 1,000 edge site. Each charging station is considered a customer edge site. Then I have a multiple data center, so I can, using Vault Console, deploy the front-end application and the customer edge sites, the electrical charging vehicle, the electrical vehicle charging stations, and then deploy the back end into the private data center, deploy the front-end application delivery controller and security services, so load balancing, WAF, DDoS, all of these services, deploy the back-end networking and security services for the back-end application, very similar. And then finally, I will get, using a Vault Console, an end-to-end visibility of application performance and security for 1,000 charging stations and 3 central sites. All of this done in an automated fashion and easy fashion, allowing a very fast deployment. Think of the same in a 5G core deployment, where also in your standalone 5G core, you will have a containerized version of your 5G functions. These containerized containers will also distributed into multiple sites. The same API can be used to deploy all of these sites into different locations in a quick way and easy way, and reducing the complexity of managing a lot of Kubernetes clusters and application-related deployment issues. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I hope you find this content I shared insightful. As mentioned earlier, there will be a quiz taking place now. Stay tuned for the same.
Thank you for that great presentation. Our next presenting vendor will be talking about empowering 5G networks with security solutions. Please join me in welcoming Attack IQ.
Hi, my name's Ross Brewer. I'm the Vice President and General Manager for Attack IQ's Europe, Middle East and Africa, as well as the Asia, Pacific and Japan business units. I'd like to thank Westcon for having us speak today on the impact of 5G and IoT on cybersecurity. Before we get into that, we thought it might be a nice idea to share an extract from a course by Dr. Art Langer. He is the Director of Columbia University Center for Technology Management, as well as the Professor of Professional Practice at Columbia University in New York. And he has kindly done a module in our academy, which is a free training facility that Attack IQ provides. We'll make the slides available. You can see the link on the bottom here. And as I said, we'll just hear from Art before we get into the actual security side.
So let's first talk about what's going on right now. And it all starts with 5G, all right, which many of you know is being rolled out immediately post-COVID-19. Now, what is the issue with 5G as it relates to the next generation of architecture that we're experiencing? Well, simply put, 5G is 100 times faster than its predecessor, 4G. Okay, what does that simply mean? Well, it means that your smartphone is going to become substantially more powerful in two particular areas. One, in transmission rate of data going back and forth. And the second is the amount of sophisticated applications that will be able to reside on your smartphone and on other kinds of networks, and the ability to transport new applications back and forth simply because I have 100 times enhanced transmission rate. Okay, that sets the base. Now let's go to the next issue as we go through this little flow diagram. With 5G being 100 times faster, it simply makes Internet of Things more reliable and practical. And what does that suggest? An incredible explosion of IoT devices around the world. And those IoT devices will be accessible not only through the traditional internet, but also through mobile, which enhances accessibility in an incredible way. And those IoT devices will not only have edge, as they're calling it, applications, which will also interact with those applications that are sitting on your intelligent or smartphone. It will increase, dramatic increase in data capture. So what's happening in our lives as we're speaking right now is the amount of data that will come available, which is instigated, if you will, through the explosion of IoT devices, which is now more reliable and pragmatic and practical through the coming of 5G, simply makes, as we sit here and look at mobile devices, get smarter. Mobile devices get smarter and more powerful. Now you see here that there's a fork in the road, all right? The dramatic increase in data capture affects two significant things. One, the devices get smarter, more data is coming in, but then there's the lower part of this fork in the road, which relates to your world. And that is you have more security exposure simply because there's more data that's running around everywhere and stopping in different places. And that suggests that we need better cybersecurity.
Thank you, Dr. Langer. And that's where the rest of this discussion carries on in terms of the impact on cybersecurity and the fact that things are happening 100 times faster. Data can be exfiltrated at larger volumes a lot more quickly, and we need to sort of deal with that. This coincides with a sort of change in the industry, which is really being driven by the sort of MITRE Ingenuity Center for Threat-Informed Defense, which is what's called a threat-informed defense. And a threat-informed defense is really applying sort of an understanding of the adversarial tradecraft, looking at the tools, the techniques and procedures that they would likely use against your organization, and then ensuring that your defenses are capable of withstanding their attacks. Now, why is this transition to a threat-informed defense happening at the moment? Well, if you think about it historically from a cybersecurity perspective, we've really focused on sort of a top-down governance, risk, and compliance approach. And that was really about capabilities. Do you have a firewall? Do you have encryption? Do you have logging? Whereas now we're moving to more about the effectiveness of our security, not about building capabilities. And the reason for that is that if you look at the data breach investigation reports by Verizon, in excess of 80% of the breaches, the security control was available to stop the breach but didn't. So what does this mean? It means that security controls are failing often, and they're failing silently. And there's no feedback loop to tell us in cybersecurity that our controls have failed. For that matter, our security posture has failed. Now, the MITRE organization in 2015 released the MITRE attack framework, which really allowed us to focus on the philosophy of assumed breach. So if you think about the last few weeks, there's been some major headlines of new exploits, new vulnerabilities, and these become new entry points for the adversarial community to enter into an organization. And assume breach means that's going to happen. We assume that to be the case. But what we need to do is we need to test our rest of our control framework based on the fact that they will get in, but we want to make sure that they can't escalate privileges, they can't establish a foothold, they can't traverse the environment, they can't find our crown jewels, they can't exfiltrate our crown jewels, they can't establish persistence and maintain a command and control. And the MITRE attack framework gives us a taxonomy, a language, if you will, that we can all talk about our capabilities and our effectiveness based on the backdrop of testing it against the adversarial tools, techniques, and behaviors. Now, Attack IQ, as an organization, we are a software vendor based out of Silicon Valley in the US. We have a platform that's the largest, most open, most closely aligned to MITRE attack, whereby we do at scale production testing, which is what I was just talking about a moment ago, testing our capabilities by emulating the adversarial behavior and testing our controls to ensure that those activities are stopped in their tracks. Now, we have deep partnerships with many of the top cybersecurity vendors where they share in our Preactive Security Exchange, where they use Attack IQ to test their capabilities against MITRE attack. And then we spend a lot of time with organizations focusing on the practice. This is our academy, where you saw the extract from Dr. Art Langer a moment ago, where we're training on best practice subjects as it relates to a threat-informed defense, breach and attack simulation, purple teaming. And then we have our Informed Defenders community, where we have executives from a variety of blue chip organizations. So we're not only helping the practitioners from a practice standpoint, but we're also helping the executives. And then finally, we've developed blueprints with our existing customers to help new customers deploy more quickly and get a faster return on investment and achieve value based on activities and a process that's been used and proven to be successful in other customers. Now, as I said, we're very closely aligned to MITRE attack. So within our platform, you'll see heat maps and dashboards that will show you not only the ability to measure prevention, but detection as well. And then we have very easily selectable assessment templates based on whether this be the latest threats. You can see there that the log shell Log4 Shell or Log4j that was only a few days ago. It might be the latest threats, or you might be looking at baselining security controls, or looking at compliance mandates such as NIST 853 and others. And then we have a complete library of tools, techniques, and procedures, whether you want to filter this by ransomware groups, by security controls, by different flavors, whether it be cloud-based technologies, AWS, GCP, or Microsoft Azure. And within this library, we have several thousand scenarios that you can point to, as well as customize and add your own. And then we provide detailed high-level reporting on an organization's control framework to help them make much more informed decisions. And what we mean by this is being able to answer those difficult questions. What's working? What's not working? Where should we invest next? How do we know those investments are being effective? How do we show management we're doing a good job? How do we show management we need more investment? And then finally, how do we deal with the latest threat? And what do we do tomorrow? Do we pull the cables out of the wall, or can we show management that we're on top of that particular exploit and we're safe to carry on? Then finally, I mentioned MITRE ATT&CK, and MITRE ATT&CK is now sitting with the Center for Threat Informed Defense, which is a consortium of organizations helping MITRE with funding and resources to continue the expansion and adoption of the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And as you can see, AttackIQ is a founding research partner of the Center for Threat Informed Defense. And so we work and fund a number of research projects that help the industry and help our customers and inform our strategy, our sort of product and our practices. And just to highlight some of the work that the CTID is doing, there's a number of research projects that you might be interested in visiting the website and having a look at. And AttackIQ has been an active participant in many of these. I'm just going to highlight two in particular that are sort of relevant to this discussion. So NIST 853, which is a GRC framework mapped to MITRE ATT&CK, and then the CVE, the Common Vulnerability Exposures, being IOCs, indications of compromise, have been mapped to MITRE ATT&CK. So for the first time in the industry, we're sort of mapping what's called governance, risk, and compliance, GRC, down to TTPs, tools, techniques, and procedures, and then mapping those to indications of compromise. And that's going to help security practitioners much more effectively navigate their effectiveness and their efficiency. Mentioned our academy that we launched coming up 2 years ago. We have over 25,000 students from 180 plus countries taking all manner of best practice subjects. It's all completely free, and you get credits towards your certain certifications. And we'd welcome you to join the academy and look at Dr. Art Langer's course and others. And then really what AttackIQ is building for enterprises is the ability to get feedback and make much more better informed decisions. So we're building that missing feedback loop to tell organizations whether their controls are working, whether they're effective, whether their processes, their people, their SOC, their security teams are actually picking up on the activity that they're meant to. So for the first time at enterprise scale, we're offering organizations the ability to measure the efficacy and efficiency of their cyber security program. And with that, we'll leave you with, as I said, you can get these slides from Westcon. You can click and link out to our website or link out to Academy. And I would like to thank you for taking this time and thank Westcon. And we hope you have a good time. Bye for now.
Around every corner of telecom marketing are shimmering glimpses of a future made right by 5G. Promises to address density, latency, and speed requirements for devices and applications in public, private, and hybrid use cases brought along by telcos, service providers, and enterprises. It all sounds great, maybe a little too great, and a little dizzying. As most of you will agree, 5G is laden with hype, jargon, history, and misconception that impede comprehension. But if 5G is a foggy mystery to you, our next presenting vendor is going to prime the pump. Please join me in welcoming Extreme Networks to talk about 5G beyond the hype.
Hello, everybody. My name's Matthew Palmer. I'm the SE Manager for Middle East Africa Turkey for Extreme Networks. I'm joining you today on the Westcon Comstor 5G and IoT Summit, and I'd like to show you what Extreme Networks is doing that can benefit your 5G and IoT solutions. So today we're going to look at the Extreme Networks summary of our enterprise portfolio and our ISP portfolio. So let's start with the enterprise. Where exactly does Extreme Networks operate in the enterprise network? Well, here I can sum it up very nicely. Firstly, we have IP fabrics called our SLX range that are highly scalable, industry standard EVPN IP fabric for the data center. This is applicable for both the enterprise and the ISP. Of course, ISPs normally prefer IP fabrics for their third-party interoperability. We also have another fabric called the Fabric Connect technology, and this is a much simpler fabric that is not limited to the data center. We can actually use this in the head office, we can extend it to the branches, and it's completely topology dependent. And we very often sell this into our enterprise customers because they love its simplicity. We're also able to extend the same fabric technology out to the branch, so it can go right across the WAN, over an IPVPN service or any other type of service, and extend the fabric capabilities right into the branch. We do identity-driven connectivity, so when a user connects, we can identify the device, we can identify the user, maybe apply a policy, select the VLAN that they're in, and put some security, maybe an ACL onto them, all done automatically. And then we have NAC solutions that actually facilitate that and realize the identity-driven network communications. And we have that in both cloud and on-prem formats. We also have an SD-WAN solution, so we can extend out to the branches, do application prioritization, load balancing across WAN links. And then finally, all of this is managed end-to-end through our Extreme Cloud IQ platform. This is a cloud-based platform. We do local cloud, private cloud, and we also have on-prem options for our customers that are not ready to move to the cloud yet. The solution has a full API, so we do detailed integrations with third parties. So you may have heard recently about the Infinite Enterprise, which is an Extreme solution where really what we've done is combine some of our solutions together to deal with the reality that now enterprises are dealing with a lot more distributed workforce, people working from home, people maybe working in the branches that are more local to their home, and the way that the world's changed in the past couple of years. What these solutions actually are is firstly our Extreme Fabric Connect, because it allows us to bring the same services that you would get at the head office and effectively stretch them to anywhere in the world. And we've combined that with our Extreme Cloud IQ, which is our limitless cloud management platform. It allows us to do everything from a single pane of glass. It's got intuitive workflows, so we can configure devices without having to visit the CLIs. We're very good at remote management, of course, because it's a cloud service. And we're also introducing some AI and ML-driven insights to help network administrators identify problems, save themselves some time, and be more proactive on the network management. Now, the Fabric Connect itself is a topic on its own, so I'm not going to dig too deep into it because this is a summary. But this slide summarizes why it's so simple. If you look at Extreme Fabric Connect, it's basically got a single protocol that does everything. It's doing layer 2 services, layer 3 services, virtualized layer 3 services. It can even handle virtualized multicast. And because it's one single protocol, it's very quick to design, it's fast to deploy, it's got a very high level of stability, there's no stack of protocols, and simply because it's one protocol, it recovers quicker from a network failure, and it's easier to troubleshoot. Now, most of our competitors are offering an EVPN type solution, and if you look at the stack of protocols on the right, I think you can probably appreciate why Fabric Connect is preferred by our customers. It's all about simplicity. However, what I do want to talk about in a little bit more detail is our Extreme Cloud IQ solution. If you don't know it, Extreme is now the #2 cloud networking provider. We've grown market share by 2% in the last 2 years, and we're at 13%. So we're expecting big growth in this market, and we're very excited about cloud networking. If we look at Cloud IQ, what exactly is it? So it's a GUI interface powered by ML and AI, and it allows us to manage our wired, our wireless, and our routers. It's simple to use. That's the idea. Not a big onboarding, no great training. You should be able to pick it up and use it within a few hours. It's very easy to license, and the reason is we have one license that is not tied to any serial numbers of devices, not tied to any MAC addresses, and it's portable. So the license will work if you onboard a wireless AP, an SD-WAN router, or a switch. And if you stop using that device and want to onboard something else, you don't need to come and speak to us. You can just reuse the same license. Like all cloud solutions, onboarding is very easy. It's plug and play. You plug the device in, it reaches out to the cloud, it realizes which customer it owns to, it gets adopted by that customer's cloud instance, it's licensed, the software is upgraded, the networking configuration is downloaded, and the device is up and running. So real plug and play. Continuous value. So with it being a cloud solution, we actually operate a 4th gen architecture, and it allows us to develop at very high speed. We can bring features in very quickly. Whereas with on-prem solutions, often the customers can be waiting a while the features are developed, then they've got to deploy the software. With cloud, we do an upgrade every month. There's new features appearing all the time. We offer multiple data durations. So most of our competitors, they will offer 90 days. We do also have an unlimited data duration. So what does that mean? From when you take the subscription, we will save management information, statistics about the devices, about your users, and we will retain it for the period of the subscription. So if the subscription is in there for 10 years, you can look back 10 years through your data or longer, depending on your subscription length, and you can see what was happening. So it's great for trending. And then finally, and very important for customers, is security. We have ISO security. We're about to get SOC 2 security for our cloud platform. So we've really made a big effort to make sure that we're offering the most secure cloud platform for our data, for our customers' network infrastructure management. We have recently opened a data center in the GCC. So this is another first in the industry for network infrastructure providers. We're bringing the data center closer to the customer, ensure low latency, ensure a better experience when you're using the cloud. Today, we're the only vendor that's done this. So if you want a regional GCC data center that's within your region, we have one available for you. As you can see, we've got many others across the world as well. We're up to about 18 data centers now and still expanding. As I mentioned, security, top of mind. So whenever we deploy, we ensure that we're certified on the cloud provider, and we're a multi-cloud agnostic platform. We can deploy onto Azure, onto Amazon, and to Google Cloud, again, allowing us to bring our data centers closer to our customers. We're ISO certified, and not just the data center that we install in, but our actual application is ISO certified, and we're also GDPR compliant. If we look at Cloud IQ, what it gives you is firstly, the ability to graphically configure your network policies so that when the devices are connected to the cloud, they're pushed out. This could be switches, it could be routers, it could be wireless. So it's template based. We're not individually configuring things. We're building a template with some rules in that says if the device is from this IP range, or if it's from this location, then apply the policy to it and maybe make some modifications because, of course, you may want different policies based on where the location is. So the first bit is about onboarding and configuring devices. We also allow you to design the Wi-Fi network. So it's got a Wi-Fi design tool built in, so you can predictively deploy the wireless. It will auto place your access points for you, and it will also monitor it once it's deployed, so you get heat maps showing you the coverage, etc. It produces dashboards, so you can see top users, top applications. You can select the time range, so you can go back and look at last week, compare it to this week. Very great, insightful visibility of what's been happening in your network, and top apps. So of course, we look at layer 7 apps rather than just saying this much data has gone across your network. You want to know this much data and how much of it was the various apps, how much of it was Oracle, how much was it was social media, etc. So you get all this in a single pane of glass. Now, on top of that, we've actually gone the extra mile, and we've tried to bring some value-added services that are included in the same license. We call it the XIQ Essentials package. And what this is some extra business relevant applications that we've added in at no extra cost to our pilot license. And if we take a look at them, the first one is our location essentials. So when you deploy wireless, it will collect information of what wireless devices have been in range of your wireless. It will produce very nice dashboards and reports. So it's interesting in retail, for example, IoT devices, what's been passing by the network, how long have devices been devices been dwelling, what's the average return time, how many new customers versus old customers. We can also do zone tracking, so we can look at if people are passing through an area, how long are they dwelling in each area, and which zone does typically lead to another zone. We can do asset tracking, and that can be both Wi-Fi and BLA. We can even look at crowding, so based on the number of Wi-Fi devices in the area, we can produce reports so you can look out for crowding and then produce heat maps to see where people are actually spending their time. The great thing about these cloud applications is they're already built in the cloud. Traditionally, you would have been deploying an on-site VM to get this kind of information, and you would have needed to configure it and maintain it. This is ready in the cloud, and you literally, once your wireless is deployed, you just turn it on. And with very little effort, very little configuration, you can get the kind of output that you see on this slide. The next one is guest essentials. So very common that you need to onboard guests or IoT devices for that matter. And what guest essentials does is it allows you, again, to very easily turn this on. You can make the splash plates, you can do some rules, which VLANs do you want to apply, policies to devices coming onto the network. And with just a few clicks, you've got a guest or IoT network up and running for things to associate to. Again, great reporting, very easy to set up. If you're using social media onboarding, for example, you don't need to worry about integrating with that SMS gateway. You don't need to worry about integrating with Google, Facebook, etc., because it's all done on the back end. It's speed of deployment, which at the end of the day is what cloud's all about. And then finally, we've got an advanced WIP solution for wireless. We've been selling this as an on-prem solution for a long time, but we've now introduced an essentials version of it into the cloud. It looks for the most common 42 wireless security threats, and again, very easy to turn on. Few clicks, you get the information you see on the screen. It will produce reports. It will do mitigation on certain types of threat, and you essentially can increase the security of your wireless in just a few minutes. I will highlight again that all of this is included in our standard cloud subscription license, the pilot license. So if we just look at really what are the unique differentiators for Extreme, and of course this is like a treadmill, we're constantly running, keeping up with everybody, but some of the things that we feel we have an advantage is, the first is actually our cloud. It's a microservices architecture, generation 4. It allows us great flexibility and very fast speed of development. The second is our ISO certifications. We're very proud of these. We put a lot of work into constantly keeping them up to date, being audited by third party. And again, it's our application that is ISO certified itself. We're not only deploying into an ISO certified data center, we're ensuring our application is certified as well. The unlimited data duration, so the ability to retain the data for the length of the subscription. So even if you want to go back and look even years before what was happening for trending or even for troubleshooting information, then you have the ability to do that. We've got that regional GCC data center, bringing the data center closer to our customers, and then that one license, one cost, any device, portable, not tied to a serial number. If you decide to upgrade your wireless, maybe you're looking to move to wireless 6E, you don't need to come and talk to us when you take the old wireless access point down, because the license is not tied to it. We've got both on-prem, public cloud, and even private cloud options available, and it's the same hardware. So our access points, our switches, they can be managed by our on-prem solutions, or they can be managed by our Wi-Fi solutions. There's no rip and replace. You can simply repurpose the device. If you decide that you want to start safe, you want to go with on-prem, the more traditional method, and look to move to the cloud later, you're not going to have to purchase all the hardware again. As I've talked about on the previous slide, we've got our value-added essential services, WIPs, guest, at no additional cost. Many of our competitors, they will actually charge an additional license for this, and you may even have to license it per device. Here you get it all rolled in. Business continuity. So this is very important. If you do not renew your subscription, with some of our competitors, it is possible that your service will stop. Our switches and access points continue to operate. They do not need connectivity to the cloud. If your WAN link's down, they will continue to service customers. You will not have a situation where your network's down due to either the wide area not being available or to not renewing your subscription. And then the final thing is really about the APs themselves. Firstly, we only sell Wi-Fi 6 and now Wi-Fi 6E we're about to launch, but all of our APs are software-defined radios. So if you want to get the maximum out of your AP, maybe you don't want to use the 2.4 gig, as we know it's a very crowded channel space, a lot of interference, you can flip both the radios over to 5 gig to really bring every little bit of performance out of that AP. And then finally, we do have some APs where we've got an extra radio that acts only as a sensor. Now, that means that your data radios serving clients are dedicated for that purpose. They're not skipping a few milliseconds every so often so they can scan for security threats or they can pull in some locational data. We have a dedicated radio for that. And that means no interruption to users' data traffic and also no missing security threats because we're listening all the time. So now let's just have a look at what Extreme are doing with AI and ML in our cloud. And we've recently launched a public beta of something called Copilot. Now, the idea of Copilot is it's like having a network engineer that's working full-time, 24/7, looking over all of the data that's coming out the network and trying to pick out issues that the network administrator needs to consider and address. It's different to looking through the logs. If you sit there looking through the logs, you've got thousands of log messages coming in. Some are important, some are not important. And what Copilot's trying to do is picking out what's genuinely important, showing the network administrator, giving them some information and some suggestions of what they might try and do to resolve these issues. It's being proactive, it's saving time. So this is the Copilot dashboard. As I mentioned, it's in public beta, so it's available to any of our customers that have the pilot license at the moment. It shows the number of scans it's doing, so it's regularly scanning the network for anomalies. And so far, we support 2 anomalies. One is Wi-Fi efficiency and one is Wi-Fi capacity. And you can see here in the Wi-Fi capacity window, it's actually flagged a problem. It's told us that we've got some problems on the wireless capacity with one device. We've also got PoE stability, port efficiency. DFS channel reoccurrence. So if we're flipping DSS channels, very regular. And also we're going to start doing some VLAN verification, which is VLAN probes to check the DHCP is working. This is, again, it's a treadmill. This is moving. You'll see things being added to this all of the time. Now, if we look at one of these anomalies, so we click on the one over there, and it gives us a little bit of detail. This is not black box AI. It's explaining why it thinks we've got a problem. And this particular example here, it's telling us we've got a problem on channel 48 on the 5 gig radio. And it's saying that even though there's not many clients associated, the channel utilization is going very high. This would not be very easy for a person, an engineer, to pick up unless they're looking into this problem because the users complained. So again, it's about being proactive. And you can see it's giving us some recommendations. It's saying that the data rate configuration, maybe we've got the low-end data rates enabled, and what that means is sticky Wi-Fi clients are hanging onto the radio even though they maybe should have roamed. And it's advising us to actually disable the lower data rates to resolve this problem. And if you see on the screen there, it's showing us the time. So we can select the time scale and we can go and look at what clients were connected when this problem was happening and what the actual problem was. We can see the utilization. So we call this explainable AI, and this is Copilot. And you will see a lot more features coming to this over time. Now, I did mention we're not all about cloud only. We don't only offer public cloud. We also offer an on-prem solution called Extreme Cloud IQ Site Engine. So I'm just going to give you a little insight into this as well. This is how it looks. It's very like the cloud. It provides a single pane of glass. It will support our cloud native devices. It will also support some of our older devices that are not cloud native. So if you're an existing Extreme customer, you have some devices that are pre-cloud, shall we say, you want to be able to manage them. This is the platform for it. And it will also support third-party devices. So if a third-party device, as long as it supports SNMP, we can actually onboard it. We can do basic management of it, software upgrades, backing up its config, that kind of thing. Obviously, this gives Extreme Cloud IQ and deployment flexibility because now we can say either on-prem or cloud. And interestingly, it's actually the same license. So to manage a device with the on-prem solution is exactly the same license as to manage that device with the cloud. So if a customer again starts with on-prem and they want to move to cloud in the future, they don't even need to come and talk to us about licensing. They already have their license in their hand. Now, an extra advantage with the on-prem solution is we have some advanced features, and my favorite is something we call application analytics. Our switches and access points have a built-in capability to look deep into the traffic flowing through them up to layer 7. And this allows us to identify applications. So again, rather than just saying, oh, the network's 50% utilized, we can say it's 50% utilized. 10% of that is Facebook, 13% of that is Oracle, etc., etc. So we identify applications by the name rather than just some generic port number like 443, which obviously a lot of applications run over. So this really gives you a detailed application visibility into your network. Another great thing about it is it compares the network response time to the application response time. So when you do see a slow response, it will give you a good idea. Is it the network causing that slow response, or is it the application causing that slow response? Which firstly means that you can be proactive. And secondly, when you do get a slow response, it will guide you as to where to look. Do we need to go and look at the network, or do we need to get the application team involved and get some help from them on why this service is going slow? Also built in, so obviously there's the management, as I mentioned, third-party management capabilities, alarm and event management. We can do zero-touch provisioning, capacity planning, etc. It also has the option to have a NAC module installed as well. So if you need an on-prem NAC, Extreme Cloud IQ Site Engine is your single pane of glass. So you've got your network management, you've got your control, and you've got your analytics, as I spoke about earlier. So bringing them all together, it gives you a similar experience to the cloud. Obviously, the feature velocity is not there. We're perhaps a little bit slower at releasing features for the on-prem solutions, but the customer has the option there. They've got that license in their hand. Do they want to use on-prem? do they want to use cloud? The last thing is, what we've done with our on-prem solution is we've allowed it to link up into our cloud. So if a customer wants to manage with the on-prem solution, but would like visibility from the cloud, so they sat at home, they don't want to use their VPN, they just want to see the status of their devices, we can absolutely do that. So we can basically display what the on-prem system's seeing in our cloud, very quick to log on. You can go and see the status of your switches, how busy are they, what's the CPU, etc. So great amount of flexibility with the management platforms here. That pretty much summarizes what we're doing in the enterprise at the minute. I just want to very briefly show you the components. So we have a quick look at the wireless access points. So we've got a full range of wireless access points from 2x2, ceiling mount wall plate. We've got 4x4, our 410C, probably one of our most popular access points, and the 460C, which is the outdoor version of that. And then we're just about to introduce our Wi-Fi 6E access point. This is already being shipped, but it will be coming to the Middle East, and specifically the UAE and Saudi, because they're the two markets that have certified it already, very shortly. All of our access points now are something called universal hardware. So for those of you that know Extreme, you know that we have some different solutions of wireless from our acquisitions. What we've done is we've made it very easy for our customers. The access points can boot into multiple operating systems. So if you're a legacy Wing customer, an Identify customer, or you want to go straight to cloud, it's the same piece of hardware. You don't need to have different hardware depending on how you want to utilize it. All of our access points have got layer 7 firewall built in, so you don't need to have a controller. You have the option to, but the firewalling, the heavy lifting is done inside the hardware. We've got Bluetooth radio. We support the latest WPA3 standards on all of these. Integrated analytics, which I was talking about earlier. It's not only in the switches, it's in the access points. And we have a universal warranty. So no matter how you're going to deploy these, it's the same warranty, the same support. I'm not going to go into great detail on this, but for anybody that's not looked at Wi-Fi 6E, this slide is why it's interesting. Look at the top. This is the bandwidth and the number of channels available for 2.4 gig. Look at the middle. This is sort of the enterprise solution that we've been used to using over the last few years. That's the amount of bandwidth space available in the 5 gig. And now look at the 6 gig. This is absolutely going to revolutionize wireless. It's going to be the biggest thing that has happened since then. And of course, it's a brand new clean spectrum. There are no legacy clients there. It's really going to change the way that we can use wireless. And I expect to see a lot of high bandwidth applications coming for Wi-Fi 6E as it becomes popular across the region. So now let's have a look at the switches. So again, like the access points, most of the switches that we're going to be releasing going forwards are called universal. So due to acquisition, again, we have customers running different operating systems. We're now going to sell hardware that any customer can buy, and then they just pick the operating system they want. We're simplifying things. It's universal management. So each of these switches that we're releasing, you can see that we have entry level, mid-tier, premier. They can go on-prem or be cloud managed. So it's your choice. It's a single license, the same pilot license. Incidentally, each of these come with 1 year free pilot license. And that license, again, you can move between any device. Multiple OS, as I mentioned, so you're no longer going to see Exos switches, VSP switches. You just take the hardware you want, boot it into the OS that you need. That integrated analytics, we've got multi-rate port capability and up to 90 watts of PoE, which is great for IoT because obviously we're at 30 watts is probably the most common now, the PoE plus, but we're already seeing devices coming out that are requiring more. And obviously these new, particularly the 6E access points, the multi-rate points are going to be very important for them on the switches to make sure that we can get the full power out of these APs. We still have our traditional switch models as well, so it's not all about universal. In the fabric switch range, we have the 8400, which is a mid-range chassis, the 8600, 20 terabit, big chassis, core data center type device, and then the VSP range, which is top of rack, etc. The Exos range is still there. We have our XA1400, which is the box that allows us to extend fabric even across the internet. So we can send virtualized services, even multicast across the internet in a secure encrypted way using this box. And then our VPEX port extenders, of course, which are the ultimate in simplicity, because you basically plug them into an Exos switch and it's the controller of them. There's not even a Comstor port on them. So let's now have a look at what we're doing in the ISP space. Now, obviously this summit is about 5G. Extreme is not a 5G vendor. We don't make wireless, but we can play in the 5G space, and we have some good solutions that can complement the overall 5G picture. And essentially they fall into two buckets. The first is our IP fabric, which is our SLX range. We're able to build IP fabric data centers, class 3, class 5, which is often preferred by ISPs. The other thing is our network packet broker solution, which is a visibility tool. Often ISPs are required by regulation to view and sometimes even record the traffic that's passing through their networks, and the packet broker is an advanced solution to do that. So the SLX, if you look at the SLX range, it's essentially two things. It's the switches for the spine, for the leaf, and then high scalability internet border routers that scale actually well above the number of routes that is on the internet today. So what gels these together is something called EFA, which is Extreme Fabric Automation. This is a tool that allows you to configure a whole IP fabric network from a single interface. So rather than doing individual configuration on the IP fabric switches, you have one CLI interface, and basically it will configure the fabric for you in the first place. So you give it access to the switches via the outer band, you tell it the IP ranges you want to use, and it actually goes and does all of the IP fabric configuration for you. You then want to provision services on it, and again, you can do it from this single console. And what's more interesting for ISPs is we have a northbound RESTful API on there that allows configuration from third-party tools such as SDN controllers. Now, if we look at the visibility solution, Packet Broker, in enterprise networks, the visibility is normally done in the devices, but we're not really interested in counting every single packet. What we're looking for is trending. We want to know the percentage of our networks that's being used for social media, business applications, etc. But we're not necessarily interested to count every packet. So it's typically an in-band solution. When it comes to ISP, they normally are interested in catching every single packet that's of interest to them. So Network Packet Broker is an out-of-band solution where we position devices throughout the network. So it could be in the access layer, it could be in the core layer, and then we're catching packets to send to the analytical tools that the ISP is using. And this is essentially what Packet Broker does. What it will do, it will be inline, so the traffic is flowing through the packet broker, and the ISP will define the exact packets that they want to catch, and it could be in the Ethernet header, the IP header, or much further up the packet. The packet broker will then replicate that packet and send it to third-party analytics tools. Now, it could just be forward, it could be that we need to load balance between them, it could be that we need to broadcast out of them, and it could even be that we need to manipulate the packets before sending on. So essentially, that is what the Network Packet Broker solution does. In terms of hardware, there's two boxes you can see on the left here, the 9140 and the 9240, that are for addressing the 10 gig, 25 gig, 40 and up to 100 gig market. They're relatively low density, and they would tend not to be in the core, but maybe out in the aggregation layer. We've recently introduced the 9920. This is a very powerful platform, 100 gig based, 8 slot chassis, 12 terabit throughput, and this is the device that we would position in the core of the 5G network. So all of this is about replicating packets, sending them out to the analytic tools to allow our ISPs to honor often their regulatory responsibilities. The whole platform is managed by a very nice interface, easy to use, GUI experience, again, we're all about keeping you away from the CLI unless you really need. We don't block the CLI access, but we want to make our solutions easy to use. And as you can see here, it's a graphical interface, click, drill down, etc. A quick look at the switches in the ISP range. So we've got leaf, spine, core, border router, as I mentioned. The ones with the purple boxes around are our newest boxes. So we've recently introduced one of the core boxes, 9740. It's got 800 gig ports. We've also got our border routers. So you can see the 9640 there, the 9540. These are the ones with the internet scaling capability. So we've got a good selection of boxes to fit across the ISP world. One last thing that I need to talk about, you may know that we've recently acquired an SD-WAN company called Ipanema. Now, this is a strategic play for us, and it is certainly a solution that will fit into ISP. It's a born in the cloud SD-WAN solution, and although we're at the quite early stages of integrating it into the company, I'll just mention the key values of it because I think you're going to see a lot more about this in the coming year. Firstly, performance. SD-WAN is all about taking your business critical applications and putting them in the priority queues to make sure that we bring the best quality of experience to users for business critical applications. This is the case with any SD-WAN solution. So performance is probably one of the top ones, but it's also about network agility, the ability to deploy these things very fast. And because it's a born in the cloud solution, we believe we've got best of breed here. Security as well. So many of these devices, they're going to be internet facing. So we're very interested in threat protection. We have some integration with some key security vendors. You can see Checkpoint is one of them down there. So we have in the cloud-based network prevention threat systems that can be added onto this. And then at the bottom line is it all comes down to cost control. When we're looking at SD-WAN solutions, we're looking to wring out the maximum performance we can of our WAN links. So these are essentially the 4 pillars of our latest acquisition, and I'm very excited to see the integration that's going to be coming in the following year with our existing solutions. With that, I would like to thank everybody for their attention. I hope it was insightful, and I also want to remind you, as mentioned earlier, there will be a quiz straight after this, so please stick around. Thanks again. Take care.
Thanks Extreme Networks for that very informative sessions. Now let's take a short break from our techno-commercial sessions. For our next session, I would like to welcome Tariq Qureshi, who is an innovator, a futurist, and a humanitarian. Tariq is a Harvard alumni who started his career way back in 1987 as a lowly customer support executive. He grew through the ranks and worked his way up and built an illustrious background working with top organizations such as Dow Jones Market, The Times and the Sunday Times, and more recently, Bloomberg Media. He has helped organizations grow from 500,000 to over 100 million a year and lead organizations with revenues of greater than 350 million, working across global markets. He's a focused business leader, a disruptive thinker, and an innovator with a unique ability to create breakthrough organizations. Please join me in welcoming Tariq to talk about learning from the future.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tariq Qureshi. I'm a futurist. I'm a lifetime business professional. I worked in the technology, telecoms, and media space all my life. I am now a leading figure in the world as a futurist, as a global speaker, and I'm delighted and honored to be here with you. Today, my title of my presentation is Learning from the Future. And as part of learning from the future, one of the key things I wanted to talk to you about is the world is actually way faster than you think. And that is something that we need to be thinking about. My professor, Marshall Goldsmith, he's the world's leading coach. He wrote an evergreen book, and that's called What Got You Here Won't Get You There. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is effectively where we are. The world is now at a completely different place. And what we are doing right now is that fundamentally changing the game because the ladder is actually broken. Now, as we look into the future, if you are driving a car, you look forward 95% of the time. You only look at the past when you are slowing down, deciding to change direction, or indicating for something. That's the only time you look into your rearview mirror. This is exactly how we need to be looking at our future as we go forward. And in that future, what is happening is that every single thing is connected at gigabit speed. Everything, everyone, everywhere at ultra low cost. And the globe is getting connected because with 5G coming in, and it is rapidly going to change fundamentally our business as we go out there. And I think this is one of the key things that we need to look at as we look into the future. Now, medicine will change, education will change, connectivity is going to fundamentally transform who we are. Now, as a layman, I'm not as technologically advanced as all of you. For me, 5G is if it takes me 10 minutes to download a movie right now, it would probably take me 10 seconds. And that's the way I understand 5G. Now, there's still issues of latency and so on, so we probably won't be doing internationally sort of connected surgery right now using 5G unless things are much, much stronger. However, we'll build from there. However, what it will do is fundamentally change the game. And the thing behind it is the explosion of networks and the ubiquity of connectivity that is out there. And whether it's Google or Starlink or whatever, they're throwing thousands and thousands of satellites in the sky. And that ubiquity of connection is what's connecting 4 billion minds over the next 5 years. And this, ladies and gentlemen, will create tens of trillions of dollars worth of purchasing power and will be the greatest period of innovation ever. So the next 10 years will create more innovation than the previous 1,000 years. And that is where we are at this point in time. And that is because of connectivity. That is because of the ubiquity of that capability. Now, everything is connected. It's not just people. It's everything to everybody. And the internet, the IoT, is fine, but I call it IoE, is the Internet of Everything. Now, this article was written by McKinsey a few years ago when they said $6.3 trillion worth of new value will be created because of IoT. Actually, the figure has been revised and it has been doubled because so many new things are happening, and that will fundamentally change the game. The relationship with our cars is going to change, and our kids and especially our grandchildren are going to be laughing at us if you were ever to buy a car. Why would you want to buy a car? And even if you were stupid enough to buy a car, you will be using your car while you're rather than putting it in a car park. You'll be going around self-driving, doing bits and pieces, collecting data, and so on. And this data will then be sent back to a central source for us to be able to use and make money in that process. Another big trend because of 5G connectivity, ubiquity of connection, is to know anything, anywhere, anytime. And this is where the world is going to become as part of the future. As part of that is augmented intelligence. By the way, that's another definition of what I have. I call it not AI, not as artificial intelligence, but augmented intelligence, or I basically call it that's how we can enhance ourselves, because AI can basically give us support. Now, as we look forward, our human brain is really the final frontier, and we need to be looking at augmenting our human brain in terms of creativity and connectivity and neural networks. Neural net is there from Elon Musk, and others are happening. Now, that also we need to look at the longevity of how the human species is going to develop and survive. The brain enables us to think in 10x terms. It can, and that's so motivational, because all the moonshots that we have in the ever are 10x. When we decided to go to the Apollo, or now going to the Mars and so on, that's all moonshot thinking, 10x thinking. The world is not linear anymore, it's exponential, and we need to be able to understand what is exponential. Think of it this way: if I take 30 steps around the room, I would have walked 30 meters. But if I take 30 doubling steps, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, it would be over 1 billion steps, which means we could go around the world 26 times. And that's the difference between linear and exponential. And we in technology are in an advanced exponential stage now, because even Moore's law is coming to the end, because we just can't have the transmitters put on a chip anymore, because it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And all of this, what it does is creating abundance. Technology has always created abundance. Now it's creating even more so. And you are in the middle of it. But in this process, ladies and gentlemen, what you really don't need to be careful about is you don't lose your humanity. Now, anything and every single thing that can be digitized will be, because it's 1,000 times faster and 1,000 times cheaper. But anything and everything that cannot be, love, emotion, harmony, peace, common sense, connection, a sense of critical thinking, anything that is human, intuition, imagination, creativity, all of these things will be 1,000,000 times more valuable, because no machine can do it. And that is our lead, ladies and gentlemen. Our human mind and our heart are the final frontiers that will define our future. Now, if you look at our mind, education is going to be augmented, and trillions of dollars of new productivity will be created because of that. It's not just people being connected, our brains can be connected to the cloud and so on. And by 2045, initially that was the thing that we will become immortal, because we have so much in our understanding of data and how we survive. So aging will be considered a disease and a choice, as opposed to something.W, Ray Kurzweil from Google says that this 2045 is likely to become 2035 now. And that is in our lifetimes. 15 years, less than 15 years from now, all of this thing is going to happen. When we look at training and development, these kinds of programs that we're doing right now, this will be just-in-time coaching and mentorship, and the world's smartest people, whoever they are, will easily be able to be connected to you through all of the technologies and communication that's available. So these kinds of people will have their digital twins available to us, coming to us in a hologram format. So with high quality 5G in the future, we are going to be sitting with Michio Kaku right in front of us. We're even going to be talking to Nelson Mandela from the past and creating digital twins from there. So our wisdom, our learning, our knowledge, and all of these things will fundamentally change when we are combining the human with the digital aspects. Now, with all of this being connected, human longevity, aging, which is something that has plagued us throughout the centuries and the millennia, that 100 will become the new 60, 200 will become the new 90. Our children will live to 120, our grandchildren will 150, and our great-grandchildren way beyond that. Now, whales and sharks and tortoises, and they can live to 200, 300, 400 years. Why can't we? So what science and technology is doing now is actually going into the basics of learning about human longevity, both our bodies and our minds. As I said, aging will be seen as a disease rather than something that happens naturally. And why is all of this possible? It's because of big data. We can collect through IoT, through various other methods. Every single aspect is collectible. And that data, putting through big fat machines and doing machine learning and data mining through that, we can anticipate and we can check ourselves through CRISPR, through various other things. Preventive medicine is become, rather than curative medicine, is going to become the future. Let's show what aging actually looks like. What aging actually looks like it. Here's a little kid, and in the next 30 seconds, we'll show how this person is actually growing older. What is happening is that the stem cells are undergoing an epigenetic change, and that loses effectiveness of the skin, and you start getting older. So if we can replace them, we can freshen them, if we can get it at the embryo level, if we can work at the CRISPR level, which is even before we are born, then potentially we can manage these kinds of things. We can eliminate diseases. So here you saw a person in 30 seconds go from 5-year-old to about 70 years old. So this is how aging works. So we'll make decisions on that. Now, as we look forward, let's look at COVID, for example. And during the COVID time, I spoke to the CEO of Moderna, and he said that the first time they produced the first clinical trials was in 42 days from standing start. The mRNA vaccine was created in 42 days. Today, it's down to 26 days and sometimes even faster. So the new mutations that are coming in are going to be addressed in 20 to 30 days. Now, in the past, it used to take years, if not decades, to be able to bring something onto the market like that. Now, when COVID happened, the collective intelligence, and because we were all suffering from exactly the same problem, and everybody came together. So big tech succeeded, big science succeeded. Our society and our politics and our distribution and our inequality, those are the things that fail. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we need to look at. And COVID was literally just a trailer for what could happen as far as climate change and the environment is concerned. So over the next 25 years plus, 25 to 50 years, the biggest financial and the biggest business growth area is going to be big green, more than anything that has ever happened in the past before. So all of your effort and energy, if it can be translated towards big green, you are going to make money no matter what you do. And I think this is one of the areas that have to be looked at. Now, while we're looking at big green, what we also need to do is look at big policy, because all our big institutions, whether it's the United Nations, World Health Organization, World Bank, IMF, all of them were built in the 1940s for a different generation, for a different purpose, post-World War reconstruction, financial growth and development, creating basic stuff. Today, the world is different, and therefore new tech policies, planetary health, our education and learning, it needs to be looked at completely differently. Our place of work and how we work and what we work and what our productivity and all those issues have to be looked at. And finally, the issues of governance, ethics, transparency, privacy, all of these need to be looked at. If you think about it, if we can't control Facebook today, because they are by definition out of control, and many others like that, if we can't control them, it means that our systems and our policymakers and our global institutions are not ready for these kinds of things that are happening. So if people saw the absolute fiasco in the US Senate and the US House of Representatives a couple of years ago, where the senators were trying to question the likes of Zuckerberg and others, it was a joke because people just don't get it. So big policy has to change as we look forward. And as this thing happens, a new economic logic will come in because we are creating abundance. We are creating ubiquity of energy. We're creating ubiquity of connectivity. We're creating so many new things. And therefore, we will live in a different world. And a new economic logic will have to start coming in because everything is going to be much better. So the whole philosophy of haves and have-nots should be removed. It should be haves and more haves. So, you'll still have the incentive to grow and develop, but that's what it is. And so this is the choice. We can be a dark world on the right and a beautiful world on the left, and that can be done. Now, today, 64% of the people in this particular study with Oracle would trust their robots more than they trust their managers. This will change, folks. That we need to be becoming more human and more connected as we look into the future, and I think this is there. So as we look into the future, the question we need to ask ourselves is, are you flying blind into 2022? Are you actually familiar with what the type of unconscious blindness that you may be struggling with, to open and clear ideas and how we engage with ourselves? And this is a very simple example of unconscious blindness. Could be arrogance or dismissing competitors, or we think we know everything, etc. From open and clear connection. And this is going to be the new kind of workplace that we are going to be looking at. And I think we need to look at our biases and stuff like that and take it from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was essentially our presentation for today. And my idea here was really to give you a flavor of how the world is faster than we think and how we can learn from the future. So just summarizing, mindset shift is something we need to work on. Our immune systems, and make sure that we loosen our immune systems and make sure that we are able to absorb new things. We need to become more human rather than more technical. We need to be looking at our brain and our heart and all of the human attributes as we look into the future. And as we're living in abundance and creating abundance, we need to have compassion, we need to have humanity, and our moral compass with ethics in technology and ethics in robotics and ethics in all of the things that we do to make our world a better place to be in. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you enjoy the conference. I shared this, as I said, with humility, with authenticity, with a sense of connection with you. I hope it has made some kind of impact. If not, then I hope at least it's given you some new questions to ask. If we've done that, actually, we have succeeded. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Tarek, for that great session. I'm sure that our attendees found the session extremely helpful, and the takeaways will help us prepare for a better future. It's now time for us to move to our next presentation. Please join me in welcoming Comstor to talk about making IoT happen.
Hi everyone, my name is Vincent Janssen van Rensburg. I am Systems Engineer Manager for Middle East and Africa for Comstor Ruckus. It's a pleasure to join you at the Westcon Comstor 5G and IoT Summit. Today, I'm going to be talking about making IoT happen. Let's get started. The world is opening up again after the pandemic we've had for the last 2 years. People are returning to work, people are returning to travel, people are moving back into the new normal, which is probably the worst phrase to use, but it is the new normal that we are moving back into. So with this comes a couple of challenges, and we're going to discuss a couple of these and how we're going to work through this using IoT. So where do we begin with IoT? So with IoT, forget about the technology, right? And that sounds strange coming from a technology vendor. Forget about the Wi-Fi, the LoRa, the Zigbee, the Bluetooth low energy. Focus on the application. nobody really cares about what protocol IoT is running. But what is the application? The application, it can be broken up into 3 different parts, the triple A's of IoT. And the first one is alert. When something happens, tell something that it's happened, or alert that something has happened. So for example, we all know the traditional doorbells that have been in our houses for years and years. Somebody pushes a button, it rings a bell in your house, and it alerts you to somebody at your door. So with IoT, things have become smarter. And for example, this IoT camera or doorbell is able to now send a photo directly to your phone of who is in front of your door, and you're even able to engage with them, okay? And to implement this is very easy. There is not a lot that goes into implementing the alert part of IoT. If we look at the second part, we look at automation or automate, okay? What that means is when you press the doorbell, something needs to happen after that, for example, or if you open a door, a light must turn on, okay? So we need to look at how we automate this process. So the example I have here is, for example, a sprinkler system out in a yard or in a campus that is pretty much on a timer. And what happens with that is even when it rains, the sprinkler system comes on and you waste water. So what happens if we could add an IoT device to detect the rain and turn off the sprinkler system, saving money and water at the end of the day? Okay. How difficult is that to implement? Slightly more difficult, but not really difficult yet. Okay. And the third part of the AAA is to audit. What that means for us is to know what has happened in the past and to correlate the data that we've gained from these IoT sensors. Okay. So for example, in a restaurant, you will want to know how busy it is at certain given points of a day or a year or a month. And we're able to adjust the amount of staff that are in a restaurant, for example, on the busier times that the restaurant has. Okay. This becomes a little bit more tricky because we need to keep all this data and information for IoT. Okay. So let's have a look at a deeper dive into alert. What does alert mean? So here's an example where you have your networking infrastructure sitting in a cabinet in a room somewhere, okay? Whether that be in hospitality, in business, in pretty much any environment, you have these switches sitting in a closet or a room somewhere. How do you monitor them? How do you make sure that there's no environmental factors that might damage your equipment? So we look at this and we use IoT devices to predict failure or even to know, for example, if the temperature is too warm in the room. Let's say your cabinet is installed above fire extinguisher system, which has water running through it. You might be worried that bursts. So you could put a water sensor in your cabinet to detect whether water is spilling into your cabinet, for example. These devices are pretty cheap, okay? They're quite self-contained. You can buy them pretty much anywhere. Most of them run on Zigbee or Wi-Fi. And basically what you do is you drop one of these down in your cabinet for temperature monitoring. And for example, you can take one door sensor and put it on the door so you know when somebody's actually accessed your cabinet or your networking equipment to see that things are correct. So this just gives you more insight to what's happening with your infrastructure in your network and who's got access and where they've got access to it. Okay. Some other things that you might want to look at, which we've already mentioned, is the irrigation system and soil health. We've also mentioned water leak detection. You also get fire and CO2 alarms for monitoring. We get occupancy sensors. You get parking sensors. So especially with people returning to work or hospitality, what we're seeing in the hospitality industry is that people have decided rather to drive to a venue rather than fly. So what's happening is that the parking lot is getting really busy, and with these parking occupancy sensors, you're actually able to manage how full your parking lot is at any given time. And the benefits of this is basically, I mean, look at the water and irrigation system. You know when the soil needs irrigation, you know when it needs food for the soil, and you use less water. So all of these things look at benefits to how you can supplement what's already going on around you. So what do we need? So from an infrastructure side, what you're going to ask is, what are we going to monitor? What issues does the customer have that can be solved using IoT monitors? Okay. You can search online, Amazon, AliExpress for consumer grade IoT devices that give you a really easy path into IoT. The output at the end of the day is a product from Ruckus, which is called Ruckus IoT Insights. It's got a Node-RED engine, and that we can use to send emails and SMS notifications to devices. So for example, the temperature in the room where a switch is sitting has risen. The IT manager can get a SMS, and we'll send out one of the technicians to go see what's going on in the switch cabinet. Okay. This is, again, really easy to deploy and get into IoT on the entry level. So one of the other things we can do is look at staff alerts. So, for example, in the US, it is mandatory for the staff to wear these panic buttons in hospitality due to some cases of violence and terrorizing of the staff members or the house cleaners. So what we can do with these badges is basically each staff member gets one. They're able to push a panic button if something goes wrong, and you're able to locate the staff member within the venue. Okay. There's other options for this as well. For example, some of these tags have multiple buttons. So one of the other reasons for the other button is, for example, house cleaning comes in, cleans a room, pushes a button, and it automatically lets the system know that that room has been cleaned. What this does is allow guests to check into their rooms earlier. So if you think about how it works traditionally, typically the housekeeping will clean a floor and then report back to the front desk saying that this floor's been cleaned, and then they will allow guests in there. And that's typically why you have a check-in time for guests at a hotel. What this will allow the hospitality industry to do is actually to turn the rooms quicker and get guests into their rooms much quicker as well. Okay, so how does this work? What do we need to know? Well, who should be notified if there's an alert or a fall or a housekeeper's hurt, whatever it is? Should it be the line manager? Should it be security? Should it be both? Okay, we need to look at these things. And how should these people be notified? Is it through SMS notification? Is it through a call? Is it through an alarm in the break room? You can choose any one of these options to alert the manager at that period that there's been an issue in a room, and we're able to geolocate that staff member. Okay, and this can be used in enterprise as well. So what do we need for this? Okay, so typically these services are all subscription based. So they're all based in the cloud. What you'll need on the RF side is either Bluetooth low energy, Wi-Fi, and some of the older systems still use 433 megahertz technology, but we're mostly going to move to the Bluetooth low energy and the Wi-Fi side of things. So with geolocation, there needs to be a deployment of more access points that can do BLE or Wi-Fi to be able to triangulate. So for example, if you look at a corridor design in a hotel, you're not going to get good triangulation, but if you put an access point into every room, you will get very good triangulation of that staff member. So it's up to the end user to decide what they need and what accuracy they need for the geolocation. Okay, this is relatively easy to implement because everything gets pushed to the cloud. You buy the tags and you deploy it. Okay, one of the other things that we've seen with COVID-19 is crowd management. How do we make sure that our restaurants aren't fully occupied, or we follow the regulation in each country? So we've got a couple of ways we can look at this. One of the ways that Ruckus does this is through Ruckus Analytics. Ruckus Analytics is able to connect to our Ruckus controller, monitor the devices that are connected to the Wi-Fi, and give us an occupancy of that. Okay, and we are able to use that information to know how full or a restaurant is, for example. Okay, this is an image of a lobby in a hotel again. And we're able to see the restaurant is almost at capacity, but the lobby is about half capacity. So we're able to use APIs to pull this information out of analytics and use this in a valuable way for people to visualize how full a restaurant is or how full a conference venue is, for example. If you look at some other applications of occupancy, so let's say I'm running a restaurant, I can have a sign outside, a digital sign like this outside. And depending on the occupancy, I can have this robot telling me green, it's safe to enter, we're not full, please come join us. Amber, okay, we're getting full, but there is still room available. And then obviously red, which then tells us that we've reached maximum capacity, we are not able to accept any more guests. And this is just a simple example of what we can do with occupancy as well. Okay, so what do we need for occupancy? It's not as simple as Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, as I said, with Wi-Fi, we're only monitoring the connected devices. So if you're not connected to Wi-Fi, we are not going to be able to tell you if that person is in that venue. Okay, so it's not 100% reliable. There are more reliable ways, for example, IP cameras with machine learning technology that can integrate with our Ruckus IoT platform. You've got dedicated people counting IR cameras. So that is a camera that only detects infrared, which keeps your anonymity down for your users. So you don't know who they are, you don't have photos of them. It's just an IR visualization of a heat blob, and we're able to count with the people in a room with that. And then we have another non-reliable way, an IR brake sensor, which most shopping centers use nowadays, is you enter or exit, and there's a IR sensor that you brake as you walk through it, and that counts relatively how many people are in a mall. But the problem with that is in most malls, there's not a dedicated entry or exit. People come and go as they want through the same doors. So it's quite difficult to keep track of. In processing, so input is fed into the Ruckus IoT controller rules engine. Okay, and for example, if the count exceeds the limits, we are able to trigger an alert that will be sent via SMS, WhatsApp to a signboard, whatever it is. Okay. Some of the outputs, for example, what we used earlier is the traffic lights on a signboard. You could also do it to a dedicated tablet at reception or the concierge's desk or the maitre d's desk in a restaurant. And we can set up notifications to inform security as well to not allow more people into a venue or an office. Okay, let's have a look at a little bit deeper into automate. So we all know these key cards, especially in hospitality. We've all used them, and we've all stood in the line to get these key cards in a hotel. Okay, there has to be a better way of doing this. So there's been smart door locks around for a while that now connect through IoT to the network. Okay, we're able to avoid check-in lines, remote key rekeying, simple room change, door open notifications. We can alert for multiple entry attempts. So somebody's running around a hotel, for example, and they're tapping the key card to see if it opens any of the 10 rooms in that floor. You can pick that up and actually send a security person to go stop that from happening. You can also minimize lost card because you can just disable it and reissue a new card. One of the new things that is coming to the industry, and which is quite exciting, especially for hospitality and venues, and I'll get into that. We've all seen airplane tickets. We've all had them. We've already seen the industry move to online tickets or on our phones, where we're able to process the whole your food, your seat number, everything from a mobile app, and you get the ticket. The airline industry is quite a bit ahead in this, but this is all coming to hospitality and enterprise with the introduction of a wallet that keeps your key card on your phone. So most phones have near field contact on them, and we're able to use that near field contact as a key card to enter a room. And that is going to be quite exciting. The problem that we've had in the past is that it's been dedicated to an app. So you have to have the app installed to access the near field contact on your phone to open the door. What's happening now is the device manufacturers are building in a wallet similar to your wallet that you have on your phone to tap and pay for key cards. Okay, so some of the key lock or the door lock people that we partner with is Assa Abloy, Dormakaba, and Salto. We're able to hopefully minimize all these issues that we are seeing with door locks, and this can be used especially in enterprise as well, where we don't want to use fingerprint scanners and things like that anymore due to COVID, where we've seen a lot of the industry move back to key cards. And to have the key card on your mobile device is going to be a lot simpler. And we're going to make it easier for people to check in, to get a key card. Okay, so with smart door locks, we partner up with Assa Abloy, Dormakaba, and Salto. Okay, and we are able to do this truly mobile key with them. They have been doing it for years. They have the ability to do it. With things happening in enterprise, we've seen a big move back to key cards as well for office entry, for example, because people don't want to be touching fingerprint scanners with COVID. So we're seeing a lot of move back to the key card, and having it on the phone is going to be a lot safer and a lot easier to manage than issuing key cards to every person in an enterprise or in a hotel, for example. Okay, so door lock vendors, I've mentioned some of them already. We have a couple of protocols that they use, Zigbee, BLE, and Wi-Fi. What you'll see is that most door lock vendors use not a proprietary Zigbee, but a secure Zigbee, and we've partnered up with these three to make sure that we can understand their security version of Zigbee and is able to translate that in our IoT platform. Okay, so what you got to ask is, does your door lock support all of these new features? Most of them do, or you might have to upgrade to them. And then you got to look at how you're going to integrate it in for hospitality, your property management system. But in enterprise, you're going to have to look at your security system as well. How do you link these key cards or these virtual key cards now on your phone to these systems? Okay. And then how will you deliver the key? Will it be an email? Will it be an app? This is still being discussed, as the phone vendors have only just released this wallet. Apple in particular have released theirs. So there's still a lot of talk about exactly how we're going to get these key cards from them. Okay, this is a little bit more difficult to implement because we use quite a couple of different things to install this solution. So let's have a look at the last A, the audit. Okay, again, what we want to look at is the stored data and how we're able to analyze that stored data and use that stored data, or the stored data, to our benefit. Okay, so door access logs are stored centrally in real time, which makes life easy. So, for example, I'm staying at a hotel. I left my watch on the nightstand. I come back and my nightstand doesn't have, or my watch has disappeared from my nightstand. I'm able to go back to reception. They're able to check who entered the room and who might have taken my watch. Or in the other hand, to save the hotel, nobody's entered the room. Your watch is not where you left it. Just think again what you've done with it, okay? With the older door locks, especially the key card ones, you would actually have to go plug a USB cable into this door lock to go get a list of who entered the room. Now we store this all centrally with the help of Vision Online is Dormacaba's, I'm sorry, not Dormacaba, Abloy's door lock platform, okay? I'm going to use a smart mini bar as an example, or you could use a fridge in a hospital. You want to monitor, for example, the temperature of the fridge. If you're storing medicines or vaccines in these fridges, you want to know when they were opened, when they were closed. And then also in the case of the minibar, you want to have a look at when it was opened, because then you know something's been taken out. So you can actually minimize the amount of time it takes or that's needed for somebody to go restock the bar. If it hasn't been opened, why go into somebody's room to go restock and put the customer or the guest out of comfort? Okay, so we can monitor the temperature through IoT Insights and get a report on the temperature over a period of time as well. Okay, and then we have our events log, so we're able to see all these events in the event log on IoT Insights as well. Okay, so architecture. How does the IoT world fit together? So there's a huge world of IoT, and it's quite daunting to have a look at it. If you look at the bottom left-hand corner, we have the home type solutions with home assistants, if this, then that, smart things from Samsung, Google Assistants, Amazon Alexa. How do we integrate all of these smaller offerings into the bigger offerings from like Schneider Electric or ABEB or Bosch? We need to think of a way to integrate this all together. So that's where Ruckus comes in. And we've got our IoT gateway, which sits joining all these different protocols and devices together into a single platform. Okay, so our Ruckus IoT gateway plus IoT Insights. What happens on the left is you have all the devices that are connected to your network via a Ruckus access point that supports Zigbee and BLE, all speaking to the Ruckus IoT gateway. And what happens with that is IoT Insights is able to receive that information, and on a map, we're able to track whether a door is open, doors closed, a camera is active, a camera is not active, temperatures in a room, for example, or in an office block. We're able to monitor all of that through IoT Insights. We're then also able to push to third-party cloud services like Track and Protect, which is a card manufacturer for the panic buttons. Okay, they're able to track and protect by us pushing this IoT information to them. And then, for example, there's door locks as well. So we push the information to the door lock system, Vision Line. And then all of that talks back to IoT Insights as well, creating a complete holistic solution for your IoT needs. Okay, so we offer the alert, the automate, and audit within IoT Insights. So what do we need from Ruckus? We've got integrated access points with IoT built in already, and for especially the Wi-Fi 6 access points. Okay, they all support Wi-Fi. They all support IoT. Some of them have built-in radios, so 1 or 2 radios for IoT specifically. Some have a USB slot on them for IoT, especially the Wi-Fi 5 type access points all have an IoT dongle that can be plugged into them, but it's all the same technology in the end. You can use our access points, the same cable that's connected to the access points to the switch to speak to the IoT gateway, and then push your information back to a third-party platform that's in the cloud. Okay. So in security, what you look at here, we've got the IT network already with the virtual smart zone, which controls your Wi-Fi, your switching, and things like that. And on the other side, we've got the IoT. Even though it runs over the same physical network, it's not the same logical network. The IoT is separated from the IT section of the network, and your information is kept apart for the IoT. Okay, some IoT solutions and ecosystem partners. There's a lot of names here. I'm not going to say every name, but for example, we've got IoT partners in lighting, locks, thermostats, in wall light switches, switched outlets, blinds and shades, cameras, CO2 sensors, motion detectors, door contacts, water leaks, and a whole bunch more. Safety and security, for example, we've got Assa Abloy, Dormakaba, and Salto, again, for the door locks. We do also connect with Yale and some of the other big names out there on the door locks. Okay, we've got IP cameras that we support and that we've done extensive testing with as well. Panic button and React buttons as well, with Track and Protect and a couple of others. We've done siren alarms as well, integration. Staff panic buttons, location-based services, BLE beacons. We do support third-party BLE beacons as well, and we also support asset tracking. So one thing I need to make clear is we do not make the IoT things. We make the network that connects the IoT things together. Okay, so in summary, whether it be housekeeping, maintenance, security, night audits, we want to try and make a manual process automatic. And again, the most important thing about IoT is not go in trying to sell technology. Go solve a problem for your customer. Find a simple problem that you can solve with IoT and build on that into a bigger solution. Look for uncommon correlations. So for example, when the weather's 35 degrees Celsius outside, you might want to set the water boilers to an eco mode that they don't need to heat up so high, okay? Or there's an event starting in 30 minutes. Open up the curtains, open up the shades, turn on the lights for that conference venue. So that's already automated and ready to go when the people arrive 30 minutes before. The other option is just something interesting, is there's a football match on today, and you might want to change the lights in the viewing area where you would watch the football match to one of the team colors. And you can do that all automated as well. The best way to do this is to involve a consultant or a Ruckus partner to do this, and also consider doing a third-party certification. So the CWNP network has a new certification called CWISA. It's specifically designed for IoT, and they offer that as well. Thank you. I hope you found the content interesting and insightful. There will be a quiz after this now, so stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that great session. Let's now welcome our next presenting vendor, Zebra, to talk about 5G and enterprise mobility strategy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josepha Sailawala. I'm the Director of Sales for Middle East region at Zebra Technologies. I'm here at Westcon and Comstor's IoT web event to talk in detail about adoption of 5G as a wireless strategy for your enterprise. In my presentation, I will walk you through certain industry use cases of 5G and how we as an organization see its adoption across the industry verticals. At the heart of every one of those mobility solutions is a wireless network, the key enabler that carries the steady flow of information to and from the mobile devices that drive your business process and your success. But wireless networks are evolving, and at the pace of evolution is increasing, 4G is evolving into 5G. Now, as an enterprise, you have probably started discussions about how this next generation of wireless networks can impact your current mobility solutions, your near-term mobility plans, and your overall mobility strategy. Do you need to start replacing infrastructure and devices now? Or how will your organization benefit from the new generation of wireless technologies? And when is the right time to build migration into your mobility plans? Um, the overview of these new wireless technologies and our initial recommendations can help determine where and how these technologies best fit your organization and when should you begin the deployment. So 5G benefits everyone, service providers and end users. Carriers and service providers benefit from increased device sales, more efficient infrastructure, and new business models, driving incremental revenues and reducing costs. Both enterprises and consumers will benefit from new use cases, higher speeds, and more reliable, lower latency performance. Consumers have embraced 5G as the next big thing and are driving 5G adoption right now, just as they have driven the return on investment of the prior generations of cellular network technologies. However, enterprise adoption of 5G will speed up the development and availability of 5G enabled devices, which will determine the maturity of the 5G enterprise solutions. Now let's look at some of the use cases in the industry vertical of how 5G will enable some things that were more of a vision, which will become a reality. In transportation and logistics space, for example, sensors on baggage can help ensure luggage reaches the right plane on the right time, and a rugged mobile device can verify the identity of incoming shipping containers to ensure they are processed promptly and properly. Autonomous cars, trucks, and drones could be utilized for delivery operations. Sensors can be placed on refrigeration units in delivery trucks to ensure correct temperatures are maintained throughout shipping for sensitive pharmaceuticals, frozen foods, and more. You move to manufacturing. Augmented, virtual, and cross-reality technologies can help technicians reduce production line downtime by ensuring repairs which are executed perfectly. They can also help technicians uncover and address emerging issues during routine maintenance before they impact machine performance. Sensors on tools can enable automatic tracking of tool usage to ensure that any required maintenance is always performed on time, such as calibration. And 5G can provide the constant connection robots require without the limitation of wires, enabling the creation of factory of the future. Plus, sensors on doors, gates, and areas where sensitive information or goods are stored can help improve safety without adding manpower. In healthcare, with 5G, very large 1 GB files generated by scans can be sent to a patient's physician in minutes instead of hours, without impacting network performance or availability. Rather than waiting until the evening when there is less network traffic, facilities can send scans as soon as they are available, eliminating delays in the transfer of crucial information, the patient diagnosis, delivery of the results to the patient, treatment, and the scheduling of second opinions, and ultimately improving the quality and speed of care. And 5G speeds and low latency can make tactile internet and haptic communication a reality, providing surgeons on one side of the world with the sense of touch required to successfully complete a robotic surgery on the other side of the world via a 5G network. The result? World-class healthcare, even in remote areas. Patients can utilize any surgeon regardless of location and without traveling. In retail, apart from many use cases, for example, it can be used to deliver personalized digital signage to customers through an interactive magic mirror in a dressing room. It sounds like music for all those people who are very, very fashion, who dress up fashionably. Let's look at public safety. A 911 caller could send live video to a first responder or a 911 operator, enabling a faster and better response to the situation. And 5G's network slicing can enable the dynamic creation of a virtual network to prioritize crucial data during a response, such as tracking the location of first responders and the first responder equipment. So if I were to summarize this in short, just as it took many years for the build out of the 4G network, it will take years for the full build out of the 5G network as well. So when it comes to the need for 5G devices in the enterprise, you have plenty of time to migrate. There is no risk of carriers abandoning their 4G networks anytime in the near future. The 5G networks are built on top of the 4G networks. In fact, some carriers are continuing to improve their 4G networks, in turn improving the quality of the service your workers experience. And even as 5G becomes available to your workers, there will be no impact or degradation of their 4G voice or data communications. As a result, your workforce can continue to use their 4G devices until your enterprise has a use case that requires the speeds of 5G. And the 5G higher speeds are actually available throughout your coverage area. When your 4G devices are ready to be replaced, you can assess whether your applications have a need for 5G speed. And if so, begin migration at that time. That's all from my side. I hope you found this presentation informative. And if there are any questions, we'll be happy to take it through the organizers. But I want to remind you that at the end of this presentation, there will be a quiz and there are prizes up for grabs. So please stay tuned. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for sharing the insights into how the enterprise mobility strategy is evolving and how Zebra has the right solutions to support the customers. Our next presenting vendor is an industry leader for powerful voice-operated headset computers and assisted reality wearable solutions. Please join me in welcoming RealWear to talk about the future of wearables for frontline workers.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Hakim Boulazrek, Regional Director for Middle East and Turkey and Africa. It is my pleasure today to be here and introduce RealWear. So, first of all, let me introduce who we are. RealWear is the industry leader for voice-operated wearable devices and assisted reality solution. Founded in 2016, we have launched in the market the first HMT head-mounted tablet for industry purpose. RealWear is not just about wearable solution. We are a strong ecosystem of alliances and partners focused on building end-to-end connected workers solution. So RealWear exists because we believe that is connected worker is more engaged with their work, their customers, and their distributed business teams. That connectivity empowers this human being to do more and brings them new ways to access information, execute workflows for system of record, and collaborate in real time to get the job done safely and with greater productivity. We believe of all this elevates their performance for customers and their enterprises, resulting in better trained and more capable team members in this everything connected IoT world. So, which industry are we working with? Assisted reality solutions are creating value in key industries like oil and gas and energy, automotive, power and utilities, and others. We have seen a huge transformation, and we have helped these industries during their digital transformation. So let me share with you two major industries with whom we started working in the region. The first industry reference we have seen a consequent growth this last year is the automotive. Our technology allows them to scale the workforce in every dimension across the entire value chain. Global automakers and tier one suppliers trust RealWear to enhance their workforce and stay competitive, driving customer and workforce engagement and satisfaction by deploying RealWear connected worker platform. RealWear offers several turnkey solutions, including for electrical vehicles and aftermarket services for all of the ROI needs. The second industry I would like to share with you today is about the oil and gas, and it makes sense in our region. In recent years, the slow to adapt oil and gas sector has seen a push to embrace emerging technologies, including AI, augmented reality, and IoT. Hands-free IoT data visualization provide operators the real-time data they need when operating, inspecting, or maintaining equipment. So, how do we use our RealWear devices? Or what are the use cases? What do we see? The use cases are across our customers and industries are several, and many of them. It is important to understand the 6 primary use cases and the phased approach that most organizations take. The first one is the visual assistance. This is more as a see what I see functionality, which is important often as the entry point. Then, when the adoption is there, we see more about the remote monitoring, which gives you annotation, screen sharing, and document sharing. Moving into document navigation, workflow, where you have the likes of oil and gas customer talking about a 250% in the way they do inspections, enterprise asset management, and the holy grail of IoT data visualization. The more use of additional use cases will see it taking up more head time and expanding on its value to your company. So we are a global company and we have a global footprint. We have more than 60,000 devices deployed across regions. More than 4,200 customers are trusting our technology and using our devices. And in terms of applications, we see more and more applications certified under our devices. More than 230 software partners trusting us and working with us to enhance and to provide the customer the best experience in assisted reality. So, as I mentioned, plus 230 plus partners are using our devices to provide to the customer the best experience. And this is a huge catalog is increasing every day. And this is in the space of design and providing the best what we can to our customer. Before sharing with you the video we have released on 8th of December, I would like to introduce my colleague, Tariq Al-Rai, Solution Engineer for Middle East and Africa, who will be presenting the technical part of our device. Thank you very much for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, Hakeem, very much for the introduction. So my name is Tariq Al-Rai, and I'm working as a system engineer for the Middle East and Africa region. Let me quickly introduce the RealWear portfolio. We have the HMT Z1, we have the HMT1, and we have the RealWear Navigator 500. The HMT Z1 being extrinsically safe, which means that it's designed mainly for ATIX Zone 1 environments, such as oil and gas, field environment, and highly flammable areas. The HMT1 is IP66 rated, which means that it's waterproof and dustproof as well. The RealWear Navigator 500 is the new generation coming after the HMT1. This is having lots of enhancement, as we are going to see within the next slide, but it is really a much better and much higher capabilities and performance. This is really great because if we compare the RealWear portfolio to a normal or to a regular glass in the market, it means that we are much stronger, we are much more robust, and we are ruggedized. If we compare that to a tablet, this means that we have the same power as a tablet, but we are totally hands-free. Now let's talk about the RealWear Navigator 500 improvements compared to the HMT1. As you can see, it has a much better performance, it has higher RAMs, it has a better flash memory inside, which can be even extended using an SD card to a higher capacity. We have less weight when it comes to the HMT or to the device weight itself, and less width. But on top of all that, the most exciting feature is that it has a much higher enhanced camera resolution and capability. We have gone up from 16 megapixel to 48 megapixel sensors on the RealWear Navigator 500. That's why we managed to have two modes for the cameras on the RealWear Navigator 500. We have the standard mode, which can combine every 4 pixels from the 48 megapixels into a single pixel with a higher capability of lighting and a better performance when it comes to the resolution and the performance of the quality of the picture. This allows us to go much better when it comes to the low light performance and when it comes to working in much darker areas. The other mode is called the telephoto mode. This is an enhanced zooming mode, which means that I can zoom up to 6x or 4x while still retaining the high definition quality. This is really perfect when you are working in a large environment where you want to zoom in or zoom out while maintaining a very good resolution. That's why I'm saying the camera is a very big enhancement when it comes to the new model. This is just to give you an example about the quality of the camera and the performance of the camera in the low light environments. So if we could talk about 5 lux, for example, which is the light intensity, as you can see, we are here comparing the performance of the RealWear Navigator at 5 lux compared to the older models or to the other models, and you can see there is a huge difference when it comes to the quality of the picture. Now let's talk about the accessories and how to put on the RealWear Navigator 500 as well as the HMT1 and the HMT-Z1. So the good thing, as you can see, is that we have lots of flexibility when it comes to wearing the helmet itself or the device itself. Okay, so very quickly, let's see how we can put it on. So as we can see, we can wear it separately without any helmet, just with the work band that comes by default with the HMT1 and the Navigator 500. Or we can provide you with the clips or even the helmet, and you can couple it with any type of helmet so that you can have it completely while protecting your head as well. We have different models of different ways of wearing it. So either you just put it on the right side with the helmet, or you can even couple it with a ear protection or wind protection. You can even couple it with a half visor or a full face visor as well. So as we say, you just see whatever is convenient for you, and we will find the different ways to couple it with. We can also have other accessories such as earbud protection or hearing protection, as well as a thermal camera. This thermal camera can be connected around the main camera and can give you a complete thermal image. So it's not only a normal picture, it's also a thermal image with indication for the temperature around you. This is very useful when you like to see, for example, the temperature of some machines or the temperature, or if there is any leakage around or something like that. We have also a flex strap, which means, or a flex band strap, which means that we can use it for healthcare or for pharma or for a clean environment as we want to go, for example. The most important accessory as well, and which is really in a very highly demand because this is very popular, is the 4G modem that can be attached to the HMT. This is really very good because the HMT has a built-in capability of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. But whenever you want to add 4G, you will just need to plug in this kind of 4G modem that connects over USB, and it's even clipped to the helmet so it appears as if it is one piece. That's the great thing about the HMT. Let's now talk about the different use cases very quickly. It's not only limited to those use cases, but we are just talking about the most popular use cases here. We have, for example, video collaboration use case, which means that I can couple it or I can use Microsoft Teams, WebEx, Zoom, any of those applications in order to have a complete video collaboration conversation. So two-way conversation with voice and video. The best thing that I can do here is that I can have, or I can see what I see. This is exactly as Hakeem was talking about. And I can be able to zoom in, like on the right side here, you can see the zoom in for zoom level 1, zoom level 2, up to zoom level 5. So you can zoom in and zoom out. You can even turn on the flash simply by saying flash on or flash off. You can auto-focus by saying autofocus or manual focus, and even manually control the exposure level. And when I say manually, it's actually by voice. So you can say exposure level +1, exposure level -1. So it depends on whether you are standing in a dark area or in a bright area. You can control all that just simply by voice. The other party will see any modification that you do. He will be able to help you by fixing something or by telling you that you have to do this or to do that, but he can see exactly what you can see and he can give you remote support. While adjusting all that, you can even decide to take a photo or to record a video as well if you want. It depends on the application that you have. Another use case, which is also very popular, which is the knowledge transfer use case. So imagine you are standing next to a machine and you want to show everybody else how does this machine work. You want to record something. You want to have their, for example, to do kind of a knowledge transfer about how to assemble it or how to disassemble it. You don't need to have hundreds of people around the machine. All what you need to do is just to put on your helmet, just go to the machine, turn on the application that you want to use, either by taking a video or by streaming or having a real-time video stream, and you will be able to stream whatever you are seeing exactly to all the users on the same conference, anytime in real time. When it comes to manuals and documents as well, you don't need to carry all those, paper and large documents anymore with you. Sometimes you have large maps, sometimes you have drawings. You don't need to carry all that anymore. This can be installed on your helmet using PDF files. So you can view PDF files, JPEG files without any problems. And you can even move from page 1 to page 2. You can switch to page number 10. It depends on the file. And you can also switch from one file to another, all by using voice commands. The good thing is that you can zoom in or zoom out depending on the zoom levels that you have. So zoom level 1 up to zoom level 5 without any problem. And whenever you zoom on any part of the document, you can just move left or right simply by moving your head up or down, left or right. And whenever you want to focus on something, you can easily say freeze window, and then the window is frozen in front of you, so you can move freely while you have the important part of the drawing in front of your eyes. This is, again, a very popular use case right now, which is the workflow and inspection automation. Lots of those kind of oil and gas or even different fields in the factories or anywhere, they have kind of consistent workflow. They want to repeat this workflow, but they need assistance for that. So we can provide you with an application which is called Workflow and Inspection Automation. This will take you step by step until you finish the job. So it will ask you to go to step number 1. Once you finish it, you say next. It will take you to step number 2, all by visual support as well as audible commands as well, or audible sentences. So it can tell you do this, do that, turn off the valve, make sure that the switch is turned off. And whenever you have any problem or you see something that is not working, you can decide to take a picture and it will upload it to the system. Last but not least, we have a very good agreement with SAP, for example. So we also do asset management and workflow automation using the SAP app. So whenever you have SAP account, for example, you can log in from your phone or you can log it from your tablet. It's exactly the same. So for SAP asset management and workflow automation, that's a very nice and very new use case. We have come to an agreement with SAP in order to install their application on our RealWear device. The good thing is that this application helps you access your account on the SAP for asset management, for asset retrieval, for workflow automation, and for tracking anything regarding to the assets that you have within the company. You can read QR codes, it can read barcodes, you can even launch a workflow, for example, on SAP. You can take picture, you can upload a picture, and imagine if you can do a total workflow or inspection job without the need of any single piece of paper and any need to go back to the office to do some back office work. That's the beauty of it. It saves time, it saves lots of paperwork, and it saves lots of efforts. Now let's talk very quickly. I just wanted to show you a very quick introduction about our references, our clients. We have references and clients in each and every vertical. When Hakeem talked about automotive, for example, we have lots of references when it comes for automotive and even many more in the market. When it comes to oil and gas, we have lots of references as well, either on the regional level or on the worldwide level. So we have lots of clients available. When we talk about IT and telecom, we talk about aviation, we talk about construction and mining. We have lots of clients. We have clients really everywhere. And by the way, this list is updated on maybe monthly or quarterly basis because lots of new logos are being added day after day. Thank you so much for your attention and for your time. And please let me know if you need any clarifications. I will be more than happy to support.
During our next session, we would like to give you an insight into Westcon Comstor services. As Westcon Comstor, we offer services at each stage of the project life cycle across education, professional, and support so that we can help you scale your business, improve efficiency, reduce costs, and increase margins. To talk about getting the edge with Westcon Comstor services, let's welcome Issam Riyad, who is the Services Director for Middle East at Westcon Comstor. Hi Issam, welcome to the summit.
Thank you, Tushar. Good afternoon, everyone. I wish you enjoyed Westcon Comstor IoT and 5G Summit so far. My name is Issam Riyad. I'm the Services Director for Westcon Middle East. Today, I would like to give you a brief about Westcon Comstor Services team and how you can benefit from it during your IoT and 5G journey with us. Westcon Comstor Services Departments offers 4 main types of services. Support services, where we act as an authorized support center for a couple of our vendors like Palo Alto, Smart, Ribbon, and others. It's not only limited to support, but also we offer on top of the support services, multiple other services like Westcon Care, Westcon Assist, Engineer to Site. The second service type that we offer is professional services, everything related to implementations. We will talk about it in more details in a few minutes. Education services, our third service type, and last but not least, our supply chain services, where Westcon Comstor can really support you in global implementation, IOR services, staging, and different other logistics services. We'll be moving to the next slide. I would like to give you more information about our education services, as we are an authorized training center for multiple vendors in the Middle East, like F5, Palo Alto, and Broadcom and Extreme, and can help you also with Cisco training via our authorized partners. In the Middle East, we have 4 local certified trainers. We deliver more than 115 trainings per year. Plus our remote training capabilities, we also have 5 training rooms around the Middle East. Upgrades, and also all kind of advanced configurations. Of course, in a cost-effective way. In the Middle East, we have 9 professional services engineers who hold more than 70 certificates, along with a big list of our independent partners who help us when it comes to different types of technologies and services types. That's it from my side, and I hope you enjoyed Westcon Comstor IoT and 5G Summit so far. If you needed any support or more information about our services, capabilities, and offering, please don't hesitate to contact me directly. I would like to hand it over back to you, Tushar.
Thanks, Issam, for that very informative session. With that, we have come to a formal close of our presentations. However, we still have an insightful closing remarks section in store for you, as well as announcements regarding the winners of the quiz competitions, the games, as well as the treasure hunt activity. Throughout the summit today, our vendors highlighted the opportunity that lies in the IoT and 5G space, as well as showcase the solutions they have in place. Also, during today's summit, we highlighted our focus as Westcon Comstor on being a digital-first, data-driven organization, and we're able to give you a peek into our digital distribution platforms and our digital capabilities that have been developed with your success in mind. We hope that through these sessions, we helped you explore endless opportunities to further grow your business. To give a final closing note and highlight some key takeaways, I would now like to welcome Nitesh Bajpai. Hi Nitesh, over to you.
Thank you, Tushar, for the introduction. My name is Nitesh Bajpai. I am the Director for Service Providers and Global Accounts for Westcon. 5G and IoT is a portfolio that our team manages. As we saw from all our vendor and technology partners, the opportunity for 5G and IoT is huge. 4.2 billion is the last revenue recorded in 2020, with 89% year-on-year growth on 5G revenues. In the Middle East, if you look at it, 10 plus operators have launched 5G. Markets estimate that about 45 million subscribers are going to be on 5G by 2025 in the region. That, interestingly, is about 30% of the Middle East population. Also, if you look at the Middle East market, smart cities are extremely proliferating. Look at NEOM in Saudi, or Expo in the UAE, Lusail in Qatar, or even if you look at the Vision 2030 or new initiatives like the new capital, etc. Smart cities are a norm of the Middle East market. And we expect a lot of traction on technologies like 5G and IoT in these massive infrastructure development areas. Interestingly, by 2025, you'll have 15 markets which will have 5G as an operational technology. We at Westcon Comstor have always endeavored to bring the best of solutions to the market. If you look at the market today, the 5G and IoT are typically driven by service providers and the enterprise. The service providers are going to drive the connectivity, which includes the current 4G and then deploying 5G. Both these technologies will be interoperational and might coexist for some time. The enterprise will drive digital transformation. In the current pandemic situation, you are seeing the enterprise expedite the digital transformation. Furthermore, use cases will drive more adoption in the market. Coming to Westcon Comstor, we have the best of technology to service developmental technologies like 5G and IoT. We have a rich portfolio which includes infrastructure, cybersecurity, and also endpoint solutions. A dedicated team which supports these technologies and partners and service providers in the market. A strong market coverage. We work with the leading telcos, we work with the leading partners to bring these solutions and expedite these solutions into the market. Obviously, we have a strong focus, and the vertical focus allows us to bring strong technologies to the consumers in the Middle East. It's been an absolutely engaging session today, and we really appreciate the time and the contribution by technology partners and all the vendor community and also all the participants in today's 5G and IoT Summit. Thank you.
Here at Westcon Comstor, we help partners realize their business and financial potential. We're passionate about delivering their financial success and growth. This drives what we do day in, day out. Our value to partners centers on our deep-rooted vendor relationships. This means we can help partners capture business opportunities with established and emerging technology providers. Importantly, we are equally close to partners, global and local, with custom-made business support. Based on our exclusive Edge model, we're a seamless extension to partner operations. We share the same focus on delivering what the end customer needs. We take responsibility when the going gets tough, and we're in it for the long term. Should things get complex, we can deploy our extensive service capabilities. If a customer RFP stretches resources, we can help to flex and scale with access to our wide range of technical experts. We understand what it is to be truly end-to-end. We also pave the way for our partners' future growth. The technology marketplace is changing, and we can help partners meet their customers' digital transformation needs. Our know-how includes consumption and subscription-based models, as well as integrated supply chain. We aim to simplify the channel and to make doing business easy. So, partners present and future, at Westcon Comstor, we're right by your side.
We understand that partners need more than just solutions to succeed. They need to adapt to changes in the market. They must stay agile and on top of new trends, technologies and products. Only with the right support, insight and innovation can they expect to grow and thrive. Introducing Edge, our unique, tailored approach to every opportunity and our commitment to every partner. More than just a word, Edge is how we translate our difference into real value. Value our competitors can't match. Edge provides the framework to ensure partners engage and onboard with our vendor portfolio and core services. We develop their business with pre-sales consultancy and support, including certification, training and mentoring. We help them grow with financial and capital support, alongside marketing and access to new vendors and technologies. Plus, we extend their reach by unlocking more profitable international opportunities and expanding into new markets. We work with each partner to understand their individual needs and tailor these materials and tools so they're a perfect fit wherever they are in the market or sales cycle. Find out how we can accelerate your business and get a competitive edge. Talk to the Westcon Comstor team today.
Values matter. Our values define what we do and how we do it. Here at Westcon Comstor, our values are part of our DNA, which is what makes us a world-class team. Our values should shape our future, because the values embraced by us determine how we relate to each other, our partners, and our customers. There are 5 values that will take us to the next level. First comes innovation. At Westcon Comstor, innovation means we encourage change and creativity to bring about the best outcomes. There's no blueprint for the way forward in our industry. We have to lead by innovating. We are problem solvers, and we don't shy away from a challenge. We are forward-thinking, agile, and we support new ideas in a progressive environment. Our second value is excellence. Excellence means that we exceed expectations and we strive to be the best that we can be. So what behaviors drive excellence? We are passionate and we inspire to be the industry benchmark. Performance-driven, focused, accountable, and purposeful in our actions. We recognize talent and strong performance. Our third value is integrity. This is what we believe integrity means to all of us. We champion an environment of honesty, fairness, and high moral standards. And how do we keep that alive? By doing the right thing by our people, our customers, and our vendors. We treat all people with dignity and respect, and we honor our promises. Our fourth value is partnership. Let's explain what we mean by that. We build strong relationships with each other to achieve long-term success. How do we embody that in our day-to-day actions? We work together to better serve our partners and our customers. We are all one team. Our people work to inspire, motivate, and coach each other. Our final value is empowerment. We love inactivate and provide opportunity for our people. This is how we make sure that empowerment is not just a buzzword. Our people are appreciated, and we ensure they have the tools to succeed. We motivate, inspire, and train our people to be the best that they can be. Most of all, we trust you to make the right decisions. We have thousands of colleagues working around the globe, but all of us are connected through one set of shared values. And that is very powerful.
The channel is transforming. Technology consumption and procurement models are fundamentally changing in today's increasingly software-driven world. Blue Sky is a portal that simplifies cloud and software delivery. Blue Sky integrates with our single global instance of SAP, accessing all partner information and billing capabilities. An advantage of having one instance of SAP is that it's faster and easier to integrate with vendor systems. This also means that we can get our resellers set up to offer cloud and software solutions in no time. And resellers love that they can use the existing account relationship, including credit and billing arrangements, without needing to create new accounts. Once a reseller is enrolled into Blue Sky, they can get started straight away. Let me show you how they use it. Resellers are first presented with the dashboard. The customizable dashboard shows the status and performance of customers and orders at a glance. These valuable insights give visibility across the entire customer lifecycle, so they can maximize every opportunity. The reseller creates an end user as a new customer and enters the details as required. Once the customer is created, resellers create orders for that customer. First, selecting the customer, and then the desired product from the catalog of solutions. A big advantage of Blue Sky is that resellers don't need to maintain the products in their systems in order to use them, saving a great deal of administration. The contract details are selected within the vendor's conditions, and any additional information required by the vendor in order to properly configure and provision the service. As the information is entered, it's validated with the vendor systems in real time, without leaving Blue Sky. The last step is to configure the products, selecting from the options available. Add-ons are conveniently presented alongside the solutions, as well as our professional services, complete with live pricing, so they can be easily included in the order. Another useful feature that resellers love is the product description, which makes it easy to select the right solution. The order is summarized before it's created, and the APIs get to work. Some vendors sell services in specific currencies only, which may differ from the local currency. It's a big deal for resellers to be able to buy in a local currency at a predictable rate. Blue Sky can display products in local currencies, and we have options available to offer exchange rate protection through contract terms. Now let's go to the customers section. Resellers can manage individual customers' subscriptions through View More. From here, resellers can easily see when subscriptions are due to expire. Resellers can edit or suspend subscription within the vendor's conditions. The changes are updated in real time. One of the best parts about Blue Sky is how we apply intelligence to simplify billing. We send resellers a single aggregated invoice per vendor every month for all services used. This is really important for resellers because it minimizes the impact on their credit limit to the amount used that month, rather than the total cost. Blue Sky combines all the vendor billing information, including consumption charges, and enriches with all the data needed for partners to bill their customers. Itemized usage data is accessed through reports and can be downloaded as a file. Resellers can analyze the data in order to invoice their own customers and see additional trends. Blue Sky allows our resellers to get up and running quickly and easily, minimizing the risks while reducing administration. Blue Sky helps our vendors in many ways too. Onboarding products into Blue Sky opens the doors to reach new resellers and accelerate time to market. Working across multiple vendors and markets provides the market intelligence that is invaluable to vendors, helping them to unlock the most profitable opportunities. And through making cloud and software solutions easy for resellers to transact, manage and scale, we make vendors easier to do business with. We ensure that resellers only view and purchase products that are suitable for their level of certification. And we can provide aggregation to help make it easier for resellers to position and procure cross-functional solutions. And finally, Blue Sky is great for Westcon Comstor teams too. Blue Sky delivers a powerful self-service capability to resellers, making it even easier to do business with us and improving our agility and customer experience. Invoicing is aggregated and automated, making us more efficient and boosting our productivity.
And we are looking forward to making Blue Sky even better with exciting new functionality in the pipeline, such as support for hardware and software hybrid orders, white label web stores, auto-renewal capabilities, and of course, further integration of Blue Sky with our digital distribution platform. Thanks for watching. Please reach out to your regional resources for more information.